With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9-HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9-13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th Gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th Gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9-HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9-13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
Welcome everybody to the Predator Kings of PH. The playoffs is here, and in 3 weeks, these coming 3 weeks nga pala, it has been one heck of a storm, but now is going to be the defining moment for all of the teams that have qualified throughout this stage, and now is their time to shine. My name is Ramon, with me is Mochi. We are your casters throughout the whole event, and throughout these 3 weeks, Mochi, it's been one heck of a banger.
True. It's been intense and it's even more intense right now, most especially that we're entering the playoffs and eventually entering the semifinals. And from what we have just witnessed from the past 4 qualifiers that we had is grabe yung naging improvements ng mga teams natin. Lalo-lalo na every single qualifiers may mga nakikita kang nagbabalik at sumubok uli. And eventually, we came down into the last 16 teams na meron tayo dito ngayon, and all of them definitely proved their spot na deserving sila para makatapak dito sa ating playoffs.
Yeah, look, dahil sobrang importante na moment ito para sa mga teams natin, dapat talaga yung buong playoffs isisingit natin sa isang buong araw. So yung quarterfinals at saka yung semis lalaroin natin ngayon. But before anything else, we would like to take this opportunity to thank ang GAB, ang Games and Amusement Board, for allowing Predator Gaming to authorize as an official tournament registered under the approval of the Games and Amusement Board in the Philippines. It is one hell of a tournament so far, and we have been coming up to this moment for so long now that I'm sure not a lot of you guys have been catching all the action, so we prepared a short video para ma-highlight ang mga important moments ng Kings of PH.
Perfect here as Salty takes out Crazy MD, one person gone, and
See and witness that too. People here on Snowman. So Fresh will be getting some sort of info, but regardless, I don't think they need that. Even something like a couple or most of the utilities.
Well, Super Corazon has to be careful now because alam nang nasa loob. Itong si Jack, and he dealt with another out for Jackie and the Thran fights. But Kai already great timing, forces out the swing, and they also got Micro, so left up to Jackie. The feature extremity, so Vano's pushing in alone on an island. Crazy MD punished with that operator. 3 people pushing on them, but they're surprised. They are prepared for this movement. So ayun po no. Ang dami nating naging games all throughout the 3 weeks that we have so far sa Kings of PH. At para sa ating format, bigyan ko kayo ng mga konting refresher lang naman no. So we've had 4 qualifiers nga naman katulad sa sabi ni Mochi, and all throughout we've been looking for the playoff spots para malaman kung sino yung makakapunta sa quarterfinals natin where we're at right now, where we'll have a single elimination BO1 bago tayo dumalaw sa grand finals na BO3 naman ang showdown para malaman kung sino ang King of PH.
And hindi lang yon, because before the grand finals, kailangan nyo mag-prepare because meron tayong hinihain na really exciting na show match featuring our brand ambassadors here at Predator Gaming. Kaya naman, abangan ninyo yan because they'll be clashing head-to-head dito sa ilan sa ating mga friends here at the VALORANT community. And it is more than just pride and honor nga naman talaga ang meron dito sa Kings of PH. Kasi tignan nyo nga naman, it's just amounting to a total of 100,000 pesos total prize pool ang meron dito na guaranteed para sa kung sino man ang mga naririto ngayon sa ating playoffs. So kaya naman, who is your batch, who is your bias, paki-comment down below.
Yep, hindi lang yun. Pwede din kayong mag-share sa lahat ng mga social medias nyo about kung sino yung mga gusto nyo manalo para sa ating playoffs for Predator Kings of PH. And hindi lang naman 100,000 pesos ang on the line natin dito, kundi ang guaranteed spot para sa susunod na Predator League Philippine qualifiers. So, kung gusto nyo ng mga info about that, just follow Predator Gaming for all the highlights, everything that we have so far. But now, why don't we head into the first matchup that we have so far? We have 6 games all throughout the day, mga kaibigan. Kaya pakita muna natin yung bracket natin para makita sa mga viewers kung ano yung expect natin dito. So we have our first game, No Ord versus Kadiliman, followed by Nursing Peak versus Scatter. sa unang parte ng ating playoffs bracket.
And we also have SR Nakage versus Zol Esports and also BCL Esports versus Old Stinky Cat. Kaya naman, nako, it's going to be one heck of a ride for this day. And we're about to come down onto this one because we'll be starting with No Org versus Kadiliman.
Yep, and it's gonna be one heck of a banger kasi may mga storylines naman tayo dito para sa ating teams no? So just to give everybody like the lowdown on what's going on, Kadiliman used to be the Just Us roster. They just rebranded into a very historical org nga naman no? So historically, this org has built up one heck of a fan base dahil sa si Boss Narpim na apparently is gonna play on the controller role for this time around. So they have I believe an upgrade in terms of what they can expect on the roster. Sa sistema nila, alam na natin na si Narpim ay isa mga napaka-experienced na players, hindi lang sa Valorant pero sa CS din before nagkaroon ng Valorant. So baka magkaroon tayo ng expectations sa anong magiging playing field para dito sa Justice roster na ngayon naging Kadiliman. Whereas No Org, they're going in refreshed, rebranded, but of course with the same amount of firepower into the map of Sunset.
Couldn't agree more. And that just means na kahit na we are familiar with these players, is hindi na rin tayo ganun ka-familiar because we are not quite sure how fast of a pace that these players are definitely growing as time goes by. And ngayon, we are about to witness kung ano ang kanilang mayahain dito sa pagkainan natin ngayon because we are quite excited to see kung ano nga ba yung magiging improvements or other plays na meron sila, lalong-lalo na mukhang possible, no? Na magkaroon tayo ng magandang IGLing dito galing kay Narpim.
Tama. Paano ba naman sa No Org natin dito, no? Kasi if you look at how they performed all throughout, they haven't been the most consistent roster that we've seen. It took them 4 qualifiers para magkaroon sila ng chance makapasok sa quarterfinals. And yes, they did. Pero that just shows how resilient they are as a team. But resiliency is not always like the best firepower moving forward, diba? A team like Just Us who only needed like 2 times para makapag-qualify, it just shows that they, I wouldn't say are qualified enough para makapag-dominate sa playoffs. So they still have a lot more to prove, a lot more to show for dito sa ating playoffs bracket. But against No Org, I believe is a surefire way para maipakita na Kadiliman is here. We've never left the market naman talaga, It's been a long time since we've seen this org perform, and we're now heralding the roster of Just Us will be a solid force heading into this playoffs bracket, lalo na if yung sistema nila nakapag-work under Narpim's leadership. But for No Org, what is their playing field? Ano ba yung kanilang magiging goal dito? Siyempre, i-topple yung Kadiliman roster. Ma-prove sa mga viewers natin na sila naman yung worthy para dito sa Kings of PH playoffs bracket natin. And of course, to win it all, diba? Si Jason na IGL, si Kyle na Sentinel, sila naman yung parang support staff na kailangan kasi by the times na No Org have been playing all throughout this, they look a little bit shaky even in their wins. So they have to look towards their support staff. The IGS has to cool everything off. The Sentinel has to prove that sometimes aggressiveness is not the full firepower, diba? Kaya talent can be everything, but we have to make sure that the execution is still there. As we head on into the Agent Select, kita mo na yung mga rosters natin. Meron tayong double initiator sa Kadiliman. Same can be said for No Org. Pero iba kasi yung style ng double ini na pinapakita ng parehong teams natin.
Yeah, not gonna lie though, I feel like we're gonna see a Clove then available here and on the hands of Lloydine, which is one of a really interesting pick, lalong-lalo na alam naman na natin na in terms of Lloydine, napakaganda ng kanyang playstyle in terms of being able to have some sort of a disciplined aggression, ika nga. But just like what you have said, it is going to be interesting for both sides. We have tons of information available here para sa side ng Kadiliman or Just Us, but on the other hand, for the side of No Org, medyo magkakaroon din tayo ng mga disparities considering na there are already 3 people here or 3 players here na dati pa man din is talagang sila na ang magkakasama. Specifically si Jaso, si Kael, si Tap Tap, ang tatagal na magkakasama to simula pa hindi pa sila gumagayit. So we're gonna see kung ano nga ba ang magiging difference dito between the 2 sides.
Yep. You know what, Mochi? I think the time for talk is over kasi eto na, ready na ang lobby at ready na mga players natin as we head on into the game. The map of Sunset on the horizon. So nasa LA tayo, pre. LA ko ba? Unfortunately. Para sa ating mga teams natin, we got the defensive side, ang No Org ready to head on into the matchup. So okay lang yan. Si Tap Tap, si Crazy MD, na-mention natin na sila yung double ini. Pero meron din tayong utility-based na duelist na si Melo J. And Melo J has been performing very consistently all throughout. Even though I wouldn't say No Org is a consistent roster, so to say, in terms of wins, in terms of losses, this team has been on the up and up. Especially nung nanalo sila dun sa last qualifying stage natin. So will they perform against a historical roster that is Kadiliman? We'll find out as the timer goes down.
And I guess we're gonna start right here, right now. And agad-agad na lang tinitake itong mid-area natin, no? For the side of Norpim's team. But mukhang meron na agad na mapipitas dito si Jasso, which is definitely a good thing here para sa side no Org. But once again, they are already deep into their territory. But ang magiging exchange dito or magiging issue dito is kung matitrade nga ba nila, because right now, parang isa-isa silang napapatumba dito eh.
A bit of a messy default. Nahuli agad si Second Love. Just so with a beautiful shot through. Pakatapos ilagay yung one way. And the force niya yung issue. So a little bit of a miscommunication being displayed papunta doon sa may A main. Narpin being caught doesn't really help too much sa cause ng Kadiliman. So a slow crawl papunta sa market. Recalling yung attention itong si Crazy MD. Tulad din ni Just saw. So waiting for contact. Crazy MD spots them. Psycho, Parscofield doubling up and finding Crazy MD. Papasok sa B. And Kyle is gonna be tested. Kaso, nalabas na agad yung cage. Nalabas yung presensya niya. Nag-peak. Psycho getting the 3 versus 3 they needed. And now with the retake, mukhang lalaban pa rin ang No Org. Papasok, Melo J. Right click in hand. Kaso, Lloyd Dream shuts it down immediately. Second for Lloyd Dream. And a 2 versus 1. Just saw the IGL gets knocked down. And giving the first round kay Kadiliman.
I love how Kadiliman really addressed that situation, no? Despite of the fact na meron na agad dalawang napita sa kanila early in the round before even committing into a specific site, is nagkaroon sila ng magandang coordination dito na, you know what, let's just take our time, kumama lang tayo, we don't have to force out the trades because we can eventually work on that one once that we are pushing a specific site. And yun nga ang kanila nagawa. Kael tried to help them, and even itong si Crazy MD, but it didn't necessarily work, and both of them really worked closely with each other, which definitely gave them that round. Pero ngayon, in our second round, mukhang magkakaroon tayo ng bilis na movements here on the side of Kadiliman. Ma-help nga lang at madedelay further just because of the pink shots na binato dito ni Melody.
No paranoia, so Joso's not going to be able to contribute other than his sheriff. And possibly that could be enough because Narpim's got knocked down. Kaso, nakuha pa rin ng 1 versus 4 with Sketkin Love. Just waiting outside of the smoke. So you can already expect kung ano yung tipong laro na makikita natin from Kadiliman. It's all firepower since yung controller pick na meron sila is all relying on kills. And Lloyd Dream has been proving to be a really good controller nga naman, who's already getting himself a second kill kay Kyle. And again, always the momentum-based team that we know them to be when they were on the Just Us banner, diba? Yung parang entry frags usually ni Lloyd Dream when he was on that dual stroll, something that we've been heating for up to expect, right? And now he's up against the team that is known to have a lot of firepower into the mix as well. But Lloyd Dream and Second Love have a really good dynamic, diba? The fire and ice duo na parang aggressive tapos passiveness na nakakahanap ng mistakes sa side ng No Org. At ngayon sa attacking side nila, well, not much to convert kasi naka-rifles na yung iba dito.
Rifles na indeed, but it seems like they'll try to push it further because they are well aware of the advantages na meron sila. And not only that, I feel like maganda nga rin na i-point out din itong dynamic duo, which is once again si Lloyd Dream as well as si Parscofield, because they definitely make up for each other's magkakulangan, if that makes sense. Like, for example, if ever na meron mga butas na makakaligtaan itong si Lloyd Dream, kayang-kayang takpan or solusyonan ni Parscofield yun. Pero ngayon, Kael, may mapipitas dito sa kabilang banda, and that's going to be Psycho. But just as we are saying that the trades are just ongoing just after na malabag nila dito ang spike. They're vouching for a fast retake onto this one, but the run and gun from Kael, and a 3K will be connecting, but still, Lloyd Dream ang naiwan. Meron pa naman siyang use dito just in case na kailanganin niya na smoke, pero kailangan niya pa na mag-ingat because these two are well aware of where he is. They're trying to pull off the happy fuse, but they're actually sticking it in. And just like that, tamang lakad lang si Lloyd Dream dito sa crosshair ni Melo J, and finally they secure this round.
great awareness sa kung saan siya pwedeng makapag-position, diba? Since naka-plant sa loob ng site, haharapan lamang ng B main. Alam na, yun yung pinakamagandang chance kung saan siya makakapag-post plant. So, layering the utility was definitely the right call for them. And to double it up, talagang Kyle holding it down kahit nag-iisa lang siya sa loob ng market, just running and gunning, spraying it down. Hindi passive play yung best cause kapag kalalaban sa ganong 1v2. So buti na lang at nag-play siya sa strength ng Spectre niya, which is to run and gun. Get out of cover, use the short mobility or the short range mobility that he has. Put the gun in his pocket just to equalize the numbers yet again. So a 1-2 scoreline para sa laban natin on the first playoffs game. He's in his second love. It's also doubled up kasama si Crazy MD para makakuha ng Kyle's position. Bit of map control. Presence made. B main on notice then para sa side ng No Org. Doon nakatingin, nasira na din. Will that pull the rotation? Yes, 4 sa loob ng vicinity ng B, while everybody from Kadiliman is already walking up papunta sa may A, which is definitely in control for them. Pero hindi nila alam kasi. Wala silang info eh.
Yeah, lots of info here. And the thing here is they're really taking their time. I'm not quite sure if they're just confident enough that if ever na kailangan mag-retake, they're just gonna be there. But all of our members here for the side of Kadiliman are just proceeding dito sa A site natin and even exhausting certain utilities here just in order to ensure na wala talagang nagbabantay dito. But every single one of the people here for the side of No Org is already making their way here from the mid area and trying to close onto them, which is going to be a good thing if hindi sila ganon or they were able to catch them off guard, because Melody would be able to do just that, getting one, but eventually gonna be traded kaagad dito ni Lloyd Dream and Kadiliman. These guys are just keeping on with the momentum of how they were able to gun down the rest of the opponents here until na si Kael na lang ang naiwan, and eventually he will meet his demise.
A big gamble being made para dito sa No Org, diba? You can see that they took their time para makuha yung mid info. And when they didn't get info, they decided na since nakapag-ingay na din sila sa pag-push all the way to the A site, and that is when they tried to go for that triple flank. Kaso that triple flank didn't work out. The elbow control was just backable for the side of the attack. So Kadiliman, well on their heels to get the third round win, forcing the eco buy across the board para sa defense. So No Org, although they have their proactive defense on forward, it's kind of biting them in the rear. Kapag may konting, let's say, noise made all throughout one side of the map, it's a 4-man rotate very early on. Inaabuso ng Kadiliman, hinahanapan ng butas. At kapag nahanap, ipapasukan talaga yan ng atake.
True. And most importantly, Kadiliman is like the type of team that they really capitalize on how reactive their opponents are. Lalong-lalo na from what we have seen in terms of the adjustments na meron dito sa No Org. They're really capitalizing on, okay, paano sila umakto dito? Okay, I guess we should go into this route or something like that. So maganda yung nagiging patience, discipline, and as well as yung coordination here for the side of Kadiliman. And so far, we are yet to see ano ang kanilang fullest capacity, because this is just the start of this match.
And isipin mo from the qualifiers pa lang, nag-iba yung tempo nila. They used to be one of the faster teams na makapag-execute on site kasi players like Lloyd Dream and Pars Schofield have been used to that kind of tempo. Now they're playing the default heavy type of team comp. Like, nilalaro nila yung tempo na kung saan nila gustong itimpla. Kapag gusto nila mabilis, maglalaro sila na mabilis. Pero that didn't work out ng pistol round, so they slowed the pace down. Dahil yung mabilis na playstyle, yun yung kung saan sanay ang No Org, kaya kaya nilang i-counter. When they played the slow game, doon naman sila naaabuso. Which is, I feel like, a big influence on how Narpen has kind of changed the system. Kasi we know this guy has been one of the more experienced players on the roster that we have right now sa Kadiliman side. So he possibly cooked up strats like this. Ano pa kaya yung pwede niyang ilabas since nagkaroon na siya ng experience as a coach before para sa Justice roster dati. Now he's on the Kadiliman roster as a player who's also supplementing a lot of these strats na kung coach lang, mga 2 beses na ilalabas sa mga timeouts ngayon, siya naman na nasa server. Siya naman yung magkocontrol. Siya naman yung maghahanap ng butas every time, di ba?
Yes, and not gonna lie, I actually really wanted to point out there yung parang, I don't know, is it a glow up or a character development for these two dito sa Scofield as well as kay Louis Dream. And if you know what, even the rest of the team, no, with Narpin being integrated onto this one. Kasi before, you know them as the bright people who really, really is powerful just in terms of individual skills. But right now, you can actually see them being tied up, tightly knit even together to the point na ganito sila mag-execute ng kanilang mga rundowns and it makes their opponents more passive than ever compared to kung ano ang meron sila dito. But to give the benefit of the doubt, they're just on a save as well. Pero ngayon, it seems like they're having some engagements here dito sa backside natin. Kael will be taking tremendous amount of damage from that encounter pero they'll still try to retaliate while someone is just gonna be on the sidelines. Tamang abang lang, ang utilities dying blind. Pero before we even know it, dalawa na lang ang nag-iwan here for the side of No Org. And Lord Jim will be trying to push it forward with a shorty kill. And it is going to be an instant win here for the side of
Look at that.
Kadihiman.
They lost again.
Binibilisan ni Lloyd Dream kasi narinig ko. Nahihirapan siya mamaya kapag ka nagtagal yung laban. Baka mag-blackout siya bigla no? Dahil sa init. Shoutout kay Lloyd Dream, a former duelist player who now is playing the role of a controller, well, a flex, para maging mas accurate. And now he's shining on the club pick using the amount of utils that they have on the server para magkaroon siya ng napakagandang pasok, napakagandang kills. Tinradan pakatapos gamitin yung Not Dead Yet, yung ultimate ni Clove kung saan kapag napatay siya, pwede pa siyang mabuhay ulit. Now, back into the default. Ano yan, Mosh?
Parang kanina lang nangihingi yan ng pang ice cream no? Tapos ngayon nagtatap rap na.
Alright.
Nice.
Kailangan.
You know what? Baka naman meron po kayong pang ice cream dyan ng init po.
True. Baka kaya siya humingi ng pang ice cream kasi mainit yung laro niya ngayon.
Yun nga no? Kitang-kita rin naman.
Yeah. Second Love has to be prepared for this. Naka-init na agad ng setup. Kaso, he dodged from the flash, but not this one. Dizzy has caught Second Love. And Far Schofield even gets the trade. Far Schofield almost gets a second kill. Kaso,
Down B.
doesn't hit the ultimate. The showstopper doesn't hit the mark. 3v2. Narpim crawling slowly and surely with Lloyd Dream. Kaso, Spike not within their reach yet. Picks it up now. Objective confirmed. But he also got two ultis. Shotgun not connecting. Yellow J will get detained, pero does not really matter at all. 2-4 after a very scrappy kill papunta dun sa may B-side.
They really didn't expect that someone's gonna be there, no? Actually, nung umpisa na nalaman nila na merong mga manggagaling doon sa main is meron na silang some sort of advantage knowing that they threw a lot of utilities. Maganda yung coordination nung pag-push ng kanilang Razor and as well as kay Dizzy na throw here from Psycho and Parscofield. But unfortunately, they managed to actually, clap back instead. And now, they will try to capitalize on existing nila in order to try and stabilize yung kanilang economy here for the side of No Org because that's what's important right now because, sayang naman kasi yung momentum na binibuild up nila dito just in case na ma-break ito bigla-bigla.
Mid-control. Confirmed para sa side ng Kadiliman. It's always the mid-control that they fall back into. It always comes with some success. Si Kael holding the long angle, not even spotted by the Dizzy, so possibly confirmed pick sa loob ng may market position. Spotted, info given. The rotations coming forward na agad para sa side of No Org, and even though they have the lesser guns anyway, can still fight back Crazy MD, but it's good shots through. Tap to follow with a third kill para sa side ng No Org. They got another kill from Second Love as well. They're fighting back with everything that they have, but everybody is rotating all around that B site. Kyle even spotting tong si Far Schofield. Always has the backup si Second Love na patay. So 1v2 na lang. Far Schofield gets shut down by Mellow J. Always the retake, always the one that they fall back on. That gives them success in the 3-4 scoreline.
You know what? What really baffles me is the fact that they definitely just let them get through market while every single one of them occupies a specific position or angle na alam nilang walang magiging kawala itong mga members natin dito just in case they decided to extend over dito from market to B side. And we have seen like 3 or 4 people eyeing down kung sino man yung mga attempt na mag-push forward, but all of them really received, equal amounts of bullets each and equal damage as well. So they've been able to secure them out really, really quick and really, really in a simple way. So ngayon, it might be something na ganun pa rin ang kanilang punteriya here for the side of Kadiliman, but on a different note considering na merong isang manggagaling dito from mid area just in case na meron silang possibility na maka-pick off dito.
May ingay. Tapos narinig din nila yung pag-jump spot ng atis isa. So, could either be the possibility of someone or just one person over at B main, pero they don't know na 4 sila dito. Leaving agad itong si Meloj or si Par Schofield. Crawl up on that mid side. May crossfire pa nga dun sa may mid top, so that's the possibility already moving forward. Psycho already using the ultimate Hunter's Fury set up galing sa Sova ng Kadiliman. Par Schofield trying to cut off the rotation, spotting Meloj, gets the kill. Gets already the plant onto the B site, back on the retake scenario, but they're dealing this with a 4v5 and making it worse as well. Lloyd Jim getting one kay Kyle, tap, always falling back. Aso yung problema, Lloyd Jim is on a roll, 10 HP, a double para sa club na ito. At nakita pa nga kung saan magagaling si Crazy MD, who even tries to fight it out, kaso Second Love will catch him, 4 versus 1. IGL na lang si Kapitan. Kaso, isa lang yung makapatay para sa No Org. It is another round para sa Kadiliman.
Diba? Ito yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina eh. Like, they've been able to like fill up every time na merong kakulangan doon, no? So, it is actually a good effort here for Park Schofield to drag the attention dito sa mid-area natin and give them more time to actually put the spike down, set up, and prepare for post-plant here for the rest of the members here for the side of Kadiliman. And not only that, is they also got some kills alongside with it with the fast response here dito ni Lloyd Dream. While the rest of the team, they're definitely focused on putting the side down, but on the other hand, Kael ay kay ganda ng kanyang kill dito on the Park Schofield with just using a sheriff, but immediately gonna be traded here by Lloyd Dream. On the other hand though, medyo mako-corner yung dalawang members natin here, which is evidently top as well as Second Love, but still they will be able to eradicate those two until si Jaso na naman ang maiwan na neural tip pa nga siya regardless of on being a non-eco, but at least he'll try to get some frags onto this one and he would definitely manage to do that. And Lloyd Dream with the fastest erection, buhay pa nga din naman siya. It is going to be a 3-guy on the back despite of the efforts ni Jaso na pigilan yon agad-agad.
Well, just utilizing agad yung mga ultis na meron sila dito, no? Second Love, utilizing the neural theft just to find out where Jaso is. I do like the initiative na i-take yung mid-task position. Kasi once Lloyd Jim had already the follow-up dun sa may B main, he was already there for the right time kapag nag-push sila dun sa mid-tile. So yung pinch nila kay Second Love at saka kay Psycho, even though it resulted into a kill kay Psycho, it doesn't really matter too much since the squad's already there. And already got themselves the gunfights in check. So 3-6 scoreline para sa Kadiliman. 2-round winning streak heading into the later parts of that first half. So one way na lang. One way sa may A lobby. Kontrolado niya agad yung A main position. Kaso, hindi naman dito magpupush yung mga side ng Kadiliman natin dito eh. Just heralding up yung B main extremity and leaving it all the trust all in the eyes of the Cypher Util. that Kyle has put down every single time he changes that setup, pero it doesn't really matter kasi laging may chance, laging may push tong si Schofield. Kaso this time, it does not work out. It's the first kill, papunta kay Kyle, and he's pushing up with another kay Lloyd Dream. Crazy MD follows, and Larpin's on fire. Let's go, man! Kaso, Crazy MD will shut him down with a 3K. Another round on the side of No Org.
I really love yung naging response dito ni Kael in terms of changing up or switching up the positionings of the trip wars na meron siya dito on the B side. Kasi the moment na makapag-satchel in dito si Schofield, talagang hindi talaga nila in-expect that it's going to be that way or the setup of their Cypher is gonna be that way. And not even that, is parang nagkaroon pa sila ng magandang coordination in terms securing all those heads, those frags, na especially dito kay Lloyd Dream na sinusubukan na i-trade off sana tong kasama niya. But now, it is going to be a good play here for the side of No Org. Medyo matitikin na back sila dito on pursuing the B side, and now nandito sila sa A natin. All the while they're trying to go and attempt and push forward. There will be some certain delays because of the cages or even some utils being thrown here, but more information will be revealed as just all will be falling down, and Schofield will just be eliminating Melojade. Activate nga lang naman ng kanya showstopper, but still, Crazy MD susubukan mag-trade pero hindi pa rin ito magiging sapat, while the rest of the team will just mind their own business while Crazy MD tries to arrive and try to retaliate, and he'll be able to get one.
70 HP for the guy, 1v3 scenario, full util. And Crazy MD peeks, he finds 2, will get the Dizzy out and finds 3 with that. Kaso hindi siya makapag-push, dapat sila yung mag-push sa kanya. 3 kills for Crazy MD, but Second Love will get himself the last frag. 4-7 for Kadiliman. They're building themselves back up dito. Even though you saw a lot of glimpses of brilliance para sa No Org, they're not able to steep no momentum forward, losing their gunfights, especially sa mga pivotal moments. You see that they have tried their best to control that A lobby position, leaving Jaso on an island, using his one-ways para hindi magkaroon ng map space. That's why they invest the paint shell para hindi siya makapag-control with the long angle. It's also why they leave all their trust in Second Love para magkaroon sila ng kahit sino napaganda makapag-frag para sa kanila, diba? So Lloyd Dream and Schofield, the duo that is built upon aggression, paying dividends para dito sa laban natin on the first playoff match. And you can also see that they're using their ultis. Thrash out para kay Psycho. Hasn't spotted yung trips, kaya matitip si Schofield. Munti ka na siyang mapunish. Munti ka na siyang mapatay. 88 HP for the guy. But they got the entry, and they build upon this retake. And again, Crazy MD and Kyle, they fight from backside. And they get the 3 versus 5, investing that Rolling Thunder. Kyle, another. Investing every single part of their util since last round lang din naman to. At nilabas ba nga yung paranoia at yung flank all the way from behind. Jaso and Tap Tap will get a flawless victory para sa No Org, getting a 5-7 half that I would say is a good start for both of these teams.
Dude, that's so ironic because or the way na nilatag nila the rest of their utilities here for the side of No Org is like they've been consumed by the darkness, but Kadiliman has been consumed on the latter. So 5-7 ang ating scoreline ngayon, at na-manage naman ng side ng No Org na makapag-counter sa kanila, considering that all of their utilities are available, and most especially one of the most important ones here is yung kay Tap Tap talaga. I am definitely looking forward into seeing more plays dito kay Tap Tap kasi considering that they're on they have like an initiator that definitely plays more on contact. They can pull off really aggressive plays onto this one as long as they would get each other informed of the opponent's whereabouts. So it is a risk indeed, but if ever that they would be able to get rewarded, it will be a big one. So once again, No Org on the attacking side. Let's see kung paano nila i-play off to.
Bit of a split 4-1 mid to A side para sa magiging execute the side of No Org. They swap sides now, and Kyle is in a lot of trouble fighting 3 habang si Psycho siya naman ang matitest, siya naman yung mata-challenge. Kaso sabi niya, ayoko nito, tatakbo ako pabalik dun sa may alley. Melo J papasok pa rin, 20 HP for the guy. Doesn't matter because they get the picks if he needed. An A side plant, and Larping almost getting 2. Yes, he does. Second Love right place, right time para ma-defuse yung spike, para makuha yung 8th round. Something that they have started where they meant to go on right now. 8-5 mga kaibigan. Kadiliman has been fighting tooth and nail for map control. They got themselves a 3-stack doon sa may mid. Na-surprise tong si Kyle. At walang nagawa yung iba pang mga players on no org sa loob ng site. So after makapag-entry tong si Far Schofield, it was all done and dusted.
It's definitely the strength in numbers here, and as well as the unpredictability for the side of Kadiliman. But the thing here is, we are yet to see kung ano nga bang meron for this one. It just means though that they will get like more advantage towards getting some guns in this round. Though at the same time, they will attempt and try to lock their B site down with putting the door up, and as well as some of our members here trying to extend and push forward dito sa mid area natin. Ngayon, drone activated, maraming nakita. Heavy presence at the mid area, but they'll try to compensate and push them forward. But now, hindi ata nila mamatan si Top Top, but never mind. Marvin, really quick on the trigger. And there's 3 more people here by the side of No Org who's trying to back their way up and try to see if talaga nga bang maninail down nila itong inside natin.
Ganda ng split nila kasi na-pull nila yung rotation ni Lloyd Dream tsaka ni Second Love. Napatingin tuloy sa mid. Kaya nakapasok ng B main si Kyle. Kaya nakapag-push tong si Jaso tsaka si Crazy MD. Beating into a 3 versus 3 retake. Harsh Schofield through the smoke as well. Chasing off tong si Kyle. Na-deny pa nga agad yung main man. So hindi sila makapag-defuse. Papasok na lang sila sa loob ng B main. Kung hindi nila tayong ipapag-post plant, tayo na lang yung magpupush. Sabi ng Kadiliman, 9th round win. After mapanalo yung mga gunfights sila dito, it doesn't matter kung nasa loob sila ng B main kasi sila na mismo yung lalapit. Sila na mismo yung lalaban.
Bilis ng bounce back din dito, no, for the side of Kadiliman, right after getting that situation or grasping that situation over and getting enough information din kasi that everyone is just at the B mine. They decide to know, you know what, sige, meron din naman tayo mga barrel somehow, or we can manage to at least overwhelm them with our utilities. Parang nagiging tapo na ng utilities yung B main natin. But it actually worked out. And once again, they are 4 rounds in advantage in contrary dito sa No Org, but they'll try to go and push forward. Cause not actually connecting onto anyone, but will be delaying them further. Lloyd really dalawang makukuha just from the sidelines with them trying to push forward, trying to trade. Ay, pasalit-salit nga lang ang ginagawa nila dito. Ganda ng pag-receive from the side of Kadiliman, and now it's just the 2 ciphers remaining. Kael running all the way here onto A side and trying to pull off that spike down. But Second Love na lang ang naiwan, and he'll try to narrow down the options to see saan nga ba ang whereabouts si Kael, and they're gonna go for the long run.
Sobrang ganda na laban, pati Lurker sumama eh. Para sa Kadiliman. Si Kyle na kanina pa nasa mid ay sumama sa laban. Para makuha yung 1 versus 1. Naamoy pa nga ni Kyle. Second Love just diffusing the spike, kaso Kyle is just better. Kyle is just on the other side of the smoke, so the right place at the right time para kay Kyle. At yun na nga, no? Napaka-aggressive ng push natin all the way towards that A main position. And even though it was a stalwart defense sa side ng Kadiliman, well, when it all came to positioning and the amount of like pressure being dealt with dito kay Second Love, wala talagang pressure kay Kyle kasi nasa kanya na yung oras eh. Tapos nasa kanya na din yung kung saan siya pwedeng makapag-position after niya makapag-planting spike, umikot pa siya all the way around that elbow position. And after niya makuha yung info, doon pa nga siyang nag-strike. It's a 5v5, 6-9 scoreline. Papasok na naman tong si Melo J, and he doesn't need a showstopper because he is the showstopper. It's a Spectre frag para kay Melo J, and he pushes a little bit too far. Just saw to trade it off. Papasok si Lloyd Dream. It's the NDY, the ulti, para ma-activate. At titingnan kung makakapatay pa nga to, 2v2. Post plant sa loob ng main. Buhay pa nga tong si Lloyd Dream. So now we're back into the post plant kung saan nasa B main sila pareho, Mochi.
One enemy
And
remaining.
he'll try and attempt to push forward, but I guess maabuto siya ng countdown. And even our members here for the side of No Org are just really rummaging through the possibility na hindi sila pwede mag-defuse. But still, Ang ganda pagiging smoke, pero yun nga lang, may boot blast. Force yung mag-push here for Psycho. Wala na siyang utilities na pwede gamitan, but low na tong isa, and still, hindi pa rin sapat. And it is going to be an advantage once again for the side of No Org. And they're just building up upon sa kung anong meron sila. But once again, hindi lahat makakabil ng full buys. And I guess the latter will be resorting to series of sheriffs as well.
No, man. Not in a position that you would want kung ikaw ngayon yung nasa defense, no? When you're up multiple rounds, yes, 7-9, pero habang nahabol na agad, habang umiinit yung tutok nitong si Melo J at saka si Jason, nako, mahirapan kayo lalo at naka-equal round lamang. Across the board, yung kadiliman. So it's a slow crawl all the way up to the mid side para kay Lloyd Dean at saka kay Pars Schofield. Spotted na agad ng cam, so alam nila kung ano yung niluluto nila dito sa may mid-side. They're just holding up yung T-side ngayon. Yung T-spawn kung saan lahat ng No Org is waiting for the push out, waiting for any sort of contact being made. Pero they gambled on the wrong side of the map. Nasa tile sila ngayon, pero nasa B main yung tinitingnan ng No Org. I don't think that smoke even does anything para ma-stop yung kanilang decision making ngayon.
Couldn't agree more. And even more na sobrang heavy ng presence nila dito, and they're just really keeping themselves close here from both sides of the teams. But now, they're making their way onto B side. Walang tao dito. Hindi nila kailangan kumatak. But someone's gonna be pulling off that Hunter's Fury. But still, halting them, delaying them from pushing the spike down. And someone from the flank, Pars Schofield, hindi natin sure kung meron siyang makikita dito. And if you manage to get a kill, but at the same time, the latter does the same. Kael from Market, I'm not quite sure they're aware, and they are going to be able to get some frags from here and there, but Lloyd Dream will be definitely damaged. Tamang first skill lang in order to regain all those shields. The 1v4, a 4v even though despite of the efforts, it is going to be still the side of No Org securing that round out.
Natatawa ako kasi bawat sikot ng mapa around that B main position, ang daming nagpa-flank. May nagpa-flank sa flanker,
True.
tapos may magpa-flank pass doon sa market kung saan hindi nila ime-expect na nagpa-flank din pala tong si Jaso, di ba?
Yung flank,
gamitin
may
yung
flank,
augment
tas nagpa-flank din yung isa dun sa isang banda. Parang gano'n yung nagiging beef dito for Sunset Game. And you can see parang patibayan ng mga flanker to no?
Hindi lang din yan Parang hindi nila kinailangan yung flank at all kasi ang lakas ng frontline positioning nila sa B main The thing about this map is that this B main position for post plant is just too strong. Melo J not waiting for the post plant anymore. Blocked by Schofield. He wants more than him.
I know exactly.
2 kills for Melo J. And they even got another from Crazy MD. So Norpin's dealt with, and Kadiliman is hot on their heels to retake back this A side. Kaso napatay din si Lloyd Dream. Nakapasok ang No Org, wanting to equalize this 9-9. Pero si Second Love na lamang ang natitira para sa kanila. Kaso wala. Natira na din ni Kyle si Second Love in 9-9 para sa No Org.
Dude, I just really want to appreciate yung matinding skill utilization din ito ni Crazy MD. Kasi kanina pa talaga siya nag-go all throughout despite the fact na initiator siya, yes, it's a Gecko. But at the same time, hindi niya deny na talagang kung merong possible kills, kukunin niya. And minsan, he even goes all out his way para man lang makakuha ng advantage for his team. On the other hand here for Kael, simula first half pa lang, nakita na natin kaagad kung gaano katindi ang kanyang game sense at kung gaano siya kagaling magbasa. Kasi this dude has been able to like do some adjustments, micro or macro man, from changing the positionings of the tripwires or even extending forward on the flank area and definitely determining kung nasan yung whereabouts ng kanyang mga kalaban. It's just really, really deserving to be put out there here for the side of No Org.
Shoutout nga pala sa mga nanonood ngayon sa ating stream para sa pinakaunang playoffs match between Kadiliman versus No Org. Ang dami mga familiar faces.
Yun.
Si Vil nandito. Hi Vil. Nandito din si Wits. Uy, parang Wits. Alam mo ba?
Hello, P.
Alam mo ba? Idol ko yan si Wits, si Boss Wits.
Yeah.
Idol ko yan si Boss Wits.
No?
Yeah. He's been one heck of a supporter.
Then 1K viewers tayo ngayon. Hello! Sana naman
1K.1.
nakakain na kayo, 'di ba? Init pa naman
Sama ako
din.
dun.
Magkape kayo sa tanghaling tapat. Maganda 'yan.
Kape. Ngayon like 2 p.m. kung kailan ng init no? Parang itong si First
Mm.
Schofield, init na lumaban. Kaso, nakita niya naka-vandal yung kalaban niya dito. So,
Back out lang
umalis
muna
na lang
tayo
sila.
dito. Yeah. Medyo delikado kung sakali man, no? Considering na, once again, same thing, no? Na iba lang si Psycho dito ng guardian. So, medyo malilimit talaga yung mga options nila dito, Ramon. And they've got no other choice but to actually try and play it off with strength of numbers. Kaya lang kasi with the current composition na meron dito for the side of no org, parang ang hirap nilang paghiwa-hiwalayin. Most importantly na they're just really trying or going out of their way in order to, get the objective down. Kumbaga.
If they can get the objective done, yes they can. Kasi they have the better guns. Can they fight against possibly 4 sheriffs on the side of Kadiliman
30
though? Yun
seconds
yung
left.
pinakamalaking question. Kukuha nila na yung elbow, wala masyadong contestment. Nandun yung mata ni Crazy MD pero hindi naman porket nakita niya mapapatay niya agad, diba? 4 people on link. Kadiliman want to fight this with numbers. Psycho gets one. It is the showstopper for Paris Schofield. Hits it on the tap. He does
Uy!
not
10
need
seconds
eyes. He needs his huge rocket. A 1v3. At si Jason na lang. Walang time para mag-plant. Wala kang magagawa, boy. Papasok si Paris Schofield at masya-shutdown lamang. Ang attack ng No Org. A thrifty win. They steal it on the brink of their noses.
So nice that we have been able to see once again yung exchanges dito from the side of Kadiliman. Kasi parang kanina na na-observe din natin to at a main area wherein someone from elbow here and someone at the Radianite boxes talagang nagsasalit-salitan lang sila into securing these frags and then hindi na malaman ni or kung saan sila titingin at saan sila tutungo and before they even know it, wala na silang buhay. So that's actually a good thing here. They're trying to get up onto the difference of scores once again dito para sa side ng Kadiliman and all utilities still available or some of them or most of them, no? Kael will be able to manage and get some pickoffs or rather a pick-off here at the mid area. Ang tindi palagi ng pag-cater ni Kael dito ng mga spaces and he's really limiting the areas na pwedeng puntahan dito ng side ng Kadiliman.
Just means they need to invest a lot more time para hanapin kung saan si Kyle, kung saan siya pwedeng makapag-position sa lahat ng map space na pwede niyang kunin. So they rely on the Thrash. Napasok si Crazy MD with that ulti, finding every single corner at mukhang clear yung loob ng site. Pero yung alley, doon talaga kailangan ng tingnan. Na-scan pa nga ng Sova Dart. Galing kay Narpim, so Second Love, good with the shot. Kaso si Wingman lang naman yung plan, so it doesn't matter if the Thrash, Second Love with a 3rd kill. This guy's on fire. And we've already known what this guy is bringing to the table. Kills all around para kay Second Love. At si Kael na lamang, pero si Narpim, sabi ni Boss Narpim, akin na lang yan. Okay lang, boss mo ko 9-11 sa side ng Kadiliman.
Dude, I really love paano nag-step up din dito si Second Love, no? Like, literally, while everything's just happening, step up, sige, dito sa gitna, and let me see sinong lalakad dito sa crosshair ko. And siniblan niya lang. And there's going to be a timeout already active here from the side of No Org. Isipin nila mabuti, paano nga ba talaga natin itong pipigilan na ma-secure nila itong match point natin, anong kakulangan natin, anong kailangan nating ayusin. Let's work this out, diba?
True. And I like that they're also bouncing back in throughout these rounds kasi mukhang humahabol nga yung No Org sa mga mid-round calling nila, di ba? Pero kung mapapansin mo, Kadiliman has been fighting as a unit for a lot of the rounds that they have been playing.
True.
They're either looking across one sector of the map or they're playing around that one sector of the map talaga. So, nagkakadikit-dikit lang sila. Hinahayaan nilang tong si Second Love na maglaro ng sa kanya and we know what this guy is capable of. You just saw a 4K across from this guy who's capable of doing a lot of amazing things, either on anchoring, either on his individual prowess as a player. Talagang surprising yung nagiging resulta kapag binibigyan mo lahat ng trust mo sa star player ninyo tong si Second Love. So 9-11, mga kaibigan, ang Kadiliman on a 2-round winning streak and possibly on the ropes papunta sa ating match point. Only needing 1 round to get that. Only needing 2 para matapos ito. Lalaman natin kung makakalaban pa nga ang No Org habang nandito pa rin yung laban. Melo J on making his presence known, entering on into the elbow position. They hate pushing that link position, no? Kasi laging mina-one-way ito ng Clove.
Pero parang pretty Nikki, no? Parang gina-gina sana itong side ng kadiliman, pero bigla na lang, teka, hintay muna tayo. What if sige sirain muna natin yung position nila para naman meron tayong better ways and better options or broader opportunities para makapag-proceed dito sa gusto nating gawin. And that's going to be the play here for the side of No Org. And makakakuha sila dito ng kill. Si Parco Field kang nakaalis and immediately nasundan na kaagad. Second Love, mawawala rin. Every single one merong ambag, merong nakukuha at merong nakukuha para sa kanilang panalo dito this current round. Mukhang narinig na mayroong nag-reload and he's gonna be eliminated shortly at shut in. It is going to be a 10-11. Effective ang timeout dito ng No Org.
At hindi lang yun. Dahil dun sa timeout, nakapag-slow down din ang pace. Just giving them a taste of their own medicine kung saan nagsimula ang kadiliman ng slow tempo play nung first half sa attacking nila. Ngayon, ang No Org naman ang nagso-slow play at yun yung nagpa-prompt sa, kumbaga parang pinoposition nila yung sarili nila sa defense in a way na reactive na din sila sa mga desisyon ng No Org. Nakalagay ng early tripwires tong si Second Love, pero he's forced in a position na dapat tingnan niya yung market. Kapag napatay siya sa market, wala. Mawawalan din sa mga tripwires dito dun sa B main. So, etong default ay nagiging effective sa kanila. Showstopper out for Melo J. Doesn't hit connect onto Second Love. Pero the util could be enough. Masisira pa nga siya. Galing sa boom bot. And a triple for Melo J. On for this with one more. Papunta kay Boss Narpim.
I know exactly.
Might possibly be Mexico because may dalawang parang naiiwan dito. But yun nga lang, si Kael na mag-step up until si Narpim na lang ang natira. Still got the reconnaissance bomb pero hindi ito kakonekta kahit kanino. He's already well aware the possibility na everyone might be lurking or just staying dito sa B-site natin. Once again, Narpim will just take his time, use the rest of the utilities possible. Ang ganda ang pagkaka-user block dito with the smoke, pero yun nga lang, they have been able to pin his possession down. And just like that, 11-11, make a wish. Sino nga ba ang mananalo dito?
Yeah, and the best part about this is they keep yung Rolling Thunder ni Tap Tap into the next coming round. So, they're gonna be able to have that snowball potential kapag gusto nila mag-execute. Kung gusto nila sumabog sa loob ng Site A, pwedeng-pwede. So they are very efficient in how they use their ultis. And the way that they peak as well. Pagkatapos talaga ng timeout, talagang nagiging confident ng makapag-entry ulit tong si Melo J. And the thing about that is that even though he dies in the first 30 seconds of the round, it's okay kasi natotrade siya immediately by either Kyle or Crazy MD. Push on to the B site yet again. Melo J entries on in. Second Love goes into the smoke. Pero naka-sheriff lang siya. At wala siyang kahit sino pang kaibigan sa loob ng B. But Par Schofield, good shots too. The spam works out. And Psycho always with the flank, always reliable on the util. At napatay pa nga tong si Kyle. Crazy MD shuts it down though. 2v3. Ultimate still online, so he uses it on Lloyd Dream. He is the top fragger, kaya gustong gamitin yung nag-iisang kumuti sa kanya, pero nakapasok siya sa loob ng market. Possibly an upgrade, possibly something to pick up kapag ka nakakuha siya ng Vandal, pero ang lalayo ng mga katawan ng mga kasapi niyang namatay.
So 1v3. Let us dive pa natin utilities sa meron dito si Lloyd Dream. And let us see if he'll be able to actually segregate yung mga naiiwan dito for the side of No Org. Because right now, Crazy MD, tamang prep lang ang kanya mga utilities na maaaring ibato. Nako, mapapauna na nitong si Lloyd Dream. And just like that, he is going to be eliminated immediately. That marks the match point here for the side of No Org. And nakita din naman natin, despite all the efforts na meron dito na ginawa ang side ng kadiliman, mukhang hindi yun magwo-work. Because all the members here from the side of No Org actually managed to halt them and put their momentum to a stop. But this time, let's see if that's going to be the same thing. Kasi right now, it's going to be a series of mixed buys here for the side of Kadaliman, which is quite unfortunate, to be honest.
In the worst possible scenario too. Kasi kailangan nilang i-overtime to and they need to take picks. They need to find answers sa loob ng ating main position. Pero if you look at yung positioning ng No-Org ngayon, they're primed up for this. They're ready. Labanan yung kahit sinong magpupush palabas ng lobby. Kung mag-main push nga sila dito, kailangan nila ng util. Kailangan nila ng showstopper possibly to break the crossfire. At papasok pa nga itong si Parscofield na hanapin kung saan itong si Jasso at si Melo J who ran towards B main. At mukhang maiipit pa nga nag-iisang Omen, so he TP's back into position. Spotted pa nga itong si Jasso pero he fights!
I know exactly.
Lineups papunta kay Psycho and Arpin. Kadiliman are being torn apart. Second Love and Lloyd Dream catches on too, kaso nag-iisa na lamang si Second Love, the star of the show. One of the pillars of Kadiliman. Ang problema lamang, tatlo ang kalaban niya. Nag-ulti pa nga ang Omen. Hindi niya alam kung nasan si Jasso. Hindi niya alam na siya din yung nag-plant. Yan pa nga yung nag-iisang kalaban nila. Baka matapos pa nga dito ang storya ng Kadiliman. So papasok siya Second Love. Assisted pa nga ng Omen ng kabilang side. Papasok pa rin sa B-main. But Crazy MD will lock that 13-11. It is No-Org that moves on into the semifinals.
Grabe, dude. That is something or like a twist that I really didn't expect. Amang nag-comment pa dito si Super MJ. Kulangan mo na nerf, sabi niya. Tawa ko doon, pero unfortunately, Super MJ hindi niya nagawa. Hindi nagawa ni Boss Marv. Pero still, it is a 13-11, quite a close match here. Really good push and pulls of rounds that we had. And I just really want to point out some things here. Most importantly here for the side of No-Org. And from the first, we can see that there is this certain difficulty na meron sa kanila, specifically in terms of how they were able to occupy specific spaces and whether they are gonna react immediately dito sa mga actions from the side of Kadilipan. But the thing here is, they definitely adapted. As time goes by, alam na nila kung sino ang magbabantay or magkikater ng specific areas, which is specifically si Kael, who goes all out his way para makapag-lurk. And we also have the rest of the team here really just throwing basically the rest of their utilities actually work out here for the side of No-Org. And how about you? What's your thoughts ba dito for the side of Kadiliman? Because they're off to a good start dito kanina, you know? We actually thought that they got it. They're so consistent. They're good in reading their opponents. What happened?
I feel like they're under a new system that they're still trying to adapt to, diba? Parang nung pumasok tong si Boss Narp, parang nagkaroon sila ng purpose sa mga slow pushes nila. Parang may idea sila kung saan magpupush yung defense. And No-Org have been trying to find ways to get the early picks, diba? Ang problema lang is No-Org have been operating as, you know, one and the same. Talagang pag nakaharap sila ng picks, dun din lang sila papasok. Hindi sila nagpe-play for picks at all. Yung picks nila, doon sila magpupush. Kaya decisive as ever yung mga calls dito for the side of No-Org. And even though Kadiliman have been doing well as a team, they've been forcing a lot of these fights where hindi lang nag-iisa yung mga naglalaban. It's either with 2 or 3 people, and that's unity as a whole. Pero sometimes unity isn't enough. Kailangan pag-isipin yung lahat ng mga plays sila dito, which is what No-Org has been doing all throughout. So before we leave, we would like to reveal the MVP of this whole matchup para sa No-Org versus Kadiliman. And in the win of No-Org, it is definitely Crazy MG, the Gecko player on the side of No-Org. This guy has been popping off. Kahit ng qualifiers pa lang, he has been showing up in a lot of moments where Melo J can't put on the entry. And if you need someone to get taken care of, then Crazy MD is your guy. Always with the right util and always at the right place.
I couldn't agree more with what you've said, and we can also point out that Crazy MD is somewhat like a pseudo-duelist here for the side of No-Org. He definitely really stood out in terms of how he has been able to elevate himself, but not only himself, but also the rest of the team. So congratulations once again here for the side of No-Org, and you'll be securing the first slot out of 4 here for our semifinals. But who's next ba, Ramon, for our next match?
I mean, mukha namang maganda yung magiging laban natin next kasi sa ating bracket we have Nursing Peak versus Scatter. At hindi lang yun mga kaibigan, hindi lang 2 BO1s tayo today but we have 6 all throughout para dito sa ating playoffs bracket. So huwag kayong aalis, magbabalik ang KOPH.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
Welcome back mga kaibigan sa Predator Kings of PH. Saka pala Sir Mon, kasama ko si Mochi at nagcast kami ng pinakaunang playoffs match between, well, nanalo doon sa ating first best of one, si Kadiliman versus No Org. No Org have run through and will be waiting for whoever is going to be winning dito sa ating first quarterfinals or second quarterfinals matchup between, I believe it is Scatter versus the reigning helms of Nursing Peak. And we already saw both of these teams sa qualifiers natin, so a lot of expectations on the line. The mental resiliency of Nursing Peak laban sa firepower na meron tayo dito for Scatter. Mochi, nakita na natin yung team na to sa qualifiers pa lang. What can we expect from the side of Nursing Peak?
Well, ano nga bang meron sa side ng Nursing Peak? Tong mga to, lahat sila is nasa nursing na ano datin dito. Countess na, of course. So, ano nga ba ang mukhang qualities ng mga nag-nursing? Well, syempre, direct, maingat, di ba? So, we're just staying true to its name here for the side of Nursing Peak. And most importantly, na itong mga to is like one of the teams na magandang abangan in these types of games. Most importantly, that meron din silang mga stress na pinupull off na pretty witty, and at the same time, these guys are just really good in focusing dun sa kanilang goal, which is everyone should do din naman. But how about for Scatter?
Now, Scatter is just one heck of a team, diba? They rely on a lot of good mid-round calling. And kung mapapansin mo, si Nier, he is the stand-ups para dito sa Scatter. He's always the prime duelist on this side of the squad. And if he can support tong si Yux kasama sa kanyang double duelist comps, usually something that we'd expect from Scatter, well, they're gonna be one heck of a team, lalo na if momentum is on their side. So, will Nursing Peak rely on their experience and mental resiliency para magkaroon ng one-up against the players on Scatter, or will Scatter find their way to wiggle themselves into this matchup? Malalaman natin yan, syempre, pagdating natin mamaya sa Agent Select. Pero for me, at least in my opinion, para sa side ng Scatter, I feel like ang ganda ng chance nila dito because the last time that we saw the players on Nursing Peak play, they were down in a huge deficit before they went into this with a really strong comeback. So they're mentally strong, but their initial firepower might not be up to par with the likes of Scatter. But we'll never know kasi Scatter also had a lot of problems heading on into this matchup as well.
Actually, ano din no? Napaka-importante din talaga nung download time. But at the same time kasi pagka merong download time yung kalaban mo, yun yung mga tipo ng bagay na hindi mo talaga dapat pwedeng i-underestimate, if that makes sense. But I guess we're gonna proceed dito sa map ng split natin, which just means, this is going to be a Raise Heaven map.
Yep, Raise heavy at yung mga players natin like si Yux, may expect mo mag-raise siya. Or mali mo, mag-raise at saka Jet tayo dito. Since a lot of teams like to pull that comp out kapag ka sa split matchup, right? I do want to see a lot more, I guess, flexibility on the side of Nursing Peak kasi they rely heavily on a lot of like the retake scenarios in which if wala na silang util, then hindi sila masyadong malakas on the contact play. So if they're able to whittle that in their gunfights, then they possibly have a chance dito against Scatter. But we'll never know kasi wala naman talagang David and Goliath story sa pareho nating teams. These are two teams that have dominated in the Tier 2 scene, looking to branch through papunta sa ating Kings of PH matchup. As we head on into the split map, it is the agent selection in a minute. Well, ano pa kaya ma-expect natin? Kasi I remember Channy Boy picking up the flex roll. He's possibly gonna be picking up the Fade. Pero Fade is not really good on the split map. So possibly a Sky. Maybe Uyen could pick up like a second controller, a second initiator. And I think second controller is actually still a really strong pick despite the Viper comps. Kasi hindi naman si Viper yung shining star ng kahit anong double controller comp, diba? Usually it would be whoever puts up the main smokes. Astra could still be strong, kaso not a lot of teams like to pick up the Astra. I'm looking at you, Mid Matters from SR Nakagay. Parang siya yung parang siya yung laging naka-Astra sa lahat ng mga team comps sila
I mean, not gonna lie din kasi pagka nasa split ka, you really want to like capitalize on the fact na you want to offer fast rotates just in case na the need arises. Lalo na kasi na medyo crucial yung mga nook and crannies na meron dito sa split map. But on the other hand, we can really expect like some double duelists from here and there, considering na both of these teams, dalawa yung kanilang mga duelists sa kanilang roster. So, just in case, this is going to be quite of a fiery match, to say the least. And not only that, this is going to be full of firepower and prowess.
Yep. Will firepower be in fruition para dito? Well, we'll find out in a bit. Pero para dito naman sa kasi we put a lot of emphasis on the Nursing Peak side. Para naman yung ating Scatter side, di ba? Kasi we've only watched them a couple of times dun sa ating qualifiers. The first time that they tried, they were up against a very, very hard opponent to beat. And it was the old Stinky Cat roster. Diba? Remember that roster? We had Dictified, we have Owen Cutie. And apparently they have somebody new into the roster, so we'll find out later dito sa Kings of PH. But for now, their power level has been surveyed, and I feel like they're the type of team that really heavily relies on how they play around the time, diba? Kasi kapag early rounds, you're not the type of team that likes to play that clock with as much precision. Talagang kung gusto nila slow play, a slow play will always be their strongest point. Klid, as one of the stand-up players para dito sa side ng Scatter, is a very big standout to me. Kasi every time that you would put him on the Omen, he's not the type of Omen that would sit back, wait for smokes. He's the type that would use his own one-ways. He's the type that would use his own flashes. And para ang nasa isip ko sa ganto, kung lagi siyang ganto on the side of Scatter, then he's gonna be a big threat kapag siya yung irarush mo sa set.
Yeah, not only that, I want to put like a highlight onto Yux as well. Kasi Yux is like one of the duelists na talagang hindi mo talaga siya mapipigilan na mag-pop up just in case na mayroon. Or kahit na sabihin mo na we'll find a way in order to break down the momentum of these players, hindi mo siya magagawa kaagad-agad because sobrang mentally resilient din ni Yux in those types of situations, di ba? Pero, yun nga, on the other hand here for the side of Scatter, we also like already or rather mention na rin na merong mga moments here for the side of Zeta na sobrang taas ng clutch potential niya, di ba?
Oo, tama. Always reliable sa kung kailan kailangan siya as an anchor, and always the last person into the site. Well, lagi natin siya may expect na either will take one or two down with him. So, let's say kapag nagtagal ang laban, Zeta just becomes a different beast, a different player. Pagdating dito sa matchup natin. And let's not forget tong si Nier. Nier has been dominating on two different esports teams. He is well known on his Tyrant Esports run, but now he is with his friends, with his comrades dito sa side ng Scatter. So, will Nier be able to hold the reins pagdating dito sa ating Scatter? Kasi napakatindi ng naging run nila over at the second attempt of their playoffs run. It's gonna be different, or it's gonna be interesting kung paano nila i-work yung double duelist comp nila dito kasi on split, that's where we usually would expect like possibly a Jet or a Reyna, yeah, possibly kasi kung double dive naman ang pag-iisipan at kung gusto mo ng snowball potential, well, Nier has been known to play the Reyna anyway, at yun yung malalaman natin ngayon as we head on into Agent Select. And yep, definitely something that I've expected. Nier on the Raze, Yux back on the Jet, something that we've seen before. Pero no Sentinel on their side para sa Nursing Peak. This is something that I believe a lot of like aggressive teams like to pull out. I think Paper Rex also pulled out a no Sentinel comp on Split. Pero that's Paper Rex. What can Nursing Peak head onto the table?
Totoo. Oh my, this is going to be a lot for us to unpack, no? Scatter is more on sabihin na nating aggressive, pero mas aggressive talaga yung lineup dito ni Nursing Peak. Most importantly, meron tayong Dikita na mga offer ng some Viper, and as well as another more flexibility na pwedeng maibigay dito ng isang Omen. And we're about to see then if both of these Omens are quite similar to each other. Kasi tulad na ng sabi mo kay Clid, diba? Kahit nasabihin mo na controller siya, kahit papano he's going out of his way in order to secure some pickups of himself. Ganun din kaya si Astro. Malalaman din natin yan here on our first map. Or rather, yung map natin dito for both sides of the teams, it is going to be split. And mukhang may nagkakitaan na agad.
Oh, Patrick Watson always coupled up with the squad. He's always not alone whenever he ventures on. Klid as well, proactive on the push, but not something that they've been looking for if they want to take the first peek on. Yux gets one. Patrick Watson trades a second for Yux. The proactive Jet is on fire and even gets the 4K. This guy is carrying Scatter towards the finish line, and their pistol goes in the way of the defense.
Mainit na simula here from the side of the team of Yux. You're scattered. And definitely, pinasunuhan agad ito ni Yux. And it is really quite interesting to see that first off, no, regardless of being on the defense, all out kung all out sila na mag-counter or mag-contest ng mga pushes dito kaagad na manggagaling dito from the latter side.
Always fighting tooth and nail to get the site itself. So we're back into the second round. Yoke's getting two galing sa kanyang outlaw. This guy, somebody you do not want to underestimate. Always with the right weapon, always at the right place. Second frag out again. The air is on fire. The duelist talagang umiinit habang pasimula pa lang ng laban. And even gets the 3K. Just getting 2 3Ks back to back ang players on Scatter. And well, Mochi, something that we've expected is a team like Scatter always likes to play that heavy, aggressive contact, eh, diba?
Grabe nga eh. Actually, di ko rin expect na it's gonna be that quick din. Like, snap of a finger. Yung makokontest sila dito rin the side ng Scatter. And I'm also hoping na kahit pa paano makabawi sila this round. Lalong-lalo na din kasi na sobrang powerful ng kanilang lineup dito. They got the Viper, they got the Fade, they got the Phoenix, and even the Raze. They've got all out utility usage here na pwede na magamit in order to capitalize on what do you call this? Pag na-blind yung kanilang mga kalaban. So, once again, we are really looking forward for any further heights here for this side of Nursing Peak.
And it's been interesting that he picks up that outlaw to start with. And usually when somebody would pick up the outlaw, it normally means that he would be primed up to play the rifle in the next round, opposed to somebody who would use the marshal, which is a more inexpensive buy compared to like an outlaw, diba? When you pick up the marshal, you get at least 2 or 3 sa next coming rounds, and you would have enough to buy an op. And usually a map like Split, not really known for having heavy operator play, pero Yux looks like he is primed up to at least get a few more rounds or reps in with the outlaw. I wonder how his team is gonna follow up with him though, kasi outlaw usually it's a high risk high reward gun, and if it doesn't hit the first mark, then ang tagal bago mag-reload kapag hindi ka mabilis mag-rotate.
True, and it's really important din na meron kang katabi or kaagapay once na magamit mo yung outlaw na yun, because there are some instances and sometimes you see a lot of people that you will just be forced na bumarel and then back out. At least have someone support you in order to try and gun down yung mga remaining na health na naiiwan doon sa kung sino man na matamaan mo, just in case, diba? Because you really want to capitalize on the body system from here. After all, lalong-lalo na the air on the defense. But at the same time, like what we said from kanina lang, this is just the start, and I really wonder how they can capitalize out of here from the side of Scatter, knowing na bonus naman nila ito.
Yeah, so no worries at all para sa kanila, diba? Kasi, as we head on into the game later, we'll be getting themselves their full buy, and usually kapag full buy, parang normally you would think na kung sino man yung nag-full buy dito, and in this case, it would be the players on Nursing Peak, diba? Sila yung magkakaroon ng advantage when in turn, on paper, yes, may advantage sila in terms of guns, pero kapag na-damage sila, lalo na't may outlaw sila, lalo na't may bulldog pa rin sila, mawa-one-tap pa rin sila in the right places. So, they lose a few guns, then sometimes that next coming round is not the safest buy into fruition, diba? Minsan, hindi makakarry over yung mga rifles na meron sila doon. So, Nursing Peak has to try to see if they can make this as efficient as ever. And how do you do that? They have a double duelist comp. You're relying on Uyen and Patrick Watson to take first contact, diba? Hindi sila magkasama-sama kapag nagde-defend sila ng side. So why not couple them up together, play a more aggressive approach onto the mid side? Kasi usually kapag nagsisplit sila, at least 2 or 3 people lang, kayang labanan yan kapag tama yung flash lang.
Yeah, true. And actually checking out dito yung comments natin. Pakilala kayo, Scatter. Introduce yourself. Sabi ni Kula Anaki. Nako! Mukhang they're leaving a statement na naman po, madam. No? Maganda yung kanilang simula here.
Kaya nga Natatawa ako sa comments ngayon Ngayon pa lang nababasa ko na may Invi chats tayo dito. Guys, hindi yan si Invi. Si Yux yan, guys.
True.
From all the way from Korea, naglaro na ulit si Invi dito. Diba? Nakas ng BPN ni Invi, nakakalaro pa rin sa POPH.
And grabe din nakikita din natin yung mga players natin dito. Just chilling lang for both sides of the teams while you're just actually waiting for them to actually, play up their fullest potential and being prepared before everything comes down. We would like to invite everyone to join itong XP Hub Discord natin because you can get numerous awards and raise up to the leaderboards. Na-enhance mo na yung pag-ride mo sa Valorant. May makukuha ka pang mga papremyo. So stay tuned dito sa Predator Gaming and across all about social media platforms. And once again, everyone, support Predator Gaming.
Yeah, narinig ko nga yung isa sa mga napakalaking rewards kapag ka nakapasok kayo sa Predator XP is that you would have an all-expense paid trip papunta sa VCT Pacific Split 2.
Diba,
Pero,
no?
you know, kung gusto nyo makasali, sali na kayo dito sa Predator XP Discord Hub. But never mind that, papasok na tayo dito sa game where the buy round comes in for Nursing Peak. Slow crawl all the way from the mid-side. And here, slowly creeping up again with that Spectre. Kasama na agad ang si Ronan, is supportive initiator who usually doesn't go in alone. Kaya laging may suporta kasama ng beach niya.
Yes, and even after that, they're really focusing on opting for the mid control onto this one. Tama nga bang nandito si Yux merong mang sisilip o magtatangka na mag-push forward here sa mid area natin. Pero yun nga lang, hindi yun uubra. Johnny Boy will be able to take him down. And wala pang sagot dito from the side of what do you call this? Case scatter. Kaya sabi nga nila, no, kalma. Pumalma ka
Baby,
muna.
kalma. Sabi niya, baby, kalma.
Yeah.
Na umiinit gamit ng outlaw na pinatulog agad, sabi ni Astro. So, early 4 versus 5 and they rolled up over to the A site. Ang kaso nga lang, si Zeta nandito din. Playing off of his setup, kaso he peeks into Ichi Solo. Not smoked up, but that's actually
30
something that
seconds left.
he was looking for. Patrick Watson controlling that extremity sa may screens habang nakaplant ng spike para sa Nursing Peak. A 3v5 with the pain shell online and a breach stun perfectly in place para makakuha ng patay. Patrick Watson, 3K para kay Patrick Watson. Flawlessly taking it para sa Nursing Peak. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa iyo, Mochi. They convert the buy round without any single casualty.
Yun nga eh. And it is definitely a boost on their end because that just means na walang mahihirapan dito na mag-acquire ng kanilang mga pangangailangan in terms of utilities in this current round here. And at the same time, I feel like this already about the moment na kailangan talaga ng scatter na mag-coordinate with one or with each other because kanina they already made the most out of the pickups na aring makuha dito ni Yux. But right now, once again, mid-control prayo dito para sa side ng Nursing Peak.
Always alone from Senior, now supported again by Ronan. And they always rely na makakuha ng first pick up kung si Yux o kaya si Nier, diba? Pero ang problema nga lang is they're pushing up these utilities and they're not converting into frags. Sometimes, nang wala kayong util, contact na lang yung gagawin nyo. So magpipick yung isa, mamamatay agad. Not able to get the mid-round conversion. So, mid-side, definitely open para sa side ng Nursing Peak ngayon. They can keep yung vents position. They're already crawling up papunta dun sa vents entirely. So they're gonna peek into Zeta later on at may trip pa nga dun sa side na kung saan siya papasok. Kaso kung isa lang din naman yung kanilang threat, ayan ay si Yux, kaso naka-judge lang dito and with him just holding down that angle, he's not gonna be in the strongest position.
Oh, not gonna lie, if ever nag-push sila dito sa A site natin, I feel like that's going to be something, no? Pero mukhang they're just really making the most out of Ichi Solo's lurk onto this one while they are establishing their presence here dito sa B towers natin. Pero ngayon, judge lang naman nakatapat ni Patrick Watson and wait for natin tamang dash out lang kasi marami ata masyadong mainit dito sa A tower natin.
Oh, drop down tong si Uyen. Breaks his legs. Pero judge nga naman ang kalaban niya dito. Oops, just pulling out the blades. Right click para mapatay si Uyen. Dadash papunta kay Chani Boy. He is surprised, confused. Kung ano yung mangyayari? Because Astro is here, but he is not here to play at all. The time betraying him. At binigay pa nga kay Scatter ang third round win. A very confusing round for both sides, but in the end, it all came down to how they played the macro game. And well, nakapag-rotate sila ng A.
Hoy, happy birthday daw kay Bill Adrian de Guzman. Happy birthday daw.
Happy birthday! Si
Paano
Adrian
ko
yan,
naman?
pre.
Ay, paspageti ka naman, Lods. Yan na kaagad eh, no?
This should go.
Pero,
Birthday.
This goes
my
here.
birthday. Pero, once again, like what you've said, they are definitely pressured on time in that current, in that instant. Pero ngayon, subukan na naman nilang pumalag uli. Right opposite sa kung anong meron kanina. Umaksyon sila agad. Oh, yes. Ano man naman makukuha dito. Pero ngayon, showstopper already activated.
Siyok.
Agad. Pero Yux! May detect
down
agad-agad
A.
pero at least may mapipitas.
Oh my god. And almost he could have gotten the lineup here, kaso already pressured into the 3v3. Already pressured into controlling the spray, kaso Klid, he walks into heaven with his gun out. Kaso Patrick Watson always the guardian of that heaven position. Oh, the 140. Yung Phantom, sayang na sayang. May Vandals na mababatay niya sana. 1v3 near, not on the Reyna. Pero Raze might be enough. Showstopper connecting onto D1. And it's not planted for the Viper, but Ichi solo peeks and kills up near. In the 3-2 scoreline, it is Nursing Peak by the skin of their teeth, getting the second round on the board.
Grabe no? At least we can see that there are some adjustments na nilalabag dito itong si Nursing Peak. Kung kanina lang they tried to slow approach, hindi umubra. Then why not? Sige, try na natin mag-rush kasi total naman. Full prowess tayo, full power tayo, para doon ang ating agent lineup, then definitely yun ang kanilang gagawin. And we have seen some adjustment din dito sa mga positioning natin. Tatlo na ang nasa A tower natin dito. And let's see if that would actually work out for the side of Scatter.
Yeah, they could work it out with the lower guns that they have. Kaso, well, the best thing to do about this is to put the early smokes down and hope na magpupush sila outside of these smokes. But they're playing this very patiently, just using Channy Boy's util para makakuha sila ng early info. Di sila tuloy makaka-play around the smoke. So they rely on the short-range engagement, short-range holds that they have. Klid spotted as well. Pagkatapos ng jump peek na yon, second attempt. And he's gonna get himself out. So, very free B site that they're not aware of at all. Unless they have the Nightfall, but Channy Boy doesn't have it just yet.
Nasa harap na nila. Hindi pa nila nakukuha. B-site natin still available for them just in case that they would like to push it out. Pero still, mid-control will be quite iffy here considering na they're definitely trying to assert dominance sa isa't isa. Pero, syempre, doon pa rin tayo sa safe route, safer path. Uyen, the rest of the squad will be committing dito sa B-site natin just short.
Yeah, no paranoia. There you go. Klid gets affected by it. And on the defense, well, they're relying upon the Cypher Util. Kaso nasira na agad ni Patrick Watson. Na-spray pa nga ni Klid gamit ng scatter niya. And now, Ichi solos it. Bounce back through. Patrick Watson's opening up. The duelists are doing a lot of work on the side of Nursing Peak. And everybody's tumbling down one by one on the defense. Slowly but surely, they made their presence on mid. They pulled the rotations onto the B site. And well, before they even knew it, nakapasok sila agad at na-deny pa nga yung utility play nila. It is a 3-3 para sa side ng Nursing Peak. Scatter have to bounce back, especially now that they got the tie round in check.
And actually, despite of the fact that what we see here is like medyo nahihirapan si Klid, talagang andun pa rin lahat ng mga utilities na pwede niyang may offer for the team no? Like, it's definitely undeniable. But still, mukhang merong wisdom dito ng bahagya. And immediately, they will know na merong possibility na karoon ng casualty dito sa B main natin. Kaya naman, they're gonna back out just shortly and will be rotating towards sa A site wherein kailangan nila mag-ingat because at the ramps area, Yux ay nandyan.
Nakalagay pa nga dito yung orb at nakapag-nightfall pa nga itong si Channy. Alam nilang walang tao sa site pero hindi nila alam. Yux has peeked on but Astro takes his head off. Ang daming util, ang dami nilang kailangang sirain pero Ichi Solo and Channy Boy are taking eventually everything. 2v2. At ngayon, Nier, sinira pa nga. Pinatay pa nga gamit ng pain shell niya dito. A-site plant coming down for Patrick Watson pero you're getting sandwiched. They're getting surrounded by Nier and Zeta. And Zeta's being called up 1v2. Patrick Watson controls the spray. Viper split denied, but Zeta's getting the 3K. 4-3 now para sa side ng Scatter.
Inch by inch, Zeta is moving closer doon sa main natin and they didn't really expected that this guy will be coming from that area. And napakaganda na naging sangguni dito ng mga the remaining members natin dito from the side of Scatter, despite the fact na yun nga nagkaroon sila ng issue in regards to trying to stop them from going on all-out push sa A side. So that still will played for Scatter, and let's see kung makakasagot nga ba sila dito, because if not, mapoforce sila na mag-opt ng eco round for the next round here for the side of Nursing Peak.
Just relying on the short-range gun now, tong si Nier. Sinamahan pa nga niya tong si Yux na mag-judge sa loob ng lobby natin, pero they're not even peeking towards male anymore. Talagang yun yung early smoke na nilagay agad nitong si Astro. Sportive Util on, and Channy Boy just using agad yung prowler niya dito all the way towards that male position, and nalaman niya na may tao very close on towards that male. Yux using the judge, and against all odds they make it work. 2-1 in a 4 versus 3. Into the mid side we go as Ronan fights off male control para sa defense. On with a second, this guy is lighting up, and Astro the last to fall, possibly to clutch. Double kill again para kay Astro, and Nursing Peak is relying on this guy to clutch.
I have the spike.
Oh, nako, yun nga lang, Astro na 3K, despite of the fact na sinasayawan sila ng chacha kanina ng mga miyembro natin for the side of Scatter is parang wala siyang pakialam.
30
Sumayaw
seconds
lang kayo.
Spike
At
planted.
ako ang tatapos ng performance nyo. But still, Zeta though, despite of the unpredictability in terms of the positioning, Astro is well enough prepared into securing him out. And this still, close game. Pero similar sa kung anong meron kanina. And ngayon though, it is going to be the latter. They tried and managed to defend their economy here for the side of Nursing Peak. And depende naman kay Scatter kung paano nila babawiin yun.
Yep, and I think the fast rotate all the way from B was right after they realized that si Ichi solo yung pinatay nila. Usually somebody who would lurk around the map, lurk around the shadows. And after they got themselves in control, they got another pick in the air. Well, that's a free upgrade. Bulldog, he only had a ghost in hand, so it's a very worthy upgrade thanks to the utils provided. Yonan and Patrick Watson pushing to the B site, supported again by the Omen ult. And that's forcing everybody to rotate on in, and that's when Patrick Watson collides again with that showstopper. Early 4v4, and with this retake, you know that they're in trouble.
Oh my, all ultimates being placed down. Yups! Hindi tatama ka ni mga Blazer, and instead, siyang tatama ng mga bala na meron dito sa Icon Nursing Peak. Quite unfortunate because Bidru Bono, they put the Rolling Thunder down, may showstopper pa sila, and even the Blade Storm, but unfortunately, everything did not connect here for the side of Scatter. Still a lot of ways para bawiin ito. Still a 4-5, and at least kahit pa paano naman, no, they've got their utilities on check and even the guns. So let us see if it is going to be possible for them na makapag-throw back after that.
Ang napapansin ko talaga, they let Klid do the dirty work, be the one to take their early peek para magkaroon ng early info sila dito. And very risky kasi siya yung Omen. Dapat siya yung buhay at the last parts of the round para magbigay ng paranoia, para magbigay ng smokes. But he has his back turned and near. Well, it's Patrick Watson. That's the first peek. Napatay na agad tong si Klid. No paranoia, no smokes, no nothing. Ronan has to spray on but gets paranoid out of the map, out of the picture. 5v3, forcing out Heaven control away from Scatter. And Yux close contact, finding Nguyen. Yes, he gets the Phoenix, but in return, they get the retake.
Oh, Zeta though, subukan sumagot. And the members here are just gonna try and continue to rummage down the remaining numbers of Medicaid from both sides of the teams as Zeta is left alone. And it's been prevalent, no, from time and time again since earlier. It's been history repeating itself that Zeta is only the last one standing here for the side of Scatter, which is quite unfortunate because the problem here is how he would be able to segregate with the time ticking down, and I guess he's not going to stand any chance against the last two remaining members, so Patrick Watson as well as Astro, and that just means that he'll be getting the first couple leads here, or right, the second couple lead here for the side of Nursing Peak.
It's changing the pace up now. Kasi nung una, nagsa-slow peaks lang tong mga players natin on Nursing Peak. Now they're the ones who are initiating the fights, initiating the very early peaks papunta doon sa ating Rams position. And very unfortunate kasi yung position ni Kled was in a position to have strong Rams position. Kaso, siya naman yung nasa first contact. Siya naman yung nawalan ng control sa Rams kasi napatay siya. After the poison orb just depletes and you get surprised by 4, well, they don't have paranoia, they don't have smoke anymore. So they don't have a lot of coverage kapag i-depend yung A site alone. So mid control again being initiated by Nursing Peak. Counting on the flash para dito kay Uyen. And waiting on the util again for Chani Boy because he has cleared up yung corner doon sa may box. At wala masyadong taong nag-hold dyan. Ronan's only holding the long angle. And they're only relying on Zeta and Nukes to take a very strong defense on B main. But the split's happening on mid. I don't think they're gonna meet the duo anymore.
And you're seeing like quite of a passive approach here para sa side ng Scatter. They're really prioritizing the opportunity for a retake here just in case man lang na kailanganin nila. And hopefully that is the gist. Kasi kanina, parang despite the fact na ginugusto nila na mag-contest, is hindi talaga siya nag-work on their end. Ano kang mag-pick dito. Si Ronald hindi yun mag-work. Pero si Uisus instead is securing Zeta out. And once again, they'll try to push it over. Unfortunately here for the side of Scatter, hindi siya uubra. And it is going to be Clint who will try to fight against the odds. But unfortunately, and Seaside is going to be non-existent. The chances.
See, I like what they're doing here for Nursing Peak. Like they're not underestimating the idea that even though naka-low buys lang yung Scatter, hindi alam kung naka-sheriff ba or naka-stinger ba or if nakagamit ulit sila ng outlaw or any type of marshals. They're just holding on to these parts of the map where they know they have the strong side on. Kung naka-stinger lang sila, mahina sila sa mid. At kung magpupush sila dun sa mga extremities sila, nandito si Chani Boy para mabigay yung Prowler. So makiklear nila yung bawat corner at hindi mabibigyan ng strength yung mga stingers natin. So it's a full buy yet again for the defense. The last round for the first half, it is an early OT out for Uyen. A showstopper brought out by Patrick Watson as well. A-site is clear. These OTs do not matter as long as Patrick Watson gets the first peak. Zeta has to back off. And he has full control over CT, leaving the 5 versus 5 retake.
Face your fear!
Oh, this is going to be tricky though because Patrick Watson will be coming from the back line and at the same time supported by the rest of the squad. And it is going to be a repetitive cycle of leading length alone, if not Zeta, and it is going to be the end of the first half. And I feel like it is worth noting then, no, Ramon, na sobrang ganda ng pagiging considerate ng side ng Nursing Peak sa mga circumstances na existing. The gun buys, the space, and how would they be able to secure one point to another? That's where they actually strive on. And I'm hoping that for the side of Scatter though is makabawi sila because not gonna lie, their lineup is pretty pristine in terms of doing an attack as well.
Yep. Double duelist tapos samahan mo pa ng util ni Breach, may hirapan ang kahit sino mag-hold ng mga short-range angles. Ang problema nga lang, on the defense, they're relied upon by the early info given by Klid, the early push by Yux every time that they would have to play the retake. Unfortunately, the space has always been given to Patrick Watson and he's been running with it. Early again, yung util na nilalabas nila, and Nier is the one to first push on, but Uyen gets surprised. Right click out for Nier as well. Doubling up with 2 kills of his own. He is pushing on CT and another for good measure. This guy is unstoppable, always around the map and always securing the frag. A 4K for Nier and a flawless pistol coming on the way of Scatter.
There.
Kumbaga, giving them the face of their own poison, no? Pretty similar from the first round that we had here from Yux. Pero si Nier naman ang gumagawa ngayon na nagdi-deal ang damage sa kanilang counterpart because all they've done is, you know what? Let's offer mid control. Nang-rush din tayo from mid to B. And pretty quick, pretty effective. And I wonder if they will do the same thing once again considering na nasa kanila naman ang said na advantage.
Yep. 3-man bulldog buy for Nier, Yux, and Klid. And now Yux can be somewhat comfortable with how he positions himself now kasi siya naman yung magka-call ng range sa kung kailan magpupush, sa kung kailan gusto nilang pasukin yung site. And he's always been very instrumental sa success ni Nier, who's been very comfortable sa mga pushes nila dito. No? So nag-hold na lang si Yux, si Ronan, si Nier just to again not underestimate the kind of buys that Nursing Peak can have dito. So almost like they're playing their own strategy dito, just holding to see if anybody's gonna take the forward space. But since naka one way, I don't think they're gonna try to do so anyway.
Pero yun nga lang din, tamang tipo lang din dito si Kled, but I feel like they'll be halted with the dark covers and pagpapasyahan nila na
Bilis ng
umatras.
ready.
But at the same time, yun nga medyo mabibait dito ang side ng Nursing Peak, but still, sila ay babalik agad. And mukhang nakakaramdam din si Zeta. There's a possibility someone's at that corner and he'll be able to definitely secure him out. But at the same time,
30
back out
seconds
sila
left.
doon agad-agad.
Chani
Maingat.
Boy and Ichi Solo, hindi sila kumakain, hindi sila kumakagat dun sa bait na yun, no? Naka-hold pa rin on A, thinking that this could still be a hit since lurker lang naman itong si Zeta, and they're pushing in with all the util in the world. Chani Boy's low HP, so very easy picking lang for Nier. And
10
it's an early A
seconds left.
site plant that I don't believe Astro and Uyen have any chance of even trying to retake back on, but they're gonna try it anyway though. Para sa 5 to 9 score, but in the end, it is dealt with for Nier and Zeta. All business in the hood, a back-to-back flawless. Pagkatapos ng second half pistol on the side of Scatter, they go back to, again, the Bulldog buys that they still claim for themselves. And since full buy na to ng Nursing Peak, they're on thin ice, so they have to convert this kung gusto nila makapag-build pa rin ng advantage against Scatter.
Couldn't agree more. Most importantly, no, na for the side of Scatter, they're opting for a bonus round here. But once again, their guns can be played really, really good in close quarter combat. So just in case lang naman na mapagbigyan sila dito, well, that's going to be quite a fun issue here for the side of Nursing Peak. But once again, they cannot disregard the fact Patrick Watson, 28-5? Ang tindi naman ng KDA niya at the current time.
Pogi nga eh, Patrick Watson displaying his dominance on the Rays. Well, you could say that Nier is also doing his best work. So has to catch up with 4 kills against the defensive Rays. Shiny Boy holding down again his haunt, but Nier, you know that he's aggressive. You know that he is gonna sink his teeth in. He pushes with Clid to get 2 out of nothing. Patrick Watson spraying inside through the smoke. Caso Ronan is always comfortable to hold these positions, always supportive with the squad to get 3 out of nothing for the side of Scatter.
And every single one is so close to each other here. B Tower already been secured here by the side of Scatter. And now, as the name says, the Scatter is dito in order to prepare
Spike
themselves for the post-plant situation. But
Found.
Astro, ay makikita nyo dito si Zeta the moment that he tries to swing. And this is going to be another glimpse of hope here para sa side ng Nursing Peak.
Nagawa na nito before, but it was a 1v3. Now he has Itchy Solo with him. Now he has a bit of assistance. Kaso, looking at their buy, I don't think it's the best cause for them to actually push this 2v4. So he saved na lang, maybe play for exit frags. But Itchy Solo has been forced to exit the building. Si Astro na lang. Just a bit of contact. Second frag, possibly a third if he kills tong si Nier. Pero nag-peak sila agad. And yes, he got the 3k, pero in the end, it is still around for the Scatter squad. Proving to be, you know, the only thing that they got for themselves. Damage upon damage. And now, they're kicking the tempo back up. Pagkatapos nila kunin yung napaka-early info na si Chani Boy nasa loob ng vents. That is how early Ronan puts out his concuss. That's how early Nier also walks up with his satchels. And even though may konting response pa nga, at least itong si Patrick Watson into the smoke, he was fighting up against 4 people. The amount of response time that these players have on the squad is just overwhelming yung opposition.
Overwhelming kanilang positions indeed, and walang choice ngayon after all the damage that's been dealt here from the side of Scatter. Madadamage din ang kanilang economy because wala silang choice but to resort with the sheriffs that they currently have. But at the same time, if they can actually opt for some pickups here, it is going to be a good thing para sa kanilang side. I mean, isang bala lang ang kailangan mo despite of this being a pistol. So, you know, sayang din kung hindi nila makukuha. But tulad nga ng sinabi ko, that is going to be the goal here. Seeing exchanges from here at the B main. Yung ating garage, naging cementerio na lang bigla. But, Yooks, tamang abang lang, tamang clear ng mga Puntanis here at the B site. Kung meron ba? But, seems like Zeta and the rest of the team will be well prepared for that.
Solo, last one standing, and he also gets dealt with by Yooks, who's fired up a 3K for his name. And you can see that active B main control that they're trying to control sa defense nila, you know? And buti na lang Phoenix yung meron sila. So meron silang short range flash. They can round the corner. And even though that one way is supplying a lot of B main control, it splits up the players on the side of the attack. So Scatter could not push that a little bit too fast. Kaso yung problema nga lang, they still had the better guns anyway. So it's only a matter of time before they can get themselves B main control and B site as a whole. Naka-pistols lamang sila on the previous round. Naka-takpos agad ang Nursing Peak ngayon. If you look at the landscape of this game ngayon, it's very dead even. Neck and neck, I would say. It's not the economy saying that story. Pero if you look at the potential of both of these teams, lalo na ang Nursing Peak, they can thrive off of momentum. They just have to build it back up.
And actually, it is quite different from the first match that we have. Kung kanina nakita natin, they really opted for a comeback and how snatching away the momentum takes a great toll into winning a certain match. This time, no, it's a tug of war. And you can see which players really initiate that and how they were able to make it pull off. But once again, it all comes down to the tenacity na meron existing here between the two sides. And as well as the fact that how they were be able to opt and facilitate control dito sa mid area natin, because from time and time again we can see them trying to pull that off, and time again we're seeing some players how they get some sort of disappointment if ever na hindi nila yon nagagawa and kung paano sila babawi dito. But once again, nagparinig na showstopper natin from near, may tatamaan ba? Everyone will be forced to back out and he's gonna get some information, but Ichi Solo will be able to take him down.
A little bit of a disconnect. Kasama ng entry duelist at saka ng rest of the squad. It's solo. Always solo anchoring, but now he has friends. Now he has his team. 2 kills in fact. Yooks and cleared everybody from the attack. Just changing blows for blows, but in the end, the attack wins it out. So Scatter always relying upon Yooks and how he tries to make some forward space. And you can see that Nier was the one who attempted that with that showstopper in hand. Doesn't work out with the ulti, but then again, Yooks is as fast as him. Nasa likod lamang niya, kaya na-trade na agad ng isa pang duelist. So even though Solo had a valiant attempt, a great defense on the site, the firepower was just more than enough para sa attack ng Scatter. They forced them on an eco round now.
And it's nice na, hati sila na nag-push dito sa mid area natin and sa main natin, which really made the counterpart confused sa saan ba natin i-address to? Kulang pa tayo, hindi na rin tayo maka-atras. Ano pa ang pwede natin gawin? And they got no choice but to put themselves down here. Pero ngayon, with a fast execute, tamang dash in lang itong si Yukon securing the A side, and the rest of the squad will be following to try to see if they can close up upon the spaces na meron dito from the side of Nursing Peak.
Nakita, narinig pa nga. Nakapag-satchel pataas tong si Nier. He gets punished. Solo has access to an upgrade. Kaso nahulog yung Vandal papunta sa flower box. 4v5. And Zeta's holding that flank. He's punishing tong si Chani Boy, but Patrick Watson's quick to adjust. At nakuha pa nga yung Vandal upgrade. Uyen gets another. And this is falling apart one by one for Scatter. But Yooks is here. He's here to party. And he gets 4. Kasama ni Ronan. And it's all up to Astro now. At naka-sheriff lang to. Remember, they had an eco round. And Yooks is the one to be the hero of the play. Scatter are able to dominate the competition. And it's all thanks to Yooks.
And we have been able to see na parang tuloy-tuloy na yung nagiging executions dito from the side of Scatter. And super clean ang kanilang mga nagiging pushes so far. Regardless of the fact that the side of Nursing Peak tries to not contest and offer retake, nagkukulang sila dito. Maybe that it is just because they're on an eco route, but it is more of the fact na talagang right aware tong sila Yokes kung paano nila i-detain yung mga remaining members here for the side of Nursing Peak. But right now, they will try to do the same thing all over again. A-side is their target and they're trying to make their way in it as Yokes will do the same thing. Andito na siya nakaabang sa screens and we are wondering if merong makakamata sa kanya.
Ang daming napunong rotation. Si Yux lang ang nag-iisang win condition right now. He gets blinded and he gets dealt with. Ichi solo. These gets first blood, but if you look at how many people are running up on B main, that's when they pull the rotation. That's when they also kill up tong si Zeta, who's a little bit too forward for his liking. Napatay pa nga agad ang nag-iisang sentinel sa lobby na ito. As may B plant pa nga pa rin. Side ng Scatter, ibibigay na lang yung sight para Astro. Always here at the right place. Always using the paranoia.
Whoa.
Triple kill again. And possibly up for a 4K roll and denies it. Kaso na-blind din siya ni Uyen. At papapatay lang siya ng Phoenix. 10-9 ang score para sa Nursing Peak. And, well, they broke the streak because it was 6 rounds in a row sa second half where Scatter have been winning a lot of these rounds.
Couldn't say more na sobrang impactful din ang ginawa ni Astro on that one. Because right after that, he has been able to secure na Zeta is doing some lurking here, freeing space up for his team, no? Napaganda ng kahit yung paranoia niya. So clean for the last two remaining members, leaving him no chance to retaliate even further sa kanilang side. Pero ngayon, it is going to be a different one. Yukes, mukhang meron siyang hawak na operator dito, pero mukhang force siyang umatras. Tamang scout lamang kung meron pa silang mga mamamataan dito sa mid-area natin. Kaya lang kasi the toxic wall being ever so potent, they will be halted and they will be forced to think about ano pa nga bang pwede natin gawin dito.
Diba? Kaya kahit na-nerf si Viper, meron pa rin siyang presence sa mga map pick rates natin, no? Still a strong agent that you could use to deny map control, to deny any sort of long-range engagement, diba? Yun yung parang magandang sagot nila sa operator ni Yux kahit hindi nila alam na may up siya. Kasi hindi siya tuloy makakapag-contest sa mga mid-site. Hindi din makakapag-push na mabilis nito si Zeta, so he has to be crawling up on mid. He has to be careful about pushing while everybody else on Scatter is taking that B main control, knowing that the op is now on B main. Zeta
Nako!
who is best kasi Yux. Good shots, new operator in hand. This guy is a sniper assassin. I'm saying this as he gets 3 using the operator.
Wag na wag niyong papahawakin ng operator tong si Yukes or kahit anumang one-shot weaponry because this guy will certainly make it work out. Pero tamang abang lamang, Uyen, makikita dito sa ating area from yun. Still Zeta trying to execute here from the mid area just in case na merong mag-extend. Pero ngayon si Uyen, hindi niya na alam kung anong kanyang gagawin. Siya na lang ang may iwan and Yux will be securing himself a 4K in this round. Back in the game, back in the lead. 11-9, 2 rounds. Parang kailangan habulin dito ng Nursing Peak just in case na gugustuhin man nilang bumawi.
You can take NV out of PH, but you can never take PH out of NV. Yung masasabi ko para kay Yux ngayon, man. 4 kills with that op, and normally anybody would be side-eyeing yung op na to kapag naka-jet to at nasa attacking side siya. But Yux is showing why he is so good with that gun, isolating each fight, finding every pixel angle necessary, and proving to be an indomitable force para sa side ng Scatter ngayon. Up to 27 kills in the lobby, mga kaibigan, and in the running for MVP so far para sa matchup nito. But no, Nursing Peak are not done just yet. They even invest at Viper's Pit. So Ichi Solo has the sole responsibility of staying alive para magkaroon ng mid-control pa rin ang defensive side, but they're all ignoring it. Scatter is, well, scattering all across that A side defense, and if you look at that, if Uyen is dead, then they won't have that much defense over at that ramp position.
And yes, we are yet to see what is going to be the next step here for the side of Scatter, knowing that they are just really taking their time into trying to offer and execute here at the A side, taking down some things as well, just planning how would they be able to push forward. And I hope there's no sacrifices that they have to make because Right now, walang magagawa si Nursing Peak to back out except for Uyen though na makakakuha and si Yux pa ang kanyang nabitas dito, which means good news on their end.
Yeah, and they can even pick up that operator, but Patrick Watson has to be the focus. He gets the showstopper! At sinabugan pa si Ronan. They get another peek off, but Nier, he's doing everything that he needs to. Unfortunately, not enough. Because Ichi, Solo, and Astro are at the right place at the right time. Para silang police sa mga Filipino movies. Lagi na lang sa end magkakaroon ng impact. And now it all matters to them. Yung timing has been impeccable for Nursing Peak. They have slaughtered through yung mga frontline defenses habang nakakontrol nila yung screens. Hindi nila na-account yung ultimate ni Pat Watson. At dahil binigay nila yung A-site, meron silang Nightfall na hindi pa nila nagamit na pala nila, no? So, since they also like ignored yung ramp position, Uyen only had a matter of time before he could activate himself. And that ramp peak, to deny Yux, no up, no screens control, and no coverage of Heaven anymore because of that.
Yeah, and this is also crucial, no? Because it's already up to them if they can secure the match win or further play it up into an overtime, because we've got tons of ultimates available for them to actually use. Rolling Thunder already being played out here at A-site. Pero wala namang naririto. Libreng-libre ang A-site para sa kanila. At screens lang kailangan nilang antabayanan dito, but still, they will try to use all these abilities to ensure na walang makakadaan. Delaying them, the ultimate here from this Phoenix will not actually be effective, but Chani Boy, mukhang meron na agad siya dito mapipitas.
Mapipitas. Baka enough na yun kasi papatayin niya yung Omen. But Astro now, he's activated now. He's on fire. Patrick Watson with the operator now. And Zeta all alone. Nahap pa nga ng Nursing Peak ang defuse at baka masistick pa nga ito.
Whoa.
Napatay pa nga sa molly itong si Zeta at hindi niya na-realize. Dahil sa 11-11 now ng Nursing Peak, they are primed up to take this operator, run with it, support Patrick Watson, and get themselves 12-11. They move in to the equilibrium now sa 11-11 natin, and Scatter, they haven't been winning these rounds out dahil early na napapatay itong si Yux. At early din nagkakaroon ng presence si Astro across that city side. They never expected that wraparound from Heaven.
Loving some plays here talaga from Astro, no? Once the moment arises na kailangan niya mag-step up, he is willing to do that as well. And nakakatuwa din pareho, nag-jump pick pareho. Still, Patrick Watson on the operator will not be securing someone out. Sabay pa, di ba? And again, they'll try to snatch the mid control here for the side of Scatter. And the question is if ibibigay ba ito ni Patrick Watson sa kanila, because they are trying to deny it and will be further backing out away in order to consider their safety.
Kaya ang lakas pa rin ng Viper Orb na to kahit hindi mo matanggal-tanggal. Kasi habang nandyan pa rin yung orb, iisa lang yung guaranteed na magpupush out of that smoke. Nobody else is willing to peek off of that kasi wala pa rin silang control over vents. At hindi pa nilang nasa-smoke lang yun. Kasi male yung gusto nilang i-smoke, diba? So, a lot of threat because of this Viper Orb. And what do you know? Clid has already taken care of itong si Patrick Watson all the way from that back site. So, no up anymore.
Ooh,
Maybe they can give it back up to Uyen though, but a lurk coming down from Zeta is just crawling bits and pieces over to the CT position. Chani Boy has to be careful. Spotted the gun, run and gun, and Chani Boy wins the gunfight. Possibly the only rotation that he needed. But Yux has crawled up as well sa A. Pakatapos ng Omen ult as well. Gamit ni Clid.
I mean, not gonna lie, it's the white peak for us. Grabe si Chani Boy done. Like, literally, they did not expect that coming. But wow, Uyen. Si Yux ang naman kanya makakatapat dito and will be leaving Yux in a low HP. But still, both paranoia, sabay na naman. Ichi Solo pushing forward, but once again, match point na for the side of Scatter as they secure this current round. And not only that, no, meron pa sila showstopper dito just in case na kailanganin na nila ng step up or i-force na mag-back out yung mga members natin dito from the side of Nursing Peak. And also, we just witnessed na sobrang ano nila in terms of securing their sites or even lurking. They didn't necessarily expected na meron na agad na dalawang members dito, specifically si Zeta and as well si Yux na nasa A site na.
Yeah. Sometimes fast tempo is not always the play, but now is when they want to pull the trigger, as Nier always using the showstopper and could possibly convert through. Kaso walang tao sa site. 5v5 retake ang puhunan para sa parehong teams natin. lalo na sa nursing peak na lalaban lang doon sa full heaven control na meron sila. So I'm looking at Zayton, how he controls yung wrap around from that Ram's position. Check yung bawat sikot doon sa main. And Yuke's always the guy trying to hold them doon sa likod ng site. Uyen gets one kay Nier. And they also find tong si Yuke. They took off yung duelist. At si Patrick Watson naman ang kukuha ng mga patay. A 1v3. And it's Zayt at the try. At least one doon kay Uyen. And Patrick Watson isolated. Killed off 1v1.
Oh!
Astro will get traded off. It is a 13-11, and it is Scatter that get themselves to the next round.
Oh my, I really didn't expect that Zeta would manage to segregate them one by one, no? Calm, collected, and he has been able to oversee those three remaining members here from the side of Nursing Peak. Such well played here for the side of Scatter, where they have been able to rummage their way regardless of the disadvantages that they encountered dito sa first half natin. They managed to pull it off. And not only that, you can see that there are signs of light here for Clid, that despite of the fact na medyo nahihirapan siya to trying to push forward here, considering na kanina siya yung laging nasa front lines, is na-manage niya na, you know what, sige, let me step back for a bit and let these guys execute, because alam ko naman na kayang-kaya nila to. And look at that, like, it is 29-15-2, kamunti ka bang nang nag-get that 30 tong si Yuke's, and you're actually supporting the leading charge. And napakaganda lang din talaga na naging coordination and support dito sa isa't isa here for the side of Scatter. But for the side of Nursing Peak, well played, because you guys really showed up na hindi pwedeng maibigay itong slot na ito sa side ng Scatter without a fight.
I mean, come on, man. This is the roster that has shown up big sa lahat of clutch moments, diba? And you can already expect that this roster is gonna boom out pagdating dito sa ating next round. But before anything else, we would like to reveal kung sino yung MVP natin. At parang no surprise at all kung sino, kasi he has been fragging in and out of the server all throughout this match. It is Yuke's, the jet player on the split map para sa side ng Scatter. Always really reliable sa kanyang rifling plays, sa kanyang entry frags, at kapag naman binigyan mo siya ng up, kahit sa attacking pa yan, ay magkakaroon siya ng impact kahit anong question pa yan.
Grabe tong si Envy, si Yuke's, no? Sobrang today, look at your KDA. In a 29-15-2, the dude really proved himself on top of the food chain. And once again, congratulations for Scatter, because despite of the name ng kanilang team na Scatter, is they showed themselves that they are unified enough in order to secure the second slot heading towards our semifinals.
Yep. And we'll be seeing if they're gonna be able to convert through, kasi mukhang tapos na ang ating first set dito sa ating mga quarterfinal games. Pero meron pa tayong other half of the bracket, mga kaibigan, at mukhang mainit na mainit ang ating laban pagkatapos ng break na to. So wag kayong aalis, magbabalik ang Kings of PH.
with the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9-HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here. Their unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts. The Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9-13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
It's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen, but we're finally here dito sa susunod na laban on the playoffs bracket of Predator Kings of PH. Ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. We've been casting the last two BO1s at nakita na natin kung sino ang una nating mga semifinals matchups, pero mamaya tayo sa semifinals. Nasa quarters pa lang tayo at napakainit ng niluto ng Kings of PH sa bracket natin. It is SR Nakage versus Zole Esports, Mochi.
Yep, couple of powerhouses dito sa local scene natin. We have already seen kanilang prowess in previous qualifiers na meron tayo. But at the same time, it is going to be a good one because biro mo, they've got their titles, they've got their recognition, and players that they have been able to solidify throughout the months and on the past. And it's already up to them to show up. Ano nga ba ang kanilang out of all of those? And what is something in between dito sa mga to, and if there are any possible discoveries from these guys meron tayo ngayon.
Hindi ko alam kung tama yung tinitingnan ko. Parang hindi ko nakikita si Mid Matters on the SR side. So we'll possibly get a little bit of content kung maglalaro nga si Coach Mid Matters o hindi. Parang tayo nakita ko doon. But nevertheless, for confirmation for Zol Esports, it looks like Zind is gonna be on that primary duelist role kasama si Je. And the last time we see or we've seen SR Nakage perform, they have performed with a double duelist comp. And now, ano kaya may mapang yun? The last time we saw was Vine. Now it is. So, magiging double duelist kaya ulit ang Zol Esports kasi if they do that, then they're gonna have Raze isn't usually a pick that you would normally expect on a map like Icebox. You usually would have if you want to play double duelist, but Reyna is a very volatile pick.
Yan, no? And most importantly dito sa competitive scene is quite of a shake ka talagang nag-rest ka into choosing arena pick. But from the current that we are seeing here right now, we are gonna see some familiar faces, and at the same time, hindi natin quite sure na wala si Jimmy Buckets na iba na naman ang kanyang name, guys. Si Zin. So, you're just gonna see the same lineup here for the side of Zon. On the other hand, seems like they have Yort. They've got any information about Yort in this one?
Yort is he's not a very newcomer on the scene. He has played with a bunch of like teams before, and he has a lot of experience as a player talaga. Itong si Troy Hiramiya. He's one of the players on Rank LQTs before. Now he's picked up dito para sa side ng SR Nakage. And I believe he's also played like with the likes of W Streak Esports that run with the post Alpha Esports squad nakasama si Gian Sanity. So he has played with Superstar them before, but now he's gonna be in a roster with a new refreshed energy, diba? SR Nakage, they are a team that has historically faced up now against Zind, who used to be the star player for SR Nakage at one point. So makakapag-revenge story ba ang SR Nakage against Zind? Kasi so far for the past few times na naglaro ang SR Nakage against Zind, whether he's on a different team, whether he's now on Zol Esports, they have lost against them a couple of these rounds. Lalo na since top 1 VCT team na kayo ng Zol Esports.
But now that they've got like some sort of familiarization dito from SR Nakage, it's quite undeniable that SR Nakage got a lot more buzz to their view against Zol Esports. And not only that, they are going to be playing against familiar people onto this one, knowing that there is some sort of history in between the two people here. And from previously, nandun siya sa team na yun, ngayon wala na, and it is going to be an interesting match to say the least. So once again, guys, in an Icebox, it is going to be them trying to capitalize on towards what can they do, despite the fact that Raze is not a really viable pick onto this one, because knowing that both these sides, sila outstanding ng mga Raze players dito pero I guess we are gonna be able to see kung anong meron sa kanilang matchups, and I'm spotting Arena on this one, Ramon.
Yeah, and we even talked about that Reyna pick. A high risk, high reward pick kapag hindi ka nakakuha ng frags, and the Reyna doesn't really have that much util. Doesn't require anything or doesn't offer anything to the table kapag lalaban sila against a rush, against anything, unless you're counting the flash. But the flash is very easy to mitigate. Babarilin niya lang ng ilang beses, mawawala na agad yung bisa ng flash. So Boogie has a huge responsibility of capitalizing on what Reyna thrives in, which is winning out those gunfights. Kapag nakakuha ka ng isa or dalawa, then you're very much in control of the pace of the game so far. Pero yun lamang ay kapag yun yung magiging win condition niya. That is if Boogie is on fire, diba? And Boogie, you already know what Boogie is capable of. He's also a high risk, high reward kind of player. Very well known of his time back in Game Lab Alpha with the likes of ONQT, with the likes of Fall X. And that team usually is well known for being a high tempo squad. Now that he's an SR Nakage, now that he's nurtured his way to maturing as a player, will we see that type of impatience coming out for Boogie? Or has he shown that he can contend with the pace given to him under the likes of a Batman and Shintaro?
Ayun nga, it is going to be something that we have to look out for, considering that the risk is definitely existent here for the side of SR Nakage. Would he be able to actually adapt na kasama dito yung mga tong sila Shintaro and the rest of the squad? But on the other hand here, for the side of Zol Esports, it is going to be Kakarot who's going to be catering that Killjoy then. So it is pretty standard, a double initiator pick. They've got the Gecko, they've got the Sova, so this is going to be actually a good lineup here for the side of Zol. And most importantly, in case that they are going to capitalize on the pickups on this one, this means advantage for their side.
I think I like that we actually have two sides na pwedeng gamitan kapag on the map like Icebox, kasi a lot of like top heavy teams like to play that double ini. Kasi Gecko, you rotate it around with the Harbor, you rotate it around with the Sage. These three agents are really good agents for when you want to play around, when you want to plant, when you want to like tap the bomb, when you want to try to see if you want to bait any sort of like spam coming down kapag let's say nasa B kayo, kapag magpa-plant kayo, it's not always guaranteed kasi pwede silang magbato ng molly, pwede silang mag-spam throughout the smoke, only if they put it at the right place, diba? So, somebody like Gecko can normally be the type of pick that can try to bait out these sort of utils. Really good at countering these molly setups, especially if you are a Viper. So the wingman will not have any problem with that whatsoever. And we'll see that type of thing be put on since yun naman yung team comp ng Zol Esports, diba? But I really do feel like they have a really strong ceiling to actually pa-pull. Kasi Zol Esports is normally the type of team that would pull out any creative strat, right? Now, they added a lot of firepower into the mix kasi sinama na nila si Jet all the way from Valhalla where he's now heralding that second flex role para sa side nila. And the last time that we saw him, he's putting up a lot of numbers. 20 kills when he was performing on the race on Bind. Now, I feel like that's a really strong thing to try to counter up against right now if you're SR Nakage.
True, and especially na nasa Viper role din siya dito, it just means that he's gonna be having more avenue into securing positions or being caught in positions that you don't normally see him all out and about. And also, the fact na yung mga members natin dito from Zoto Lazabo, they're quite creative, but they also know when to calm down and where to think it out. So, this is going to be something that we have to actually consider here from both sides of the teams. Would it be the members here for the side of SR Nakage who would actually want and try and vouch and capitalize on the prowess na meron sila ngayon, as well as the agent composition in terms of what they call this aggression? Or would it be the side of Zol Esports who will be capitalizing more on the creativity that they can actually do with what they have right now in terms of their agent lineup?
Yeah. So gawa nga tayo ng sarili nating segment, Mochi. Since naghihintay lang din naman tayo and a quick update, we're just trying to fix everything on the back end. So we'll give you a few updates kapag meron tayo mga updates, mga kaibigan. Pero Mochi, pag-usapan lang natin ng onte, yung mga keys to victory ng pareho nating teams, diba? Kasi alam na natin yung style nila. Alam na natin kung ano yung strengths nila as a team. Pero ano ba yung kanilang mga win conditions, diba? Ako, magsisimula muna ako. I feel like for SR Nakage, their strongest way to win is to neutralize their biggest threat, which is yung duo na si Zind at saka si Je. Kasi Je normally would be self-sufficient sa lahat ng mga situations niya. Kasi yung mga agents na ginagamit niya is an agent that doesn't use that much utility, diba? Nag-raise siya before and he has that much utility. And that means the initiator doesn't really need to supply him with a lot of util. Now he's on the Viper. Now he can supply for himself. Now he can anchor with the squad. And although he isn't as strong as before, Viper on a pick like somebody like Je has been known to be really good with util. But if they can try to find a way to counter like where he is or actually find a way to neutralize him and kung si Zind, then I can see Zol Esports actually getting knocked out pretty early. But what about you for Zol Esports?
Well, personally, for Zol Esports, I feel like it is something na sobrang importante sa kanila i-capitalize on yung usual lineup na in terms of their defense. Kasi we can see that there are some moments here where Kakarot will be left alone in a specific site, pero kayang-kaya niya na mag-secure ng multiple people at the same time. So, other than the fact that they even have just one duelist here, I feel like it is also important to capitalize on yung prowess ng kanilang magiging Gecko, considering na, once again, Gecko is not entirely just supplementary, all about supplementary utilities. It's not just about being able to help each other get some kills. He can even get some frags for himself. So if ever man na magkaroon sila ng way in order to extend forward, just in case na mawala yung kanilang duelist dito, well, that is going to be something na kailangan na pag-ingatan dito over the side of SR Nakage.
Yep. So, you know, if they're able to bounce back through kapag nagkaroon sila ng opportunity, then Zol Esports is gonna be one hell of a beast kapag they're on a good day. Actually, kahit hindi nga kahit before, siguro if we talked about like, let's say, last year's Split 1, Split 2 VCT, Zol Esports have those moments where their bad habit is that they have to perform on a good day or an off day. Now, they became one of the more consistent firepower teams that we've had para sa VCT Split 1 now. They even won against Naos Esports on a close BO3 at that time, diba? So, parang hindi lang firepower yung kailangan dito. Dapat i-outwit nila ito at lalo na para sa SR Nakage kasi even though they're also a very historic roster as well or historic org, their players aren't really up to par when it comes to experience. Merong tayo for Zol Esports. They've been playing with each other for a very long time. Sila nga yung Fallen 5 roster bago sa lumipat ng Naos, bago sa lumipat ngayon sa Zol Esports.
Yeah, and it's been, one heck of a journey here between the two sides of the team. It's already up to them how they able to capitalize or even use yung kanilang mga pinagdaanan in order to perform their fullest onto this one, knowing that they've got some new people in the bunch here for the side of Sir Nakage, and how they be able to adapt and get that sort of synergy in the given amount of time na meron sa kanila in the past. So, once again, everyone, Zol and SR Nakage, this is going to be a really interesting one because we all know both of these teams meron nang napatunayan and it's already up to them who will be able to earn the bragging rights and the third slot here for our semifinals.
That's true. And you know what? I feel like this is a good time para ma-remind ko lang yung ating mga viewers out there na meron tayong ongoing na art contest. And it is also proven that esports isn't just about the game and players. It's also about the many creators collaborating to build this extraordinary world. And now we're inviting the community to be a part of this creative journey by designing a character to represent the Asia Pacific Predator League. Napapanood niyo ba yung mga trailers minsan ng mga Predator League at yung iba pa namin mga esports tournaments all throughout? Well, kung nakikita niyo yung mga characters nila, you have a chance to actually have a character of your own. So please register since nakapag-extend na kami ng registrations all the way up to 23. That's right.
Yun.
May 23 is the deadline para sa ating artwork. So may cash prize tayo ng I believe around $23,000. So, kung ayaw ng $23,000, wag kayo sumali. Pero kung gusto nyo, edi mag-build na kayo ng artwork para sa inyo.
I mean, you can go local or even international, di ba? Pagdating dun sa mga votings nila here. So if ever that you guys are interested in learning more about the mechanics, be sure to check out the official Predator Gaming Facebook page so that you know what to look out for, what to do, and what you should not do. So once again, we're gonna be back here onto the land of Icebox. It is quite cold in here, and it's already up to them to heat this matchup.
Yep, definitely. Finally, sa wakas at makakapasok na tayo sa laban para malaman natin kung sino yung mas malakas sa ating quarterfinals bracket. Will it be SR Nakage, one of the historical orgs that have been proving to be an indomitable force in qualifiers, or will it be Zol Esports, top 1 in BCTPH, and now heralding that cause with Jet now on the flex roll, possibly giving up a lot of space doon sa may mid-side habang binibigyan naman ng chance si Kakarot na papag-shine on that lurk, pero may dalawa na nagpo-push all the way from SR Nakage.
They really have to be careful onto this one because Kakarot, nakaabang lang just in case na merong mga has na mag-push forward, pero mukhang meron siya mga catch ito off guard at meron siyang mapipitas. But on the other side, B side, you are be able to get Zed out. Tamang trade lang dito sa Kuya mo Micro, but still 69 HP. May meron naman siyang may papatay pa dito for the side of Shintaro. That's just the decay after all, but we are seeing Shintaro just popping up, securing a couple of already, and we are yet to see if they will manage to pull off this ridiculous Kebsi. Gagante, one for each. Kakarot, pati siya ay sasagot that it is going to be Reyna. Boogie, the last remaining person. Would he be able to play this all out? Lalo na meron siyang overheal on this one, and it's all about time.
Kakarot has to peek, has to find where Boogie is. Na-half niya, so okay lang na si Boogie ay hindi makakapag-stick. He's sticking now. A dink, a tap sa head ni Boogie, pero one shot was needed. And SR Nakage coming up clutch with the stick on the defuse. Boogie is able to dominate through with 2 kills to his name, and it was so close dahil napakalapit lamang ni Kakarot na patayin siya. But he only needed one shot, and Boogie was the one to claim it for himself. What a beautiful play from this Reyna. And you can also respect Yu Shintaro and how he is performing with the entries, getting the forward space out from Snowman. Even though the forward position was covered because of the Viper wall, it just doesn't matter kasi hindi siya takot at all.
And what a way to start the match, no? Well heated in between the two sides here, where it all comes down to Boogie and as well as kay Kakarot kung paano nila mamamanage na mag-gun them down and ma-secure ang round, but still Boogie managed to clutch it all off. Now, they're all advantage here for the side of SR Nakage, and we are yet to see kung magkakaroon ba ng posibilidad na manarrow down yung numbers here from the side of Zol.
Oof. Played it slow now since naka-pistols lang naman, but Zind. It's a classic Zind play for him to get an early one pick off. But Shintaro fires back with his own, the Outlaw singing. And now they know that at least one player has the Outlaw, but will they expect two? Yort, another shot through. That's the Vandal coming out. A Batman gets another. But Zol Esports are fighting back at least with the share of shots, as they have to expect Kakarot to lurk around Kitchen, as that Kitchen can be forward position. That can be used to cut off the rotation.
They really didn't expect that Yort will be having the Vandal na rin eh, no? But just in case that the one taps prevail here for the side of Zol, this is going to be bad
30
news here
seconds left.
for SR Nagage. But now they're trying to make their way here dito sa B-side natin. And they managed to secure here. But ngayon meron pa rin yung makikita dito. KFC, may mamamataan yung Nagi. They even secure him out. And still, they are yet to get the spike. Medyo malayo si Kakarot na naiwan at titignan natin kung meron pa rin siyang mapipitas dito because he's gonna be sandwiched in between two members, and that's going to be another point here for the side of SR Nakage.
It's a good sign na nagtatawanan yung SR Nakage ngayon, since they need to keep building their mental papunta dito sa match na ito, because normally Zol Esports likes to play the long game, and if you give these picks up, then they're just gonna keep building back up. So good shots, buti na lang at nakakuha na makapatay itong si Shintaro at si Yanagi. Always fully aware about their positions, always fully aware about their win conditions now. Pero ngayon ang buy round, agad for Zol. And this Outlaw is gonna be everything kasi iisa ang may light armor sa Zol Esports, and Micro has to be careful about when he is going to peak. He does have his Dizzy online, doesn't opt to use it just yet. Spotted na agad because of the drone, and Shintaro makes his presence known. Jimmy Buckets also trading one for one, a blow for blow, and Boogie gets another dismissed out from green, and with a flash he wants to keep fighting, but in the end it is Zol Esports that stand on top, especially with Jet getting 2 kills for his own.
Oh my, other than the discipline na need dito kay Boogie, I feel like one of the keys to victory din nila dito is to actually have him work close with the other duelists here na si Shintaro. I mean, they managed to get some frags earlier on. I feel like it's just disparity in terms of the guns as well as the numbers advantage here for the side of SR Nagage. And it's a buy round for the side of Zol Esports after all. And before we even know it though, we've got an operator here in the hands of Shintaro, and alam naman natin yung magiging prowess and risk dito for the side of Zol just in case that they walk into Shintaro at this certain time. And we also have the Empress na rin from Boogie. So this is going to be one heck of a round just in case.
I mean, the only remark that I can say about this Reina is that it's thriving dahil sa napaka-chaotic na energy ng Zol Esports right now, right? Trading blow for blow, even though it's a Reina, it's very risky kasi he is at risk of having a good trade or having himself the multi-frags that Boogie was able to capitalize on nung first pistol round pa lang. So now they're in both buy rounds and check. No more Outlaw for the side of Shintaro. Now he's picked up a bigger Outlaw, which is an operator. Pushed out in by Zin, that he also has control over Yellow. And slowly but surely, they want to conquer this B site, but they have to fight against an Empress of Boogie. He's also dropped himself down to the other hand of that back site. So because they know that Boogie is here, nag-rotate na agad doon sa A. And relying upon yung timing itong si Kakarot with Zin trying to fight up from si Boogie, but he's still trapped. He's fighting. He's trapped inside Yellow, and he gets traded. But A site's still open at kayang kuha ng Zol Esports to, lalo na't na-miss ni Shintaro yung operator shot niya.
Oh, that's still good of a buy time here na ginawa dito ni Zendo, and Kakarot being able to even out the numbers here and even being able to secure the objective, putting the spike down. Pero kailangan pa rin nila mag-ingat because this is going to be the chance for SR Nagage to actually up for a retake. But let's not cut this short because some of the players here for the side of Zol Esports are quite low in terms of health already. Yort, nandito lang, tamang tignan kung sakali man na meron siyang mga dadaanan dito. Thrash will already be activated just in case in order to help them from defusing the spike. But still, the pressure is strong between the two sides, and SR Nagage, they're trying to handle it well until si Micro, he's got nowhere to go but that corner, and he is gonna be killed. One more point here for the side of SR Nagage.
sobrang unfortunate kasi gusto lang niyang i-check yung kung sinong nagpa-flank sa kanya. Walang tao sa likod niya. They're all focused up to retake as 3. And everybody from Zol Esports pressured after a strong avalanche of swords sa pag-retake nila. Boogie just heralding the cause of fighting every single gunfight. At buti na lang at may support siya with Yanagi hitting blow for blow to get the 3K for Boogie this time around. So 3-round wins on the side of SR Nakage. Zol Esports on the back foot, leaving Jimmy Buckets, the only guy with the rifle. So Zind, he has to make sure that this converts on through. But even if he dies, meron pa naman siyang Blaze Storm. That not only is if he can convert now. A Batman trades, at least gets one. But Micro, eager to get the 1-for-1. Castle Shintaro has been a menace. But Micro is able to dodge through. 3v2.
Oh, the brawl is not yet ending as Micro will be securing the 3rd kill just by using the Sheriff Shintaro. Sacrifice na at inactivate na ang Blaze Storm niya dito, and even the lockdown here from the attacker is Zol. He would be able to secure this guy out, shutting off the lockdown too, and that's going to be a pristine defuse, or rather retake, for the side of SR Nakage. Grabe yun, no? Sinimplehan lang nila. It's a 2v2. They got it in control, and they really made it work out. So it is still going to be an advantage here for the side of SR Nakage, since earlier it's just the sheriffs after all.
Yeah, nalason pa nga ng mga low buys natin, and it's almost as if ang laki ng value tuloy ng patay na tong si Micro. 3 kills with just that sheriff, but definitely not gonna be enough just in time. May pera pa ang SR Nakage ngayon at may operator na naman tong si Shintaro. So if he hits it yet again, then we're in for a banger intro for SR Nakage. Pero na-dodge away nila yung operator ni Shintaro. They make presence all the way towards mid and A site, where Jimmy Buckets is given the opportunity to entry, find presence, make presence all across the map, habang nagpupush pa rin itong si Reyna. Boogie has to be careful, spotted because of the alarm bot. He can still hold yung green position and not even run away, just hold it para magkaroon sila ng map control.
And from what we are seeing here, though, is that they're just taking their time. They're waiting for the right setup, the right timing, and as well as the information gonna be given to them. Kung meron nga talaga, tara namang thriving din naman ito mga members natin from both sides, because balita ko, ibang mga players ay merong bebe buff. Abay, ewan ko na nga lang talaga kung hindi ka pagaganahan, di ba? But now, they're gonna put the spike down onto the A site, and this just means that objective is secured here. But how would they be able to defend? And how would they be able to get the edge here in the post-plant situation? That is, if they would be coordinated enough in retaking.
No, showstopper. And again, with the Hunter's Fury, they get entry on. Jimmy Buckets almost by the skin of his teeth, gets himself through 1-for-1. Meeting off Vipers again for Boogie. Para magkaroon sila ng map control. It is Yort and the Batman at least putting their names on the kill feed. 3v2. Retake on Hunter's Fury. Kakarot with the flank. The lurk just pays off in dividends, and it's all left up to a Batman. But what can you do? At least one. And Kebzi, he does not have time to defuse. A Batman will run away from the spike, giving another round to Zol Esports. Playing the time, playing it correctly, and paying it off in dividends, man. 42 now para sa Zol Esports. A well-played retake, yes, for SR Nakage, pero ang problema nga lang ay may nagpa-flank si Kakarot all the way from that mid-side.
Yeah, grabe, no? He took advantage of the chaos that's happening na lahat. Nagkakaroon ng mga shade-ups here, all utilities being thrown out. You know what? Let's just skirt my way dito from mid and all the way para makapag-flank ako and get the angle advantage here, knowing na they would most likely expect that they're gonna be on nest, they're gonna be on the belt, but someone on belt will eventually be taken down. Shintaro with the operator getting another Zind. Oh, their duelist will be erased as Kebzi will try and attempt to trade it off.
Ang layo pa ng Vandal. So by the time that they try to go for that Vandal, then they're gonna get met by 3 players on Zol Esports. Numbers do not matter anymore because the Viper's Pit is in hand. Nag-push pa si Kakarot, but Boogie trades it off immediately. 2v3, but the plant coming down. And Jen, not known with his position, not known where he is gonna be coming from. Kebzi his best work, his utility para makapag-delay yung push nila dito from the screen's position, but they pushed it out anyway. Kevzi on the long cross, gets the shot through kay Boogie, 2v2, equaled up, pero Je caught between a rock and a hard place. Nagi, a double kill from the Viper, and SR Nakage, cool, calm, collectively get themselves the 5th round.
The Masters of Retake. Kanina nga natin sila nakikita how good they are in terms of getting the job done once na they've got the spike down here for the side of Zol Esports. And even though that there are some certain struggles here, regardless of the uneven numbers, talaga na sabi mo, it all comes down to how coordinated they are, regardless of the limited resources that they have. And they proved that right here for the side of SR Nakaga. Pero still, it is a 5-2. We have an operator still dito sa kamay ni Shintaro, and we all know which this means. It is going to be prevalent pick-offs kung hindi man ito mapigilan ng Zol.
Oh. I like how they used yung Killjoy util dito, denying agad yung mid-cross, and even at least to try to destroy kung saan yung Killjoy bot, but it's not really there, no? Nasa A site kung saan sinasamahan niya tong si Shintaro. Shintaro needed a friend. Yun lang naman yun eh. Walang analysis doon. Talagang ayaw niya mag-isa lang tong si Shintaro. A Batman though, will lock out tong si Jimmy Bucket. Zind will be going down to the ground with no trade whatsoever. B site now. Full control of Boogie, as well as Dinagi pushing up towards the pistols. He gets surprised by Micro, hitting these 1-digs, jam with another, and they get 3 upgrades just because they pushed on green, but they have to fight against Yort, who does eventually get himself 1 and 2
Wow.
4K for a Batman. Trading yung buhay ni Yort. In exchange, they got the 6th round.
From the shadows, a Batman reigns. Grabe, yung mga utilities dito. Parang kanina lang, it is quite focused on a specific site, or rather, other than the alarm bot, no, na laging nasa mid. He really used it to its fullest potential na, you know what? Since I have these utilities here, most likely magiging limited yung magiging options dito in Zol Esports kung saan sila pupunta. And that's just definitely happened here. He has been able to read through either from the members of Zol. He managed to even get 4 in that round. And just proves kung gaano katindi din yung pwedeng maibigay ng isang Killjoy dito as long as all the utilities are being placed in the right spaces at the right time. And also how it can definitely delay the enemies to actually, secure their objective.
The smallest of margins, though, for Zol Esports could have changed the trajectory of the round dahil doon sa 2 sheriff kills or 2 pistol kills na nakuha nila on green. All upgrades could have had yellow control first, but they instead opted na mag-double push up dun sa default. At wide open tuloy yung Viper na si Je. So hindi niya tuloy na-assist yung kasama niya, na i-hold na lang yung spike plant down. Could have been a very different story if we reach towards that trajectory, but in the end, a 6-2 for SR Nakage, something that they have been trying to build upon after their bonus round. Now Zol Esports have to contend against the Viper's pit very early on, doon sa may B green. And they also made their presence in sa may A, so they have to be wary about 2 fronts dahil sa ingay ng Zol Esports all across the map.
And also though, there's gonna be some presence detected dito sa mid area natin. And Boogie will be forced to back out. And they're just gonna wait and see kung saan magko-commit dito si Zol. And I really love the strategy here for the side of SR Nagage. You know what? They're quite creative with their strats. Let's narrow down their choices so that they cannot use their creativity that much, So they're just gonna establish some mid presence here at the current time. And we are yet to see if there are any possible pickups here because someone's gonna make their way and creep up dito sa ating tube.
Kung makakarating nga siya ng tube without making that much noise, right? Destroyed the turret, but all the focus is their eyes are on Shintaro. A site on hold. Operator is still in place. They even used yung smoke, yung cloud burst para ma-deny yung op, and Jimmy Bucket's already in sight. Boogie tries to trade it. Second frag from Zind. The king of Zol Esports is fired up. And the 4 versus 3 for the defense is set on pressure. Kakarot also makes his presence. Kaya dapat maging careful si Shintaro, but you could say the same as well for Kakarot as he pushes in the window and already gets traded.
Oh, and now, so the 3v3, the time is ticking, and the pressure is getting stronger, but a Batman will be caught off guard here by Jet, and still, they are already well aware of where the remaining members here by the side of Zol is. But meron ba? Hindi bibigyan ng tsansa. Shintaro with such a crispy shot here onto Jet, and just like that, it's going to be a round for SR Nakage.
One bullet and a dream for Shintaro, and he hit it with such precision. 7-2. And if you look at the Intel power play, mga kaibigan, Zin, yes, he is on fire. He did put out a lot of effort into making this entry work, but my goodness, the retake was just better. Yanagi hitting so many shots after he got screen's control. Tapos, nung one tap ni Shintaro with just one bullet from the chamber of his sheriff.
Diba?
My God, style points para sa SR Nakage ngayon. Passing with flying colors into the 7-2, and they push yet again. Jimmy Buckets using his maneuverability para makakuha ng control on top of Tube.
And they're really denying any presence that might come from boilers, no? Because that's also a power position din kasi, no? But on the other hand, though, medyo magiging limited yung options din dito ni Zen but stay here on the tube. Just in case na merong na magnasa na mag-extend here from the side of SR Nakage. But still, you're yet to see if there is going to be some additional movements and pickups here considering na napakaganda ng position din dito ni Zen. And he'll be able to do just that. Another in the bag, but someone's gonna be picked off from the time being. Shintaro. Kakarot, hindi niya i-expect it.
Di niya talaga na-expect tong si Shintaro, man. Always so precise with those operator shots, and he pulls out the blades. Possibly to catch tong si Zin. My goodness, this guy has the awareness of a god. 7-2 pa lang in a 3v2. And they have to fight against two initiators, but you know this precision right now. Micro, almost square of shots could have hit, pero Shintaro's get the 4K. And now leaving it all to Kev's Castle. I don't think he has time. This Hunter's Fury was just too damn late. Zol Esports fumbled another round, and Shintaro hitting more crispy 3Ks to back themselves the 8th round win.
Dude, Shintaro definitely just showed his omnipotence during that round, and he might be, I'm not sure if it is the game sense, is it the gut feeling, but it seems like he is so aware of where every single person here from the side of Zol is and where might they be staying at or trying to push through. It's just like the cat and the mouse, no? Talagang nahuli niya itong mga tatlong member natin dito. And just right now, it seems like our members here by the side of Zol really wants to clap back. But this time already activated here from Jimmy Buckets or Zend. And we're yet to see if they will try and make it work out for their side, considering that they will be further delayed. Counter to counter, lockdown will be put down here at the A site.
Ako, napaka-risky kung papasok pa sila dito, but they're fighting it off anyway. Long-range gunfights, always the strength of Zol Esports. Detained yung dalawa, pero nakapag-plant pa rin sila. And now they have time to play the post-plant this time around. Jail position controlled by Kev. Shintaro, operator being contested because of the Viper wall yet again. Micro and Kakarot, they are not fearing the challenge anymore. A 3K for Kakarot. Zol Esports are back, ladies and gentlemen. A flawless victory for the top 1 VCT team. But they are yet to stand against SR Nakage. They win this next round. They are up half the rounds that SR Nakage have.
True, and at the same time, they just managed to end the 4-round streak na na-accumulate na dito ng side ng SR Nakage. But the question is, tulad ng sabi mo, makukuha kaya nila itong last round of the half natin? And would they be able to try and climb up the further up to the top of the mountain that is this rate is medyo nahihirapan sila considering that the side of SR Nakage is definitely limiting their options down. But now, pretty different from what they have earlier. Instead of resorting to A, they're trying to make their way here into B. But just in case na meron sila pick up dito, means good news here for the side of Zol.
The active players are not being active anymore. You can see that Boogie and Shintaro are not willing to take the fights kasi alam nila the retake is where they're gonna be favored talaga. They make their noise, they make their presence. B-site again unnoticed for Zol Esports. But they're not budging, they're not even rotating all the way towards B. Jimmy Buckets, given a chance, given an opportunity, given a Vandal, and he will do damage. But you can say the same for a Batman. And that Hunter's Fury is too damn late yet again. Wingman planted the spike. And B-site in the 4 versus 4 retake that SR Nakage have to win.
4v4. And some limited utilities here for the side of Zol, but they'll try to gun them down. Up for trades, but tatlo ang sisilip sa'yo, Micro. 2v3, they're yet to see if there is this possibility to actually gun them down, but just like that, they would be able to put out this retake. The kings of retake of this match is SR Nakage, and they've been able to pull off a 9-3. But the question is, if the curse is active.
Is the curse alive and well para sa SR Nakage? Or will the blessing in disguise be put forward for Zol Esports? Kasi napakatindi ng lead ng attacking side natin ngayon for SR Nakage. Well done. Their defense and their retake has been impeccable all throughout that first half. Pero sila naman ngayon ang mag-a-attack. Sila naman ngayon ang magsaset ng tempo. Kung sila naman yung magpa-fast push, we will find out from Boogie and Shintaro. Their team comp dictates it, but Zol Esports, also known for their defaults, also known for when they want to retake, they could possibly take away the crown of retaking kings para dito sa SR Nakage. But that is if they win the retakes this time. Micro, as well as Zind, just pushing inside, but Zind, again, the classic that we have been seeing out of him. One shot to the dome of Shintaro, instantly denying him of any forward space.
Ay, nako, yun nga lang. Mukhang may magkakakitaan. May nagsasabi dito, Batman, bilisan dahil lilipat pa tayo sa kabilang bang-bang. Pero ngayon, it is going to be Sid. Definitely going to be eliminated dito ni Batman. Mukhang siya ay naringgan at mukhang nakitaan na rin. Dito Michael sa kabilang banda. Tatlo na nakukuha. It is now a 1v1 as Kakarot will be coming from the backlines here and will be trying to see kung meron nga kaya na magpaparamdam dito, which is a Batman.
Oh man, a Batman. Sobrang low on HP at kailangan pa niya mag-plant. He has 50 seconds to make the decision now. Kakarot is playing this to a T. Sobrang quiet nitong si Kakarot, and he even gets the timing. Doesn't let go of the angle. And a Batman, he was overthinking it, overcomplicating things. Talagang nahirapan mag-decide kung magpupush ba siya, kung mag-rotate ba siya, kung magpa-plant ba ang SR Nakage ngayon. That's the 4th round win for Zol Esports, relied upon by Kakarot in his impeccable timing, knowing that he could have rotated, knowing that he could have tried to kill him off first. Pero buti na lang at alam na alam ni Kakarot kung ano ang nangyayari. Ngayon, may buy round na ulit ang Zol Esports. Ngayon, ang bawi ng ape sa 9-3 scoreline nila dito. Kung magsisimula nga ba silang panalo, ayun naman ang nalaman natin.
True, and we are yet to see it right now because Zind, medyo hasty ang kanyang position dito, but he'll try to make it work out, and he will, eventually will. But we're seeing him, someone's gonna be pushing up. Shintaro will be able to secure Micro, a 4v4 at the current time, but they are yet to put the spike down because our member here from Zol will be fast enough to respond. Another round here for the side of Zol Esports.
Not bad. Actually, feeling ko okay lang na namatay itong si Micro kasi now he's so much closer to his trash. And now he also keep up yung mga bulldogs na meron sila from the previous round. So it is calculated aggression for Micro, calculated aggression from Zol Esports as well. Even though Shintaro had a good read on when he's gonna pull out his utility, the fact that they give up the guns to the next round is huge for Zol Esports and their cause right now. Yung eco round from SR Nakage forced them to play the passive game. Now they have to think about when they want to aggress forward. Shintaro almost getting scanned. Jimmy Buckets has the opportunity. Zind pushes up. The dash out from Zind keeps him covered, keeps him safe sa loob ng kitchen kung saan siya nagluluto ng napakagandang retake mamaya. Pero sa loob ng pre-round natin, they rely Kakarot to hold the B site, which now he is gonna get challenged. Now he's gonna get pressured. He gets one kay Boogie, pero now he has a choice to either back off or play for yellow, which I believe the latter should be a very good answer to that.
I'm not gonna lie, they've got the Bulldogs as well. Tamang ADS lang. Meron agad mamamatay. But the question is here, meron kaya siyang kasama in the process of doing that? Because this is going to be quite of a questionable
Ayun
position
lang.
here for Kakarot. Medyo delikado siya dito. He can get a pick off pero mukhang madaday din siya agad. And that's
sayang.
just what happened indeed. Mukhang sayang pa nga no? Medyo na-delay pa. Still a 3v3 though. Very doable here in terms of retake. Or because they've got tons of utilities to actually work out for. But Yort will be securing Zind out. And before they even
30
put the spike
seconds left.
down, medyo nakakatch up na
One
kaagad ang mga
remaining.
member natin dito from Zol.
Spike
And they are
down,
yet to
B.
take this round for themselves. But pumapalag pa rin dito sa Abatman.
2v1, a Batman. So low on HP, not even having the spike within his hands. 15 seconds, has to push, has to fight. Kebzi has the long angle and has the fight against a Batman. 9-6. And alam mo,
Out of charges.
kwento ko sa'yo eh. So tanda mo ba kung paano nag-qualify yung SR Nakage dito sa pinaka quarterfinals match natin? It was against AIM PH. They were down 9-3. And it was SR Nakage who were up 9-3. Kaso yung AIM PH nakapag-bounce back at nakapag-overtime pa nga sila. At nanalo yung SR Nakage dahil nakapag-outplay tong si Nagi. Sa tingin mo, mangyayari to ngayon?
Posible. Hindi malabo, no? I wonder if that is actually the curse here for them into the current Kings of PH because just basing from what we have right now here is medyo naging maganda na ang position dito ni Zol Esports and how they were able to actually answer back dito from the side of SR Nakage. But, nako, we are seeing Battle of the Rifles here. We are yet to wonder and see kung meron nga bang mapipitas dahil medyo nag-iingat talaga ang SR Nakage.
Right
Nako.
there.
In fear of the comeback, SR Nakage are looking to strike first with the aggressive peaks from Shintaro. Ang problema nga lang, he hasn't been hitting the shots necessary. Zin, good re-peak, and again, they get a 1-0. Tinry niyang labanan tong si Shintaro, pero buta na lang para sa kanya. E nakapag-whiff itong si Zin. They force on their push onto the ace side. They got all bases covered, and they have no choice but to give it up. Nag-push pa rin tong si Yort. He gets one. Kevzi does get tong si Boogie. And it almost feel like it's done and dusted at this point. Almost getting the flick on. Yort gets a second. Yes, they're fighting. They got themselves another for Yort. And Shintaro fights back with another. A 2v1. And Yort gets a step of 4K. This guy is on fire with the Sheriff.
Bro, I've been looking up Yort kanina pa, like, how can you share this? Okay, nakakuha siya ng isang good. He got another good. And he got like a couple more. What the heck just happened? Like, they were supposed to be on an eco round, but instead, they definitely dominated and didn't even give them a chance, to like, even put the spike down. And it's just so clean for me na, wow, okay, so this is definitely the beauty of despite it being the eco round, you know where to look and you know your positioning doon sa crosshair mo. Pero ngayon, once again, operator natin in the hands of Zend. We are yet to see if there is going to be a possibility for him to get some pickoffs onto this one para naman makabawi sila somehow from the slump that they've got from the last round.
I don't think he's gonna repeat this. Yes, he does. Zind. It's an op versus op battle, but mabuti na lang at nakapag-whiff ang pareho nating ops. Could have gotten the first blood on either side, but in the end, Zind doesn't concede the angle. Does want to see if he can get the winning shot papunta dito kay Shintaro, pero Boogie is already crawled up. Very close by, doesn't even realize that Yort is all the way up. Shintaro gets another. Everybody from SR Nakage is winning at all their gunfights, pushing into Kakarot too, pero does eventually adjust the aim. 4v2. 40 seconds. Plans to spike on A. Lineups are there still, pero nakapag-proceed na ang Zol Esports. Try to see if they can still bounce back through. Shintaro forces the op, and yet again, it is up to Jet. Bulldog out. Attacker kills are lockdown in place too. In the end, I don't think he has time. Get the op back online, and well, save it up for the next round.
Pero yun nga lang nga, hinabol niya lagi sasaksakin pa ata. And yun ang kanyang magagawa. And ayaw na nila na mangyari uli yung nakuha nilang experience doon sa qualifiers, Ramon. It's war flashbacks. But again, hindi hahayaan ni Zol yun. Timeout's gonna be active here from Coach JC, and we are yet to see how they can actually break the momentum or pull out some other creative strats.
Very interesting that they seemingly put themselves in winning positions sa pag-hold over backside, but they're still willing to peek it. They're still willing to give themselves 50-50 gunfights. No? That's apparently the power of SR Nakage, right? Just forcing your opponents to make the peak themselves, where you can see that there are some moments where Shintaro had a lot of ways, a lot of opportunities to get these opening pickoffs from the op, and when they knew they had the op, they tried to fight back with long range gunfights, but that's where the problem lies. Those open gunfights are what gives them out of the open. That's when Kevz is able to, or at least that's when Yunagi and Batman are able to punish back through. That 4K from York just seemingly revitalized the cause para dito sa SR Nakage. That 3-9 curse that they had experienced before is no more. This is a revitalized SR Nakage, with a bunch of youngsters looking to make a name for themselves ngayon against Zol Esports, one of the best teams in VCT PH. Where now, SR Nakage are one step closer to toppling them in the quarterfinals alone.
It seems like the familiar is not familiar at all because they're off to a really good and clean new look here for the side of SR Nakage and how they were able to actually make the most out of these. Pero yun nga lang, hinabol ng alarm button si Zend, and the Batman will be quick enough to respond to the call. Pero ngayon, they might be hovering here on our B side. Yun nga lang, may bantay Kakarot is here, and I feel like he is already well aware of what is going to be the plan here between the two sides. And they are definitely limiting his options and forcing him to be cramped up dito sa yellow natin. But still, he would manage to get a pick off. And here are the series of trades available still on the advantage of SR Nakage until isa na lang ang naiwan. And Kevzi being able to try and face up against a Batman, pero still, it's not enough. It is the match point being secured here for the side of SR Nakage, and it is not looking good here for the side of Zol.
Definitely not. Match point na agad para sa attacking side ng SR Nakage. And it's off the back of a really strong attacking half. 3 straight rounds, and as well as possibly a really strong icebox defense. 9-3 na nag-start sa first half, and well, Shintaro and Yanagi have been doing wonders of taking reins and finding names dito sa loob ng icebox, mga kaibigan. Almost a matter of time before they can knock off ang Zol Esports. Empress activated as well from Boogie. Try to see if he can pull some presence, pull some rotations away from that A site. Kasi yun talaga yung magiging endgame nila dito, no? Kakarot. It was contested before on B Green, now on the other side of the map. He has been given all their trust all the way towards their anchor, and now he has to fight against 5, calling for the retake, calling for the rotations to happen kasi nandito na ang SR Nakage at nakapasok na din si Shintaro with 2. Blade Storm activated. He sliced up Kakarot and Kevz. Jimmy Buckets does his best. Kaso Boogie is able to counter back through. Triple from Shintaro. Jer all alone. The newcomer from Zol has to clutch up against 4, but in the end, it is all for nothing, especially against Yanagi, who's bolstered up their defense, has fought up against Jer. A 13-6 for SR Nakage, toppling the best team in VCT Philippines.
Well, that leaves a statement indeed. I'm not quite sure what might the reason be, but it seems like once again with the availability of VODs that SR Nakage might actually use here against Zol Esports, it just shows na they are being read. You know, like sige. But you know, you can.
Ganda ng laban talaga eh. Nag-shake yung monitor ko.
It's just really crazy because they're really, you can see based on the what do you call this, their setups and even their positioning, you can see that these guys are really limiting Zol Esports into doing or giving them that avenue to be creative, pulling up some new strats, or even having some sort of momentum in the long run, because they are so good in attempting to, like, you know what, hanggang dito ka lang. Parang gano'n yung vibe na binibigay sa kanila ni SR Nakage, which actually they've been able to pull it off until the end, and not gonna lie, the gap is quite big. So that just means that they've been able to study well against all esports, and I guess that just means that they're deserving of getting the third slot here heading towards our semifinals. But how about you? Ano bang masasabi mo dito on this current match?
Look, there is no question. Zol Esports are a well-studied roster ngayon. Pero
True.
with how they have performed dito against SR Nakage, one of the budding rosters that we've had heading on into the next split, talagang there's a lot more work to be done for the Zol Esports roster, and we'll build them for a while for now dito sa loob ng Predator Kings of PH. But until then, we'll have it to see it through for SR Nakage. Before anything else, we'd like to present our MVP para sa ating quarterfinals match of the day. It is going to be Shintaro, the jet player of SR Nakage. Gusto mo yan? May background music tayo dito. MVP reveal.
May pa-drums effect. Ano yarn? Giveaway.
Alam mo eh. Pero parang giveaway na nga to eh. Kasi Shintaro has given up so many multi-frags across the board against Zol Esports.
Truly lang, no? At saka nakita rin naman natin lahat ng mga efforts niya into going and picking up those aggressive positions and the confidence that he has sa sarili niya na, you know what? If ever that I'll be able to get some pickups, then good for me. Kung hindi ba, I have enough trust na kasama ng aking mga teammates in order to cover for me. So, once again, Shintaro as your MVP, well-deserved, and he has been able to show and assert their dominance in this current match, which is something new considering that Zol really held that title of being one of the top one of the best teams here in Philippines. So, once again, I guess that marks the end of the third match, and I feel like we're looking forward to the next one. Sino-sino ba to?
Yep. I mean, this next one, well, we have one of the best rosters as well from VCTPH up against one of the more underrated players on LAN. Sino nga ba yung mga yun? Malalaman nyo after ng break na to. So huwag kayo mag-alis. Ako nga pala si Ramon. Kasama ko si Mochi. Nag-cast kami ng buong game na yun for the Predator Kings of PH. At huwag kayo maalis dahil magbabalik kami after this short break.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts. The Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts. The Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course.
It has been an eventful finals bracket, but the job is not done just yet. We have one more BO1 before we head on off into the semifinals, as it is Old Stinky Cat versus Special Esports. My name is Ramon. With me is Mochi. We have been casting the Kings of PH playoff stream as you're watching right now. Welcome back, everybody. Mukhang sobrang excited na ako kasi this matchup is the best of both tier 2 teams. Talagang we have two teams that one of them is one of the best VCT PH rosters that we've heralded right now versus one of the Lanimals that we've had. It is Special Esports versus Old Stinky Cat. You could say that this is both a cat versus cat matchup since a beast is usually associated with cats, diba? Pero ikaw, sa tingin mo ba magiging mainit ba yung laban natin, Mochi?
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, that is going to be something we have to look out for. Lalong-lalo na yung isa dito, may putik po siya din eh, no? So, I feel like it's a cat versus cat team. You know, this match is going to be quite interesting for us to see. VCL Esports, it's been a while where we have been able to see them yung last year pa with a definitely different roster. But now that they've got other players on the mix, it is quite going to be an interesting one, knowing na nandito si Machiavelli, nandito si Funky, Image Comics, and even White Cat with the iconic white ears dito sa kanyang headset, you know? So, we're definitely opening up to new and returning talents here. But on the other side, I feel like it's already something that we are already having a grasp about. Nandito si Pogs, nandito si Ioli, si Owen, nandito then even Safe. So, guys, Safe is like one of the players here that's from Cardi Esports, but now he's gonna be playing with them. And we all know yung prowess ni Safe. Despite of his young age, he's sharp as ever. And I'm quite excited to see kung ano yung mabubuo or ma-offer nila sa atin today.
Yeah, he looks like Sabrosa, he frags like Sabrosa, and could possibly show swag. Possibly better than Sabrosa as we head on into the Ascent map, mga kaibigan. Default kung default, Pinoy map kung Pinoy map. Ascent is king para sa Kings of PH ngayon. One of the most picked maps all throughout the qualifiers at ngayon ay makikita natin in action. Ano kaya yung magiging strat book natin for the OSC side? The last time that they played this map as well dito sa qualifiers was also Ascent. They picked up yung Clove, the first broadcasted Clove game throughout the world at si Paul X yung nag-pick up nun. Will we see another Clove picked up dito for Paul X as the last time that we saw him, he tore through with 26 kills when he was on the attacking side, always brute forcing the mid side every single time. That's why Special Esports have a huge thing against them kasi they are fighting up with a lot of momentum against their side because Old Stinky Cat, sila yung pinakaunang lumaro sa qualifiers at sila rin yung pinakaunang dumurog sa kanilang qualifier stage alone. Whereas Special Esports, very recently, they played up in the promotion relegation match in VCT Split 2. Unfortunately, one of the two teams that are not able to push through dito.
Yeah, so this is going to be a good one because you can see both of these teams are still trying to climb up the leaderboards here, being the best here in PH, and we are going to see if there is going to be the possibility na maka-tip off dito sa on the contrary sa kanilang mga kalaban, and the lineups are already here. Paul X on the Clove, and we even have a really aggressive one, like two initiators here for the side of All Stinky Cat. Mukhang hindi sila mauubusan ng blinds here, and they've got no duelists too, which is definitely interesting. For BCL Esports though, pretty standard. You know, it's been a while na nakita na natin tong ganitong lineup. It's just I think the standard? Yeah, pretty standard lineup, yeah.
Yeah. It's not just the standard. It's the only composition that you normally see on Ascent games. But the usual. You know, kaya may mga tao nagsasabi na you should take Ascent out of the map pool kasi it usually only plays one comp. It's this comp right here. Why does it work? I'll tell you why. This neutralizes a lot of utility threat if you put the KO knife at the right place. And it also supplements the amount of aggression and passive approaches that you would have on this map, and it always relies upon what type of tempo the Jet wants to have for the team, right? If gusto niya mabilis, edi may Sova tsaka may KO ka para ma-supplement yung aggression na yun. If gusto mo ng slow lang at slow tempo, edi yung star of the show dito ay yung Killjoy player nyo. So White Cat is always gonna be on the forefront kapag ganun yung magiging tempo. At talagang hihintayin na makahanap sila ng mga butas para makapasok ang Bestial Esports. So, very straightforward yung team composition nila. However, you can't say the same for old Stinky Cat. Usually, they'd be the type of team that would put forward double duelist comps, and that really is one of their strong points. However, the new meta has shifted towards where we can normally not put out yung mga duelists as long as you play like duelists. At yun ang magiging goal ni Paul X, because the last time that he has played this agent, my goodness, Mochi, napakatindi ng performance ni Paul X. Parang duelist lamang yung mga entry niya dito.
I mean, not gonna lie, Clovis' design, sort of like being a half controller, half duelist, is, if I may say. And knowing na meron pa silang breach dito na nasa kamay pa ni Safe, this is going to be deadly, being accompanied by Digny as well on the sky. Pero ngayon, they're gonna go for an aggressive stance here at the 8th side, and they're gonna meet each other. Dahil nga lang harang, dahil smoke, kaya naman hindi sila masyado magkakakitaan kaagad. But at least there are already some sound cues here present, which just means that they are well aware that someone might be lurking.
Endgame could be A, pero they have to be careful about Machiavelli kasi always at the forefront of that wine position, and Paranoia already primed up and ready. Dignified, that's his position to call. At buti na lang, he's elevated. Funky, good flash through pakatapos ng napakagandang cause Viper wall, but in the end, OSC are happy to take yung 2-for-1s. At si Owen Cutie lang naman yung mapapatay dito, so they still have the numbers advantage. They're even thinking about going back to B, leaving tong si Funky na mapapatay against 4 people, gets one at least case safe, and that could be damaged through, but they still have the A-side push. And White Cat, as well as the other Bestial player, have to play the 2 versus 3 retake with numbers down.
And they're gonna be forced to retake this as 2v3. But now, Digny though, we caught off guard as dalawa lang naman ang sisilip sa kanya. But at the sidelines, sa isang solo, no, Paul X will be here trying to wait and see kung meron nga bang mga ngahat na sumilip sa kanya. He's well aware of where these two are just by the Jenny. And he's gonna connect some shots here. Madagdag ng armor, and he is gonna get another. And just like that, it is going to be a point here for the side of Old Stink Cat.
Yep, OSC just building upon a very strong default position, diba? Just, ito yung parang napapansin ko eh. A lot of like Sentinels, if they're lurking, they usually have at least one initiator with them. Yun yung nakita natin from the split game kanina. Now we have Safe providing support for Aeonic. So hindi siya nag-iisa if ever na ma-4-man push siya outside B main. Kaya may suporta siya sa pag-push all the way from that mid-short position. They also have that default papunta dun sa A, which A was their end game all along. Which then forced Bestial Esports to be a bit topsy-turvy sa kung saan sila magde-defend. Tomix holding on strong. At least he has the dash. Buti na lang. He has gotten himself back to safety. Supported because of Owen Cutie. At nandito din si Digny. Kaya hindi siya nakakuha ng pot kahit sino mamatay. He also got saved already on the cross, and Aeonix already running up towards A short. And Tomix is in a lot of trouble because he's gonna get sandwiched by 4 people unless it goes back to safety.
Love the side-to-side assistance here in between Safe and Aeonix doon sa mid encounter na yon, but still, we are yet to see if they will have a smooth entry here dito sa A-side natin dahil meron lang naman mga nakabantay dito, which is Machiavelli as well as Tomix. But at the same time, this is going to be quite a crucial one, lalong-lalo na they're not at an advantage in terms of the guns. But once again, 40 seconds in the clock, they are yet to see if the execute will actually be effective on their side.
No, nagdadalawang isip pa sila. Fall X, business as usual. Digdy just picking up the Marshall, just making sure those long angles are accounted for. Owen Cutie, good shots from the Guardian as well. And it's the same 2 people that tried to retake back on White Cat as well as Aeonix, but in the end, Image not able to convert through again with the Sheriff buys in hand. Only getting one onto Safe, but again, I want to talk about Safe as a player, right? Carti Esports had this player from VCT Split 1, and he has beautifully performed as well sa kung paano siya nakakapag flex as one of their players, diba? One of the young talents that we've seen from Corty, who has developed into a role where he is pivotal for the success of OSC, doing a really good job on the breach, is doing well even though he's kind of a little bit low on the scoreboard.
I think it's just the start of the game here, so it should be fine. There's a lot of room for them to exert their dominance because Funky from the other side, though, would be able to get a couple here at that encounter, which just means good. Considering this is their buy round after all, Paul X, tamang habol lang just in case na meron siya mamamataan, pero Whitecap be able to put him down. And it is going to be a 3v5. We are yet to witness if it is going to be a clean retake here. Well, it's going to be a flawless round. Hindi natin sure, but from what we have seen, merong isang mapipitas. But still, what matters is they got the point on the scoreboard, and they are yet to see if it is going to be the same thing for the next one.
It's interesting no? Kasi parang yun yung isa sa mga first encounters natin of yung ulti na ma-pop out from Paul X. And usually, kapag long-range gunfights, you really don't want to contest against that kasi giving a 50-50 like that would result in Paul X reviving himself after gamitin yung ultimate na yun, diba? So, could have been a permanent resignation away from Paul X if they run away from it. Pero yun din yung parang naging strength ni Clove even though they die tapos ginamit niya yung ult, diba? At nagtumakbo si Paul X all the way towards A short, giving that space up kasi ayaw na lang maapektuhan dun sa 50-50 na pwedeng makuha ni Paul X dito no? Just giving the site up knowing that their numbers are still in favor of Bestial Esports right now. So Paul X, again, poking his nose where he shouldn't be over at that mid-top position, possibly meeting tong si Tomix if he decides to actually go for it. 4-1-4 or 2-1-2 para sa positions so far ng OSC. They're looking to strike at least with some presence made across one side of the map, possibly to take entry on their possible end game, which should be on B side, considering that they're transporting it with the spike.
Ayun nga ba ang kanilang gagawin? We're about to find out, lalong-lalo na though that someone's gonna be left behind here at the A side, and that's going to be Digny. And we are yet to see if mabibait out nga yung mga members natin dito. Yes, a smoke's gonna be baited out, and someone is gonna establish their presence here at the mid area. But the question here is, where kaya si Digny? X daw, meron agad siya mapipitas at maganda ang magiging responde ni Dignified onto this one. But
30
now,
seconds left.
the rest of the people here are just gonna put the spike down here at B, and we are yet to see if it is going to be a good chance here for a retake regardless of the odds here for the side of Bestial Esports.
Just primed up para makakuha ng entry dito tong si Tomix. Kaso he's affected as he got mended because of the utility. Whitecat Tomix, good trades all around, but Digny is still on B main and he is a nuisance to deal with. Triple for Dignified, but Machiavelli is all alone. A 1v2, the smoke provided, and thanks to that, Owen Cutie has covered himself towards the shadows and surprised Machiavelli OSC with another round. Considering the utility, considering the man count advantage on the site itself, they have overwhelmed the odds of Bestial Esports. They even played them like a filler. Remember, Dignified's positioning around the A lobby, using that Trailblazer very late into the party, has prompted Tomix and Funky to rotate around mid-bottom, where they're thinking about lurking, but they never expected the wraparound from B.
True, and I am quite excited kung they still have any more tricks up their sleeve because right now, they're just gonna focus on the goal onto this one. Tomix and Funky muli dito sa mid area natin, trying to gun down any possible presence here at mid, but will decide to actually back out. But the rest of the squad here, we're just gonna wait it all out safe. Makikita dito ni Image, and yes, he is gonna be removed out of the map. But now, with the pick-off present, medyo magiging reluctant ng Slice sila dito, but all they're prioritizing here for the side of OSC is still the mid control.
They're jump peeking to see if they can get info, and the pings are relaying the info para sa players on OSC to try to think about that mid-market position. Tapos tingnan mo, tong si Owen QT also just splitting up with everybody else on OSC, and Fallex already leading the charge. Funky though through the smoke as well, finding Owen QT. Image also getting another spray on down, and a 3k4 to Sova. Just means that Bestial Esports have mid on notice. Dignified Has to get one, possibly a second, but Machiavelli says no, I got you, bro. 2 to 3 now for the side of Bestial Esports. They got the spike down knowing that Owen QT was isolated. They forced mid out of question, especially with Tomix with that jump peak. So they had full info about Paul X. And since they were also taking control of B main, they had full time, full coverage of holding that market with the long angles, prompting Paul X to fight, prompting 50-50s out of OSC, which did not work out in their favor.
I'm not gonna lie, I really would like to applaud Image as well, because regardless of the multiple people coming from mid, he managed to make it work out just by focusing on the information that's been given to him by Tomix and as well as Funky. So that's actually a good round and impactful one for both people here from the side of Bestial. But ngayon, tamang abang lang tayo dito. This is going to be the struggle of not having like a full or all out duelist, because sometimes when these types of moments arises, wala kayong choice but to play it passively and try to get some pickups. But from what we have seen recently is it's the latter that's happening, no? Sila yung mga napipick up here on the attacking. So let us see kung meron nga silang makukuha dito, considering na yun nga, they're on to Sheriffs, they're on an eco round, and they had to work with these.
I think it's okay for them na namamatay agad tong si Folex if malapit sa kanila yung endgame site nila, eh, no? So let's say he's the one who entries on A, and even if he gets traded, okay lang, kasi if nakapag-plan sila, then he still has the ability to actually put down smokes even if he dies. So that's going to be a big factor into this coming round, as A site is fully defended. 4 people from Bestial want to contest this by force, and Machiavelli already finding Fall X. Second out for White Cat as well. It is a full A site control for the side of Bestial Esports, leaving it all to Aeonix, but I don't think he's going to do much around this time para sa laban nilang ito. Flawless victory for Bestial. Not enough to survive itong OSC with the low guns that they had. But I like that they did that as a unit, right? Because normally it would be the default, but after they played around info, around that B main extremity, after nilang kumuha ng at least presence across one side of the map, they have a cohesive system. A system that ONQT has built up with these players for a long time. Kaya the synergy that they built up together is going to be a huge factor into this game. Let's say this is very, very close so far. Yes, it is. Against Bestial Esports, they both have the same amount of firepower, but what will give one an edge is how they adapt to high pressure situations.
That's true. And most importantly, na medyo unorthodox yun dito sa side ng OSC. There might be some sort of a struggle, but if they are definitely into like making this work out, or talagang pinaghandaan or pinag-aralan nila ito, they should be able to work against those pressured situations under pressure. But now, for the side of Bestial, though, I feel like they're just, I don't know, they're just pretty calm with everything that's been happening here. Most importantly, that this is their comfort and this is the usual setup or static they currently have. But dito nun from the side of OSC, talagang ina-acknowledge ko din talaga yung importance dito ni Fall X. And most importantly, if ever they manage to like go and farm out all of the orbs here, like every other round, there is a possibility for him to get his ultimate agad. So if ever that they can actually abuse this, no, that is going to be like a good advantage on their side as well.
So ano sa tingin mo yung conversation ni White Cat tsaka ni Machiavelli ngayon?
Hindi ko rin alam eh. Pero
Kumusta ka, pre?
nagtitigan lang din sila dito.
Yeah,
Alam ko yung mata ni Owen is like glowing talaga na. Parang talaga meron siyang sinasabi. Kaya sabi siya kay
small
White Cat.
ceiling. Para siyang Discord notification habang may nagsasalita, no?
Anong favorite cat stick mo, pre?
Para ano favorite cat mo, pre?
Literally, no? You're just chilling. They're just preparing, you know?
Tas sasagot ni White Cat, ano no? Sasagot ni Machiavelli, ikaw yung favorite cat ko, pre. Imagine mo yun. Diba? Bestial Esports, love story pala to eh. Hindi ko alam na meron pala tayong storya na malalabas, no? Parang alam ko nga yung storya ng gantong fanfic eh. Parang Machiavelli and White Cat, parang nagsimula silang nagkakilala sa isang gelato shop. Tapos si Machiavelli Parang inalok lang
Based sa mat ng natin.
tong si White Cat na makapag-pizza. Tapos nung nag-pizza sila, sabi nila, sama tayo. Saan? Sabi ni White Cat, sabi ni Machiavelli, sa pareho nating kinabukasan.
Why, dude? Ang imagination mo, bro. What the heck? Grabe din. I mean, they're just definitely prepping up, no? Just in order for them to, like, perform its fullest potential. Pero, I really want to expound more dito sa setup na meron ngayon si OSC. Like, what are the winning conditions and what are the bad conditions? Kasi, despite the fact, sige sabihin na natin na sobrang aggressive nga or sobrang ganda ng parang mala-duelist na galawan dito ni Fall X, do you think na enough? So, sabihin na natin na mawala si Fall X. Do you think na enough yung apat na tao dito na remaining in order to get things done? Or is there still somewhat of a lack of a certain aspect dito for the side of OSC?
Honestly, the way that Fall X has been performing with this agent, I have no doubt in my mind naman na his job really is to die. Kapag nagtatry siya magkaroon ng forward space, wala siyang dash, wala siyang anything, okay, he really is primed to die talaga sa gandang sitwasyon. So, wala silang choice. Kailangan talaga nilang gawan ng paraan na okay lang na mamatay itong si Fall X. And I usually look towards like the initiators. Those are the type of agents that I really am expecting na makapag-3 na mabilis. And Digny has been doing just that whenever Fall X pushes a little bit too far, right? And there is like a small inkling in my eyes na possibly say just needs some time to like warm up to the environment. Kasi new team nga naman, diba? New team, new system. Parang first time lang diyang kalaro tong si Owen Cutie. So, you know, it's gonna take some time to like get used to like the system that they have for ourselves. Kasi if you compare like yung default system ng OSC compared to everybody else on the qualifying stage, sobrang elaborate na ang setup nila. Talagang ngayon ka lang makakita ng no duelist pero sila mismo yung nagsaset ng tempo na gusto nila. If they both want to play it slow, then it's OSC that actually want to try to take it slow, right? That's why they try to rotate around, go through that mid lane position. Kasama na tong si Safe, who is always that second man, either with a duelist or with Aeonic. So they have to be forced to play their hand now that the tech pause is out and about. 3 mga kaibigan, and OSC are crawling up on a short. KO has already used up his null command, kaya dapat mag-push yung short position. And Machiavelli has taken down tong si Owen Cutie. Fall X, finally that entry has worked out for him. And 3 kills, in fact, for the side of OSC. Has forced out the 2 versus 3 retake with Machiavelli. Losing the gunfight against Aeonics. All done and dusted thanks to the entry by Fall X.
My, that's actually a pretty clean round here for the side of OSC or OCD Cat. And on the latter and the things though for the side of Festival Esports, parang nagkaroon sila ng hiccup dito the moment na nagkaroon na sila ng space here dito sa A side ang OSC. So I feel like they have to like expand their horizons on how they can actually offer a retake here, considering that they're at a disadvantage. But other than that, we're open to see what's gonna go down into this next round. Lalong-lalo na that the operator is already available here in the hands of Comics. Kaya naman, kailangan talaga na mag-ingat just in case that they would like to offer mid-control.
Napaka-high risk, high reward ng ginagawa ni Comics kanina. So, buti na lang as he falls back after the smoke out from Fall X. One of the shortest smokes. Actually, the smartest smoke that we have in the game. 10 seconds lang yung meron sa smokes ngayon nitong si Clove. So now, it's all on how Tomix provides with this operator. And Funky almost caught between a rock and a hard place. Kaya babalik siya sa market. Spotted na agad yung position nitong si Fall X. And have a lot of time to progress around this mid-split. Lalo na at wala masyadong util. Walang KJ dun sa may B. Tomix almost converts his operator. Kaso on the blind to Volix. Thanks to Funky. And a second out as well. Dignified. Yes, this is the tree that we've been looking for. Rolling Thunder as well activated. Volix has to run, has to fight, has to kill one. And eventually he will. He gets one kay White Cat.
30 seconds.
In a 3v2, Machiavelli gets spotted thanks to the ulti. In a 1v3. Has no idea that Image is around this corner. Pero hindi niya alam na napag-rotate na din yung dalawa from OSC. Aeonix just has to be a nuisance. Just has to burn the time down. He can even kill him down. And OSC back to their winning default and back to their winning ways.
Love how quick din talaga na mag-respond tong ibang mga members natin dito from the side of OSC. Because the moment na i-pull out yung Not Dead Yet dito ni Paul X, talagang nakita mo sumunod dito si Digny, sumunod dito yung sa panilang member. And it just means that that's how good they are into recognizing na we have to do this. We have to not let them do this and stuff. So, pretty clean cut for the side of Odd Stinky Cat. But it seems like there are 2 rounds winning. Contrary sa Bestial Esports, and considering na ngayon they're up to a broken bye, this is going to be quite of a difficult one. But on the latter part, on the bright side, I'm not quite sure if they will risk in using these ultimates na meron sila ngayon. Meron silang tatlo. They've got the Hunter's Fury, the Lockdown, as well as the Blade Storm. So it's already up to them if they will try and risk it onto this one in order to try and fight for their economy, or would they try to reserve this into a later time?
Will Image die to the hands of Aeonix? Waiting for the double sweep, double face. Yes, that is not what they were looking for. Image able to run off, stave off the offense, and take off si Aeonix. So they have denied the lockdown, possibly in this round. Pushing pa rin tong si Pollex. Blinded thanks to Funky. Double from Dignified. The GOAT is online, as well as OSC. Into the B site we go. As Bestial Esports already falling on the back foot, 3v3, and forced into the retake.
Forced into the retake indeed, but the lockdown is still there. I wonder if there's a way para ma-counter ito ng latter part, because everyone's just after go site right now. Like, they got nowhere to go, but try to work with the limited space that they have. But they're seeing series of trades until it now boils down to 1v1 Digny. Siya lang naiwang dito, tamang swing niya lang, and Tomix will be able to get him out. For a defuse here, worth it na worth it yung mga ultimates na nilapag nila dito, and they've got a really good decision making on that current round.
That's unfortunate because he was low on HP too. And Fallex blinded thanks to Funky. Again, the util was on point for Bestial Esports by that time. Pero you could say that the firepower is just undeniable for the side of the attack. So OSC, they're able to clean up yung pag-trade nila from one side to another, then that could possibly be what they needed going forward. But Bestial Esports on the trading department is not looking too shabby at all. Talagang nakakapaglaban, nakakapag-contend against OSC. But now they have another chance, another shot from that mid-control Tomix. And again, Funky, they trade off blow for blow. Tomix standing tall amongst that, even getting a second. Bestial Esports are on fire. And eventually, they crumble it down to a 4v2.
Bestial proving themselves to be the best in this one, but they have a long way to go, as these guys are just gonna wait and see if there is a possibility to narrow down the numbers here on their counterpart. It's a 2v4 after all. May hawak pang Odin ito si Image. Like, talagang no one should be walking down dito sa B side, which is his turf. But now, they're just gonna make their way, creep into this one. But before they even know it, there's 3 in here. And kailangan nila mag-ingat because Tomix is well aware. He is wary of their presence. But Safe would manage to put him down. And now, the blind will be connecting. White Cat still adding one more onto the bag. That is a Safe.
30
left
seconds
alone, 30 HP with a couple of utilities, but how much would this actually work out, and until when? Because 24 HP na lang siya, dude.
Well, wala na. Dahil doon sa Odin ni Image. And Unfortunately, a stronghold doon sa Cubby kasi even though White Cat was stunned up, even though he was blinded, he was able to dodge away from it. More so, even kill off itong si Dignified, who was so primed up and ready to actually utilize agad yung flash na nakuha na on his side.
Blocking sight.
Unfortunately, huge disconnect sa communication for the side of OSC. Nerves kicking in, unfortunately, for Safe, as he wasn't able to trade off to si Dignified as he had a small amount of percentages. An opportunity para makuha niya. Oh, Onyx! Through the wall. Makuha niya agad si Image, and Owen Cutie even follows with a lineup. Machiavelli
Player standing.
will get 3 kills in the round as well. It's all left up to the captain. Captain Owen Cutie picks up, but at least will get traded out immediately by White Cat again. They have relied upon their
Last
firepower,
round
but
in
they
the
have
half.
proved that it is not enough.
Definitely not enough, as all kitang-kita naman sa mapa natin. Tatlo agad ang napatumba dito sa B-main natin just with the aggression that they currently have here for the side of Pistol. And yun nga lang nga, hopefully, is ganahan pa itong si OSC kasi sabi ata ng manager nila na pagka nanalo, kakain sila sa Watami.
Uy!
Uy.
Sama naman ako. Baka naman.
Pwede
Sama
po
naman
bang
ako.
ma-invite? Serious.
You should
Pwede po
run.
ba? Baka naman guys, pero ito na nga. Lockdown in place, attacker Killjoy. OSC want to take B main by force, but Tomix pushes too far, and OSC relied upon by Fall X and his entry, beautifully done, denying the null command. And Funky destroyed, dismantled, disdained out from this matchup, and you can see that he's not dead yet. Fall X wants more, but Aeonix peeks on mid control in place again, and Aeonix sweeps in and takes up Machiavelli, a 6-6. They are equals in this matchup, but momentum is on the side of Old Stinky Cat.
Nakarinig? Ang bilis mag-register, no? Yun lang pala ang kailangan. Kailangan lang ng pakain ni boss. Ano? I mean, this is going to be, on the bright side though, there's going to be a reset for both teams. But according to like some of the stuff that I've seen from DLRGG, for the side of Bestial though, they really thrive on being on the attacker side. So as much as possible, you can see na medyo malaki yung discrepancy towards are they attacker side or defender side. They are definitely attacker side. And so just in case that this one is going to be something good for the side of OSC, then that just means they earned it. I mean, they've had like a couple of initiators after all, which means that they have to play on the contact on this one. So, kailangan talaga nila maging well coordinated. Most importantly, they should not let them into the side as much as possible.
No recon agent, no fade, no Sova, so that means that the walls here for OSC are nothing to them. Wala silang pakialam sa walls at all. Talagang dapat full contact na lang dito. So they make their presence known already. A lobby in full control again for Bestial Esports, even pick up the orb, giving it up to Funky. So later, that null command is going to come up a little bit shorter compared to what it usually would be. B main already ignored. So talagang tatakbo ang Bestial Esports, contending against Aeonix, who is not too shabby when it comes to anchoring the site alone. So he has to be prepared. He has to call all his teammates. Nakala nila sa mid dahil doon sa smoke na nilabas si Machiavelli, but Aeonix calls it fun. The retake has to be pushed down.
At ito na nga,
30 seconds
on their
left.
way. This is going to be a good entry here for the side of Bestial. 5v5, wala pa naman nalalagis, pero ang dahil ng utilities na binabato, delaying them from opting for a retake. Once again, dalawa na nga nang namamatay dito from the side of Meow, or rather OSC, but still, isa na lang may iwan dito, and that is safe, and he won't be able to manage to try and stand against the last four. Regardless though, pretty low na yung three of their members, pero talagang kaya pa rin talaga nila na mag-off dito sa kanilang attacking. It is going to be first round on their end.
Yeah, a little bit too early to tell kung this will be the last hope that OSC have, since it is pretty close, pero so far so good para sa attacking ng Bestial. 4 straight rifle buys across the board. Well, 5 actually, if you count all the Bulldogs in the world, because Machiavelli wants to take a hit out of the firepower. Now relied upon by the entry yet again for Tomix, and OSC don't want to take this brute force, kaya medyo same lang din ulit yung mga positions nila from the previous round. It's just that we don't have the same pizza control that they usually would have. Now they're relying on the contact that the forward players are on in. So one on to A main, tapos may isa na pwedeng mag-push on from that B main position. That's for safe, pero I wonder how they're gonna play out this pistol round, kasi if you look at their util, they're definitely not, I'd say, poor compared to the amount of util that this attacking half would have had. Since ang dami na lang pwedeng imbata sa kanila with this double initiator, but they're pretty separate from each other.
Sa totoo lang. And I feel like medyo nagkakaroon ng disparity in trying to capitalize the fullest extent dito from both of our initiators. No? But I guess this is good for the balance between sides. Pero ngayon, tons of people are coming from main. Every single one securing their own positions here para masecure sila ng objective, which put the spike down. Pero ngayon, they're just waiting for them to try and extend forward. As a Yonix will try and get something from the shorty. And magagawa niya naman yun. But Tomix, though, fast as ever, hindi niya kayaan na maging equal ang kanilang numbers. Still tons of utilities to work with here from the side of OSC, pero ang tanong is, would this be enough? Because the advantage in terms of guns are on the side of Bestial, while X though may mapitas, and still though, one for each, while X may must secure, but not long enough. Still an advantage for the side of Bestial, and staying true to their name, they are a beast when they're on the attacking side.
A beast, yes, when it comes to planting the spike down, but if you look at how they performed on that post plant, masyado na lang hindi na expect yung mga little tricks up their sleeve where we got the shorty up in hand dun sa may short position, plus Fall X utilizing all the smokes in the world just so that he could cross papunta doon sa may Vandal na pick up nila after patayin yung nag-iisa nag-push from heaven. So you could tell that OSC, they're still willing to fight for this half. Now they have the buy rounds in check, keeping the two Vandals away from Bestial Esports. Now they're keeping it to the next round. Naka-Ghost at naka-Pistols, naka-Sheriff lang si Funky. So not the best weaponry in the world pagdating dito sa napaka-importanting buy round for OSC. Tomix, one of the only Vandals pushing forward. Nasira na agad yung alarm bot. And this could very well be enough to try to slow down the rotation, but they're still holding that same angle. They're still holding the same B main extremity. If they take the split off, then this could possibly throw them in a discord. The Tomix already pushing down, but oh my god! Papunta kay Safe. He was surprised, blinded of the face of the earth. He could not expect that peak. And now they got themselves in B main extremity.
But what we have so far here is these members from the side of OSC got all amounts of information in here. Lalo na Trailblazer been put out. Yun nga lang, hindi nila expect that Thomas will be right there. Buti na lang. Digny will be there for the trade, but still, 3v3, time is ticking. They have to act quick here for the side of OSC. Yun nga lang, white cut from main. Be able to secure him out. And just like that, it is going to be an advantage here for the side of Bestial once again. And OSC is yet to actually figure out how would they be able to actually pristinely retake in these types of moments. And ngayon, Sir Owen, ayan na, it's time for the timeout. Meron na tayong dito tignan natin kung meron silang mga mahahain. They're cooking something dito, pare.
Si Owen, quality tactics ba naman yun? You know? And to his credit, right? I don't think Safe ever even thought about that shot given to him by Tomix, right? Because that was perfect crosser placement for Tomix, as well as expecting that at least one player would be holding off at least like one of the crosses, and that would be around that link position, right? So definitely surprised by the opposition. Tomix fully adjusting to the system, the strategy that OSC have put up for themselves. This defense is not looking like the best sort at all. The lack of a paranoia, the lack of a at least a duelist para makapag-take ng risk for them is very well felt. Kasi kung titingnan mo, hindi sila nagko-control ng mga extremities ng mabilisan. Talagang
True.
binibigyan nila yung space talaga sa kalaban nila kasi wala silang pwedeng pang-tradean eh.
They're taking their time, but medyo meron ding risks na kaakibat yun, kumbaga, no? So, despite of having like a really good um, lineup or of like having one initiator per site, medyo nagkakaroon tayo ng kakulangan dito in terms of how they be able, the gulat factor here from the side of OSC.
Ano
Pero
yung gulat?
still, malay mo, di ba? They might be able to pull this off. There's 3 rounds na kailangan nilang habulin dito, but right now they're quite passive. The water is still, and feel like the storm is yet to come.
Paano yung gulat mo, Chi?
Wow, angas.
Mahal. Kakaiba naman yung gulat na yun. Parang scripted nga eh.
Parang
You know?
saya, no?
Parang
Even if
oo
it's
nga.
like super outdated na, it's sort of cringe, pero okay lang yan.
Yeah. Okay lang yan. Cringe is sometimes better than being a little bit normal. And with normal, comes with normal defaults. Talagang expected. Yung util exchange all the way from B main. They take again yung flashes. Please use one of the pivotal utils na meron dito tong si Image. So wala nang drone, wala nang anything. They don't even know na nagpo-push tong si Owen kasama si Safe, and he's waiting for a call to push out gamit ng flash. And well, Owen, I think that's one. Safe gets another. That could be the damage that they have been
30
looking for.
seconds left.
But they give a B site because of that. And if you look at OSC, they're just running all the way back into B site where they only have pistols, but will this be enough for everybody on the defense?
We're yet to see, because just in case that they manage to get one more, this might be possibly a different story though, because once again, we've got the judge here in the hands of Aeonix, which is something na mapapakinabangan lang nila once that they narrow down the distance na meron sila dito against these members. Pero mukhang mahihirapan sila na magawa yun, considering na, once again, one for each, merong kanya-kanyang inookupahan na angulo itong mga members natin from the side of Pestel. But now, you're just gonna wait kung meron siya mapipitas, and meron naman nga, but once again, it's just a judge, can do so much, but still, it is an advantage for Pestel, and we're yet to see if kaya nga ba mag-comeback itong side ng OSC.
Well, if they can, they have to be motivated. Kasi talagang down in the dumps na agad yung kanilang defensive half, diba? It's almost like their attacking composition was built up like this, where they're relying on a really strong attacking half where they didn't actually have one. Sobrang dikit 6-6 pa nga eh. At parang hindi tuloy naging fruitful yung defense nila, so they have to try to see if they can change things around. So pinagsama na nila yung dalawang initiators para supportahan agad tong si Fall X. The drone doesn't really spot out anybody around the close angles, but they're thinking that B site could be a trap for them. So they're deciding, wag na tayo mag-B. Sa A site na lang tayo. Sakit sa ulo yung B, pre.
Parang natuto na. At di na uulit pa. Yeah, like character development ay naantay na dito. But still, diba? What I want to point out here then though is the capacity na pwede nilang i-rush tong mga sites na ito. Because from here, dito lang kito, makes me feel like that's just something na talagang magagawa nila. We've the advantage na meron silang duelists onto this one, but still, we are yet to see if malalaban nga ba nila ito. It's already up to them how they be able to cut off the 4-round win streak na meron dito ang Bestial, and they are yet to do just that. Lockdown already activated, but still, mukhang meron tayong nakakita na members here on the hell, and they are letting them experience hell, and still though, Bestial would manage to pull it off. One more round away from the match point dito ang Bestial, and kita natin kung kaya pa rin nila mag-operate here for the side of OSC.
Grabe, sobrang dikit talaga ng pwede nilang retake dito. Ang problema nga lang is that I think Tomix has been doing a really good job of going in and out of the one-way smoke na, accidentally placed onto him, kasi that's usually like a default smoke onto that A heaven position that actually Machiavelli has been putting onto him, and he actually did that, used that pretty well. Na hindi tuloy siya one tap, di tuloy siya matetridan. He isn't even dead. He actually was just weaving in and out of cover. So good movement out for Tomix. Bestial Esports eventually lay themselves into a penultimate match point. One more to get themselves the official, pero will OSC try to bounce back from this? Naka-force buy pa nga. Sila across the board. Guardian for Fallex. Guardian for Dignified. They're talented players in their own right, but they're falling into a landslide. 5-round winning streak again for the side of Bestial and Machiavelli. He's taken an interest doon sa pag-push on a lobby where Owen Cutie tries to see if he can push through. He actually makes noise, so alam na nila may Spectre dito. Running away from Owen Cutie. Possibly running, pivoting papunta dun sa market. It's open for business, and they don't have the guns unless the Guardians can do a lot of work into holding that B site.
Pretty clean and quick decision making here for the side of Bestial. And mukhang meron nga silang mamataan dito at the site while everything is going down. So chaotic, but still they're managing to make this work all out until Owen Cutie is left and Funky would be able to seal the deal. Match point secured here for the side of Bestial, and they are yet to see kung paano pa ang gagawin dito ng Bestial in terms of attacking, because they are just so powerful. It's like an unstoppable force, if I may say. And on the side of the OSC, medyo nagsistruggle talaga sila given the circumstances and trying to address these pushes na nanggagaling sa kabila.
Yeah, and I like to give a lot of credit to how they have been performing these default pushes, right? Just supporting Tomix. And when they had the decisive call to take the market, sama-sama talaga sila sa market. Not even needing the split anymore, just brute forcing each site. Owen Cutie finally nagbe-bear ng fruit yung pag-push sa lobby, but ang problema, Machiavelli also had the long angle. Teleported on top of that structure. Kaya forced out agad yung positioning ng OSC this time around. A B main on nose for them. And they know that since B main is also hold up by Image, there's a big chance that it's not just Image who's pushing on B main. Kaya Tomix is making his presence known, already dealing a bit of damage over kay Dignified. Flashed out, safe, makes his presence known. Second frag, finally the young gun will push his buttons. And again, OSC have extended play. They are not getting pushed around anymore, right, Bestial? But they need one shot para makuha yung kanilang 7th round, and they got it.
Yun nga, and I'm actually quite curious if this pressure will turn OSC into diamonds or just coal, because you know there are some people who actually function so well under pressure. So titignan natin kung yun nga ba magiging case nila dito. Not to mention that there's a lot of ultimates available for them to use just in case that they really want to topple the momentum na carry out dito ng Bestial. But now they are gonna be stopped on their tracks as the Viper's Pit will be activated here from Owen Cutie, and they are yet to see if there is this possibility to make their way around it, or will they be better off resorting to another decision.
See, napapansin mo yung mga setups nila. It's only one side of the map where they feel pressure on. Fallex, if he could have had the jet, he would have been the only guy trying to pressure yung A main. Now he's on a controller role and he has to play passively. Tomix pushes in. A-Short again being the focus for this jet. And Bestial Esports playing off of this. Unfortunately, the split is not working out. Dignified as well as Fallex dealing damage, but Tomix is revealing it all back. Rolling Thunder invested, but Ionix and Safe are able to diminish everybody from Bestial Esports. 12-8 so far for Meow. And yes, the story is not over. They're still fighting with everything that they have.
Additional lifeline here for the side of OSC, and you can see that they really made it work out, and they are well aware of the pros that they currently have right now, and it's already up to them kung paano ito mamamanage, because just in case lang naman no na medyo magkaroon tayo ng disparity for the side of Bestial, yung ilan sa mga members nila will be resorting to a broken bike just in case. Pero ngayon, heavy saturation here at the mid area, and seems that they're gonna go towards the tree area natin wherein walang nakatambay, just the bot itself. They are already aware that they are here, but that is just a fake, and the rest will be resorting here dito sa mid natin, diving in deep and trying to see if there are some spaces here na kaya nilang puntahan, but yet gonna be halted and quite delayed dito sa utilities, but they're not gonna let them do that.
Oh no, and Cutie destroyed as the entry on was perfect. Tomix lined up, and now Bestial Esports are one step closer only leaving dignified. But Meow has been taken care of as Bestial Esports proving that they are worthy as the kings of PH into the next round. We'll see them in the semifinals.
And this already seals the deal dito sa second semifinals natin. But unfortunately though, for OSC, they tried what they could. It's just unfortunate na hindi ito sumapat. And once again, I'm really looking forward to meeting these teams up close and even connect with their managers, and I'm quite excited. But still, once again, congratulations for Bestial Esports, because kitang-kita naman kung gaano katindi yung naging papel dito ni Tomix towards the attacking side. Lalong-lalo na every time that there are some moments dito na kaya sana nila na bumawi dito for the side of OSC, carry na bumawi dito or makasagot ni Funky as well as ni Image, regardless of being in the initiator role. And at the same time, I couldn't agree more in terms of saying na White Cat is like something na kailangan nilang i-address or look out for, because regardless of being in a Sentinel pick, kinaya niya pa rin na makakuha din ng frags, and he is always there in order to trade a teammate in need just in case that the need arises. And kitang-kita naman din yun dito sa ating mga highlights in that current last match. And I hope that the side of OSC will be able to, learn from this. And it is such a great experience and an honor to be with them as well. And mukhang just in a bit, makikita na natin kung sino ang ating MVP for this match.
At sino nga ba ang magiging MVP? Kung sino ba ay, syempre, si Tomix yan. The jet player from Bestial Esports. 24 kills for the guy. And let's not talk about his stats, man. This guy has been on fire when he started on the lobby as well. Parang, he's like an underrated guy. Kasi in a world where Zin has been popping off on Zol, where Fall X usually would be standing tall amongst others, tapos ang dami pa nating mga star duelists, si Tomix parang underrated siya eh. Not a lot of people know about Tomix, but I feel like this time is for his time to shine talaga.
True. And mukhang nakita rin naman natin yun the past match natin just recently. I'm quite excited kung ano nga ba yung magiging tapatan dito later on. Lalong-lalo na kompleto na yung 4 slots natin here on the semifinals, and we are yet to see how much more they can offer to prove themselves to become kings of PH.
Yep. Kasi pakatapos ng break na ito, mga kaibigan, we'll be commencing yung mga semifinals matches natin. We'll be starting with No Org versus Scatter, and we'll have SR Nakage versus Bestial Esports later. So, my name is Ramon. With me is Mochi. We'll be right back after the short break para sa Kings of PH.
As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts. The Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
with the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
And welcome back mga kababayan sa Predator Kings of PH. Ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. We've been casting the whole day from the quarterfinals up to where we are right now sa semis, kung saan mga laban naman natin ay para sa grand final spots. And well, we have 2 BO1s para malaman kung sino ang magko-contend for the Kings of PH bracket. So ngayon, Mochi, ano ba yung may expect natin ngayon na ganito na tayo? Sobrang deep into the bracket with no org versus scatter in our first finals.
We've come a long way in this day and we have witnessed kung ano yung mga strengths and weaknesses ng both of our teams. Pero first and foremost, mag-focus muna tayo dito sa strengths. Most importantly, yung napili natin to head-to-head. Most importantly din dito, si Yux for the side of what do you call this, for the side of scatter, and as well as itong si Crazy MD for no org. Kasi nakita naman natin, it is quite weird. Both of these players have been top ranking and focusing in their roles here. Parang kanina lang we got the Gecko here kay Crazy MD and we have been able to witness how he has been able to, lead the charge here despite it being the initiator and being able to secure, if not just a frag, even multiple ones, and returning the rounds or the game in accordance to their favor. So I hope that we will see more of that this time.
I think if you're counting out tong si Crazy MD para sa ganitong mga sitwasyon, I think Yux also handles a lot of the high pressure situations. He's required to do a lot of things, but he's also doing a lot more than just the entry frags. He's been picking up the operator on the attacking round, so something that will never be expected out of whoever is on the CT side will be that one factor that he is picking up that up. Plus, now that he's also very comfortable into the bracket, talagang nakapag-survey na siya kung sino yung mga paborito niyang kalaban, sino yung mga playstyle ang kailangan niyang i-counter. Well, Yux always is up for the job. Ang ating mini Envy para dito sa scatter side, habang para dito sa no org talagang ang kanilang magiging biggest challenge in my eyes is if they can be able to match the firepower that scatter has been putting out, because we have already seen that Nier and Yux be hand in hand with that double duelist comp, but against all odds, I think utility has been the name of the game for No Org, and Crazy MD is really well thought about all of that in the aspect of utility.
No, parang laban ng sword and shield ang makikita natin this time around. Lalo-lalo na, may I just point out na in terms of having Zeta as well doon sa sunset map natin kanina. Nakita naman natin kung gaano siya katindi in terms of securing yung mga spaces na necessary dito from both sides of the teams and how critical they are into limiting the possibilities dito ng kanilang counterpart. But we would also like to point out then na on the latter is maganda rin nga yung magiging prowess dito if ever na ma-pull off ito ng kanilang kalaban. Since yun nga kay Mel J naman is sobrang tindi din ng kanyang nagiging impact dito sa team na to. It is important to note that he is one of the people here na talagang pagka kailangan na merong mag-step up, hindi siya mag-hesitate to do that, and sometimes he gives more than what is required in order to meet a certain goal.
Going above and beyond will always be your benchmark, always be the one standard that you're looking out for yourself, right? So nevertheless, we're heading on into the bind map, mga kaibigan. We have been through this territory before and you know what to expect. Default heavy map. At kapag gusto mo maging very aggressive, well, E-short is always going to be that outlet, right? B main or hookah has always been the possibility kapag gusto mo ng aggressive plays, at kapag naman defending ka, well, may TP. Pag gusto mo mapag-respond na mabilisan all across the map, so you're gonna be expecting a lot of very wacky, aggressive, and possibly a lot of slow tempo plays pagdating dito. Bind is a map for me that doesn't matter na walang mid. Kasi parang may mid kapag ka may lurker, usually may expect mo sila sa malapit sa TP, diba? So kapag ka, let's say may lurker sila, ang dami nilang pwedeng entryhan. Pwede sila mag-showers push at para makapag-rotate sila around that CT position when they got showers control. Pwede din siya mag-A-short at kapag may forward position na sa A-short, then get one pick, TP pabalik din sa team mo para magkaroon kayo ng 5 versus 4 retake na mabilisan sa CT side. So, a lot of ways that they can tackle this. And I'm just gonna be curious about what they're gonna be holding when it comes to the agent select. So, I'm gonna take a little bit of a second para malaman at ayan na yan. Double initiator comp para dito sa No Org. And we've always seen this combo of Sky and Gecko. Very popular combo para dito sa buong qualifiers pa lang, and they're drawing out in very, very late into the game.
Tsaka despite of the low pick pick rate nitong Astra natin. We always see it in the hands of Kael, and Kael always executes wonders with this Astra as well, making it more easier for the team to actually navigate through kung saan yung mga positioning nila dito, because he does not only use the Astra as like a way in order to deny information, he uses it to acquire information as well, kasi all over the map ang presence ni Astra. And not only that, though, for the side of Scatter, makikita natin dito yung setup dito for Khalid. Usually, if not the Omen, laging Brimstone ang kanilang ball here. So this is going to be a good thing for their end, because that just means more time in order to commit and more time for them to set up and prepare for post-plan situations, lalo na nasa attacking side sila. So before we even get into this one, is mukhang meron na agad makikita si Yux dito at the side.
Look at that defensive position. Crazy MD, tsaka tap. This combo is doing a lot of work sa pag-hold dun sa B-long. Kael also making his own moves all the way from that hookah side. Jumping up and down para makapag-rotate, wrap around doon sa may B-long. Pero may access sila sa TP. And if this initial play doesn't work out, then may lurk pa sila all the way from that market position. Look at Kael. Ang layo na niya dun sa may A-short extremity. At nasira pa nga ng trap, baka isipin nila may naglo-lurk. Hindi, si Kaya lang din yun.
Diba? Yun nga, para siyang, yun nga, all over the map din siya. Not just the utilities, but literally himself. So this is going to be a good edge on their end, just in case that they manage to give out the most into this one. But ngayon, Scatter on a really safe approach here.
30 seconds
Available ang A-site para sa kanila, while the rest of the people here from No Org, tamang chillings lang in preparation for retake just in case na kailanganin.
Nakapaggalat-galanat lahat kung si Kael. Hindi pa nagpa-plant ng spike ang
True.
Scatter. So 15 seconds to do it right now. Smoke down, and that's when the
10
plant
seconds left.
moves forward. 3v3
planted.
retake yet again for the side of No Org. A strong retaking. Well, try and stack all the way from that B-side defense kasi may smoke sila. And I wouldn't say the same dito kay Kael since naubos na yung stars aligning all across this map. So, hintay na lang yung presence ni Yux as he decides to humble himself doon sa may A-short. At kahit medyo late yung pagbaba ni Jasod doon sa kanyang Poison Orb, and at least may cover siya ng onte dahil sa Poison Orb niya. Fade on and no J, right click, perfect onto Yux.
enemy
And
remaining.
Jasod can capitalize on this with another shot through from Kael. That is his double kill to end the round para sa pistol ng No Org. Scatter fumbling on the last bag dito sa kanilang pistol round.
Once again on the defense, pero merong talim itong No Org ngayon. And that is actually a good thing in order to boost themselves up here. But from the counterpart, we are yet to see kung ano ang may sasagot dito, because it is the introduction part of this match. After all, like trying to download, trying to understand how the opponents move, how they are actually making the most of the agents, and kung sino lagi ang kanilang mga kasama is part of something that you have to familiarize on bago kayo makapag-execute or makaisip ng panibagong strategy in order to work against them. Pero ngayon, all advantage for the side of No Org, and let us see kung ito nga ba ay mapupunta sa kanila.
Bibigyan agad yung hookah para lang magkaroon ng advantage kung si Kael. He has to run away from the paint shell. Nier is already in sight, but Kael, well, he's not the only guy inside B. Sama niya agad tong si Tap, who gets himself a flawless victory. 5 ult orbs straight para kay Kael. He's feeding all the ult orbs para mamaya may Cosmic Divide siya into the third coming round. So, it's only the pistol round lang naman for across the board para sa side ng Scatter. So okay lang, pwedeng ipang-reset, pwedeng ibalik yung init mamaya. And it starts with probably first bloods from Yux and Nier. We're struggling to get the first Omen pick dito.
True, but hopefully though, this time hindi na, knowing that they've got the advantage in terms of rifle, it's already up to how they would be able to push into a specific site, because you know, from what we're seeing here from the side of Scatter, this is more passive than what we expected them to be. I mean, it's just the start of the match after all, pero this is pretty different dun sa nakikita natin kanina.
It's kind of interesting na hindi nila kinakall na may nagda-dog all the way from that charge position. Hindi niya siguro alam na nasa loob na siya. Hindi niya alam kung gaano kalayo. So, at the risk of TPing, kahit nandoon na nga itong si Taf, imagine, the pace that this game would have gotten if he actually decided to flash in towards that TP position just to surprise every Showers control player na meron dito on Scatter. Holding up, again, both extremities on the A site. Butit nakapag-rotate pa nga tong si Kyle to assist the team. No signs of the map, pero nakapag-smoke pa nga agad ang Brimstone, si Clid. And Kyle even gets the lineup frag. Ronan and Clid says goodbye, good night, Nier. Entry is on, at least we'll get one. Pero ang problema is they already are down to 2 people sa laban nila against that A-side defense.
30 seconds left.
28 seconds left. And they're yet to put the spike down. Tamang abang lang sila dito and preparing for a retake itong side ng no
Spike
war just in
planted.
case. And kita mo naman that they're definitely respecting yung possibility of an advantage dito for the side of Scatter. But once again, they're down to 1 more person. And they're yet to checking out every single nook and cranny dito sa A side natin, trying to locate the remaining members of the side of Scatter, and eventually they'll get 3 guns. 3-round advantage here for the side of No Oregon. Mukhang wala silang balak na mag-back down.
Kita mo yung ult orbs si Kyle, lahat yun kills niya. 7 kills,
Kompleto
7
na,
ult
bro.
orbs. Kompleto yung ultimate niya, 4th round pa lang. At usually, mare-respect mo talaga yung Cosmic Divide niya kapag ka later rounds na eh. I don't know if he's gonna be using this in this next round since naka-eco round lang tong si Yux at saka si Nier, everybody from Scatter. But I like that they're not underestimating their opponents, just taking their time, knowing that they have 45 seconds after ma-plant yung spike sa A. They have enough utility and enough manpower para ma-invest yung pag-push out all the way from that middle position. So 3-0 na tayo mga kaibigan. No Org demonstrating their power into the defensive side. Now they're forcing the slow tempo yet again papunta sa Scatter, who are slowly creeping up on that B long position. Tap spotted that info. At since nandito na din yung Gecko, pwede din niyang gamitin yung dizzy niya if he wants to take that first contact, pero doesn't want to risk it, doesn't want to fight with Kyle. That info gathered just from that jump peek alone is enough to dissuade their push. They even use the dizzy as well as the push out, but Kyle and Jasso, even though they trade up to si Tap, know that B long is no longer away from Scatter.
Halaka. At this rate though, the defense is just so strong here for the side of No Org. Kasi bago pa man din makakomment sa specific site itong mga members natin for the side of Scatter is bawas na sila. And not only that, with regards to retake, they're just taking their time and let them do their thing. Pero biglang mabilis or laging silang mabibigla at mabilis ang pagresponde o pag-retake dito lagi ng No Org. And not to mention, they're being caught off guard right here, right now as well. Yux though, may mapipitas and it is still a 1v3 after all. Still a long way to go, pero at least though, titignan natin kung meron pa rin siyang mapipitas onto this one. But once again, medyo delikado to para sa kanilang economy.
10 seconds
Napakadali
left.
lamang to para sa defensive side, so dapat maging ready. Mag-iisang si Yux, and he is, kaso since he tapped off the bomb, hindi tuloy siya makakapag-plant. So buti na lang ang Kyle and Crazy MD are alive and well. Hindi tuloy siya makapag-plant ng spike. Just so with a beautiful timing to swing on right after the initial plant attempt by Yux. Pero again,
30 seconds left.
this B-long hold by the double initiator comp has been working out so well na hindi tuloy sila magkakaroon ng kahit anong garden control. I believe the whole 5 rounds, they haven't even pushed out of B Garden, and that's thanks to the double initiator comp. That's been funneling all this util before they can even push on.
True. And it's quite weird kasi usually we may say na parang ito yung lugar ng races. Pero right now, parang inaarkala ito ni Kael, itong teritoryo niya, which is bind and taking advantage of all the utilities na meron itong isang asa. Pero ngayon, mukhang meron magkakakitaan dito sa bandang Puka. Pero wala rin namang magkakapatayan dito. And we are yet to see, may mapipitas at nangyari na yon agad-agad. No trade so far here with a quick response as a smoker once na makapick off na agad itong si Kael onto himself. But Nier, may madedetect at susubukan niya na mag-take over pero siya ang mapipitas.
Yeah, and that's a good way to keep your control over B long. Kaso, Kyle, a huge pick and definitely a start for what they're looking for. Second frag out as Tap tries to hold it. Their own bastion of hope, but Tap runs them down with 3. A 5-0 for the lone young gun on no org. What is happening to the attack of Scatter? They could not push outside of Garden at all. And he thought that Kyle was enough of a pick, especially since they also took down Crazy MD. But Tap always at the right spot, always with the beautiful adjust with the aim. And just after he took the hook of players on notice, talagang all side, all around talaga tong si Tap.
Not gonna lie, I'm quite fluid what is happening right now because I feel like this is not the Scatter that we have seen from the previous games that we had, and even during the qualifiers where they've been able to qualify for themselves, diba? Pero right now, you can honor like the prowess din ng side ng no org. Like every single one, ang tindi. Most specifically din kay Tatap kanina, sinasayawan niya lang yung kalaban against 3 and he has been able to secure and gun down the rest of them. But now, Blazer already active through Blazer in order to get some sort of information. Wala namang nandyan sa Lambs, pero at least they will be able to free some space for themselves and they'll still try and attempt to push forward regardless of the odds here for the side ng Scatter.
Yep, now they have forced themselves into the A side, even though they got the low buy. All because they're not underestimating their opponents at all. But look at the double initiator. Just keeping on. 2 of them, Seekers online, and they're pressuring agad yung Brimstone na si Clid. So he's running back toward the safety. Naubos yung Stinger ammo niya dito. So the rundown lang agad ni Tap. So Zeta is the second man, but we'll never expect Kyle to peek on. Another from Ronan into 2 versus 4. And against all odds, they tried to fight back. Showstopper out, Yux and Ronan, even though they have the low guns, they're still fighting with everything that they got. But Tap yet alone is the sole survivor until he falls to the ground, but he dies a hero. 4 kills for Tap. 6-0 to start with para sa no org.
Girly, what's happening? I don't know, like, what is just happening? I mean, kanina lang nakita natin sobrang on the game ng mga members at para sa Scatter. Like, we have seen Nier popping up, we have been able to see Zeta taking control of lots or humongous amount of space and anchoring it down, and even Runan. But right now, parang medyo nahihirapan sila na i-counter itong mga members natin here from the side of no org. Like, medyo prevalent din kasi yung pagkakaroon ng mga combinations in terms of their utilities. I'm not quite sure about the reason, but at least they managed to pull out the time out right now. Could be better than earlier, but better than late than never.
Better late than never, right? If they can try to at least do what they can para ma-rebuild yung meron sa kanila. If ever that they can at this point in time, right? Pero for now, I feel like the best choice for them is if they can rebuild with the low amount of resources that they've had. I think in the last round it was the low buy since wala masyadong pera, nakakapag-funnel na agad na resources, tapos nakapag-snowball sila in a way na natalo sila doon sa kanilang eco round. So now it's their buy round. Now it is their time to shine. Now it is Yux and Nier's time to entry on that much utility. Again, back into the round. Papasok na ulit tong si Nier, and hopefully he is more comfortable compared to the last coming rounds. Pushes on in, even ignores the only Viper Orb that they could have used para ma-deny yung post plant natin. Clid planting the spike means that their time is on their side. But against all odds, it's against a 5v5 retake against no org, who are pretty healthy, to say the least.
True, and I hope that our side here for the side ng Scatter is also healthy as well, because from what we have kanina and contrary to what we had kanina, their positioning are much closer than with each other, no? So they can actually support each other in case that the trade or the need for trade arises. But at least now they've got the advantage, and this leads to Crazy MD as the lone survivor here for the side of no organ. Seems like the timeout is doing its wonders. I mean, there's still lots of rounds for them to work with, pero at least they've got the first step into doing that.
Alright, well, it was a clean 5v5, and now they have progressed at least with that one round on the board, and it was all on the back of how they're able to navigate through those post plans, right? Just It's not withholding yung mga passive positions eh. Now they're fighting. You'd see that Klid, even though he is the controller, he had no smokes anymore. So his only choice in that post-nat was to fight with the amount of ammo that he still had. He took it to 2 players on Heaven. Against Yux, against Nier. And that was more than enough for them. Actually, papunta dito kay Kiel tsaka kay Jaso. So 6-1 para ma-start yung attacking half, at least para sa Scatter. They're able to probably bounce back through and possibly play around the slow tempo. Then maybe this could be the opening that they needed. But also trying to funnel their utility on one side of the map. You could see that lumipat na si Crazy MD doon sa A site where he is now supporting yung cause ni Melo J, who is having a quiet game for himself so far. Letting Kyle and Tap shine on these moments where you don't really need him to entry. He just needs him to be the anchor. Spots out si Klid. At least nakuha niya agad yung info. They also got the Sky Util on down. So they know there's a possibility of an A-short push. But they're not expecting anything else other than to be close enough to the metal position para makapag-rotate sila ng mabilisan.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm wondering about the reason why can't they brute force. Kasi wala naman silang Cypher, wala silang KJ, wala silang any Sentinel here from the side, diba? So they can definitely go and offer the rushes here, but I feel like that is not the thing that's happening. I mean, not quite sure if it's all about the retake prowess for the side of Blue Orb, but now, seems like they're doing just that. Ito yung kanina pa dapat nila ginawa. Mukhang gumagantay na sila dito from the side of Scatter, but there's still 2 more people here from the TP. Merong masasecure Crazy MD will be falling down the hands of Zeta, but now, they're yet to put the spike down. And yes, more advantage here with the power position here on the Yux. And this leads us to last remaining person, Melo J. Paano mo kaya i-adjust ang 1v3? You have to separate them, segregate them, already up to you. At the elbow area, it's gonna be a struggle as Yux will be landing a blow onto this guy. Another round here for the side of Scatter.
Alright, confidence kills, confidence decisions. Already building back up yet again. So at this point, you can rely upon Scatter and how much they can deal with themselves dito sa mga entry frags, because now they're actually slowly building themselves up. You see that Yux is now not even scared anymore to push up after the util has been funneled onto them. Nabuti na lang meron din silang seekers ng time na yun, kasi kung magpupush si Yux at saka si Niera nag-iisa, well, they had a crossfire setup, so mahihirapan yung nag-iisa doon sa loob ng site. Buti na lang with the util able to bounce with utility back in towards the site. So 6-2 para sa No Org. Well, now Scatter have fully at least built themselves back up yet again. Klid gets another kay Kyle. That smoker is down. He's not a clove. So hindi niya kayang makapag-smoke kahit patay siya. Talagang wala siyang magagawa sa round.
That's quite of a big loss here for the side of No Org, to be honest. But they still have like a Viper at the current time, but there's no setup dedicated for A, and they might be using this after fullest advantage here para sa Scatter. But now, new set gonna be activated. Mukhang maraming mapipindan onto this one. Showstopper already gonna be activated as well. So just by the TP, definitely shooing them away, forcing them to rotate onto B side. But now, Yux is still leading the charge and the big bring as many space na possible out of this one. But little do they know that here is on hookah.
Last player standing.
Oh no, and he could just go in with them. He is the lone 6-man for the squad. Kaso yung 6-man, pwede din kayong patayin. Another scoreline in place para sa Scatter. And it was a little bit messy, scrappy by the end of things. Pero by the time that they got decisive info na ang dami nila doon sa A site, doon pa lang sila nakapag-TP, doon pa lang sila nakapag-rotate, at doon pa sila nakakuha ng hookah in check. So 6-3, attack pause laid out para sa IGL sa side ng No Org. It is their eco round, so they're gonna need 2 of these rounds to these bounce back up. But I like the way that they placed this timeout while they're still in the lead. Kasi if they're gonna waste these timeouts sa kung kailan nawawala na yung momentum nila, parang sayang lang din eh. Parang mas malaki yung chance if they try to put a halt dun sa umiinit sa side ng Scatter eh.
It makes it even more interesting knowing that they're on a, sort of funny go round because someone just bought a battle right here. I'm not quite sure he's gonna commit onto that one, but you get what I mean, no? Like it's gonna be a good thing here, just in case if this works out. It's going to be life changing here by the side of Nowhere because that just means that they can do it regardless of the disadvantage in terms of guns. I mean, with the current setup that we have right now, parang hindi nakakapagduda na kaya nila yung i-pull off eh. But once again, mga side natin dito for the side of Scatter, bawi, kung bawi, ang kanilang target onto this one. So that's why you're gonna see if this will actually, or they will manage to put down the defense dito on the side of No Org.
Right here.
Alam mo, minsan natatawa ako kasi sa gantong moment, parang hinihintay mo na lang kung may Skyblind. Yung iba nakakalimutan na may Sky pala yung kalaban. So they push on and Tapped Up has to run. Near is chasing him off from B-Long. And he does not give them any chance at all. Second frag out for Near as well. Blaze Storm activated. Yux wasn't even needed. Ronan was there for the cause. And Yux able to bounce with another frag after niyang gumamit ng updraft. 1v4. And Melo J only has the Bucky. So nothing that he can hope for unless everybody pushes onto him. Pero may free upgrade pa siya sa Vandal, so pwede pa yan, possibly, for Melo J.
Kahit pitas-pitas lang, no? That's still gonna give you some cred somehow in order to improve your money or your cred count. Pero I guess that's not gonna be the case here as Zeta will be landing a shot onto Melo J and the rest of the squad will be pushing him over just in case money hindi yung mag-work out. So, 6-4, parang kanina lang, no? 6 consecutive round win for No Org. Pero now, it's been broken and it is the time for Scatter to step up.
Yep, a time to step up indeed. 4 straight rounds. And remember this, No Org started 6-0 up against the team of Scatter. You only need 2 more para ma-equalize, and Yux is up with his Covenant Operator on the attacking half. Kapag talaga naka-jet to, alam mo mag-go-up talaga siya, you know? 4-man push for everybody on B-Long. Melo J spotted itong si Zeta, so he runs and uses his cage. Crazy MD finally to get his own first blood. Clid is deactivated. So pag-push siya on B short. But they also have their backs turned. They also give up yung B-Long just so they have control. At least some small info agad doon sa may B-Long. These slowly crawl up on E short where we also have yung jet nung si Yux who was the guy who was holding that B-Long extremity. So now they just have slow control on A and slowly magkaka-info sila yung CT position, leading Zeta to play that crawl, that lurk, and always spotted by Crazy MD. Has to run, and he won't die. Spike planted as well on A.
Naku, anda ay atang susunod sa TV ha, pero kailangan nilang bilisan dito. Seeker's already out here from, I remember your Tapped, but still Operator. Tignan natin kung kukonekta ito dahil meron tayong 3 dito sa bandang buka. Marami silang mamamataan and it's already up to them kung kaya nga ba na i-defuse ito. Melo J Joe definitely blocking out the possibility of the pickup, but still Runan popping off. He's gonna be left alone with 26 HP. Hanggang saan aabot ang 3 kills mo? Hanggang dito na lang yan. And it is going to be a 7-4 here. Another point being snatched back here by the side of No Org.
Yep, it's just one heck of a push shot yet alone for the side of No Org as they bounce back through, even though they had a ballsy attempt at a 3v5 contact play doon sa may A site. Ang problema nga lang is again, 3v5 lang sila doon. They had more numbers to invest, more numbers to dwindle down, to take risky fights, to take aggressive head-to-heads. Kaya ngayon, 7-4 na tayo mga kaibigan. Lalaban pa rin. Parehong teams natin. Crazy MD back on the op now. Lalabanan yung op ni Clid. Naawa kanina ni Yux pero siya naman yung mag-entry this point in time. Spotted. Op known doon sa may heaven. And Yux tries to fight it. Kaso, that's unfortunately what he's undoing eh. Yun yung makakapatay sa kanya. They push on to A short. Even though they know where the op is, they know that somebody's on backside in the air. Takes full advantage right after the Trailblazer. Concussed, stunned up. Kyle was nowhere to be found right afterwards.
4v4 with an ultimate available here for KCMD to use just in case. Kasi last round na naman, ba't hindi mo pa gamitin? But now, we're gonna prepare for the post-man situation. And meron ding kontra dito na Seekers to Rune. But right now, handain nilang information na maa-acquire. But they better act quick. Time's ticking once again. This type of situation once again. And they're at a disadvantage once again. Crazy MD, maganda, magiging pick up niya. Pero senior naman ang mag-step up para sa kanya. It's a 2v2. And it feels like the pressure is on. Clip to the spot nito. And he would be able to take him out. Another round for the side of Scatter. And it seems like the future is bright.
At yun yung pinakamahirap na gumamit ng up na hindi ka jet, ng hindi ka chamber kasi sila, meron silang mobility, meron silang way para makaalis after mamuko yung first shot mo. But Crazy MD is a Gecko. And even though some Gecko players around the world, katulad ng Paper X, which something uses the up, he uses it at a way na may util pa rin. And even though he whiffs that first shot, may movement siya para makabalik. Crazy MD wasn't able to utilize that already on the wide cross, always at the wide angle. Kaya napakalaki ng margin for errors. 7-5. The attacking half for No Org now to bounce back through para dito sa second half again. And Scatter, against all odds, no, mukhang nabawi nila and mukhang aggressive yung magiging approach sa may A-short Premier. First contact, finds Kyle, has to be careful, but Kyle actually wins out the gunfight. Just saw, peeks on, and gets 2 force troubles. The controllers are doing so much damage.
They are indeed doing so much damage. I mean, this is a 2v4 after all. I'm quite unsure how this is going to be like. Is there like a way in order for them to compensate on this one? Oh, close battle here at the Lance area. Rune and Tanang ganchik lang ako just saw ang gandang ganchikan pero mukhang sila pa rin nagpakaroon ng kalamangan. The side of No Org. They are gonna get the first round of the second half, and this just means another possible round for them.
That's bingo.
Definitely, man. I mean, at this point, you just cannot deny the amount of like aim prowess that Jaso can offer to the table, man. Always a game changer when you put them in a position to succeed. Just finding the timing. Katulad ng first peak nila kay Kyle. I was really surprised that Kyle was able to kill off itong si Nier pa eh. Definitely in the best spot to succeed. 8-5. Leaving si Zeta to be alone on an island dun sa may B kasi finalo nila lahat na resources nila all the way from showers, but that gamble didn't work out. So that means it's an open plant possibly para dito sa attacking side ng Org.
Would it be the same deal on this one though? Because not gonna lie, this is gonna be quite tricky. Pagka kinumpare natin yung performance nila on the latter, nung nasa attacking side pa itong si Scatter, pero nako, merong mamamatay from the snake bite as all the while, ang daming namamatay at the site. The 2v4 after all, we're trying to see if this is gonna work out, but Runan with just a frenzy, mukhang medyo imposible against the 3. It is a 9-5, once again, ito na naman tayo. Medyo nadadagdagan na naman yung diferensya in terms of scoreline dito sa dalawang camp.
Yeah, not too bad, not too shabby. A quick conversion, and they keep most of their guns in check. Keeping the Guardian set up again. Crazy MD still on the same gun. You could say Mila J is okay to have the Spectre because his job is to entry on into the site anyway. But that previous round was a huge gamble to say the least because Zeta didn't buy any util at all as the Cypher, right? So no tripwire, no nothing. Not even anything, just to provide parid nun sa round na yun. Now they have the full buy. Now they have all the rifles in the world. But remember, the light shields lang ang CT side ng Scatter. They push on to the showers position. Contest tong si Clid, even though they have the lower guns. But now that they made presence, made noise doon sa showers, okay lang na ibigay yung side na yun kasi, again, they can contend with the rifles that they have so far.
True. And it's already down to how would this work out for them dahil si Yux ang unang mapipitas here on the side ng Scatter, which is something that they don't actually want to happen. Pero, well, it did. Nerdo trying to step up. equalizing everything, but not enough. Crazy MD, tamang trade lang dito sa kumpare mo, but Khalid though, andito din para sumagot. But now, treasure here, still existing. May mapipitas siya muli, but still it's a 2v3. And we are yet to see if there is still a possibility for them to up or retake. Because they had the advantage after all, but every single one's already falling apart. May mapipitas, hindi nila in-expect that Kael will be here at short. And with the luck onto this one, yumanig ang mundo ni Khalid. And just like that, it's going to be an easy clutch here for Kael.
Easy isolations, frags after frags for Kael as well. The best position for an Astra to be in sa post plant na yun. And what a great gun to do it as well on the Bulldog, where you can rely on this guy to ADS kill every single part of that post plant. And the Intel power play shown to you, provided by Intel. Just to show how important this is para sa attacking side yet again. And even though Khalid had tried to drag it towards the finish line, it is Kael yet again who has proved to be one of the more underrated players para sa bracket natin on the playoff stage. 10-5, 3 straight round wins sa attacking half ng No Org. Scatter have to prove that they can contend against the best, and well, naka-mix by lang sila dito. Specters or Stingers, naka-sheriff lang din agad tong si Yux at si Zeta. Na blind pa nga tong si Khalid, who is holding up that Stinger in contact. Holding up that orbital strike as well. Nag-rotate pa agad itong si Zeta, so seemingly giving up that B site if Ronan is not able to convert with, again, the only guy being on that elbow position.
But they're hovering towards B right now. But it's also going to be a struggle since, like what you said, they're on a mixed buy. Actually, it can work here for Scatter because sometimes they tend to have like the sharpest of aims, but orbital strike will be used. May matutunaw, masusunog, pero hindi ito sapat. Here will have to deal the final blow right after someone's gonna be dead on their side, but now they are yet to get the spike down, pero mukhang nagkakaubusan na dito before they even secure the objective. Quite ironic on the contrary. But Khalid with the Stinger, we're gonna see if it's actually doable for him to try and offer a retake, considering na medyo delikado siya dito.
He just has to fight, has to be careful about this next push. Kaso Jasol will push him down with a 3-way in hand from the Viper. I feel like Jasol is just so much better on these contact plays, man. Always reliable. Whenever you need him to push on, he will deliver in time. Intel power play shows you right that. Melo J, I feel like he hasn't been doing so well, right? But his entries have been very reliable. Always relied upon by, again, the attacking team that is No Org, where Kael and Jaso are even able to get the rewards for themselves. So doesn't matter if your duelist isn't doing well heavily, as long as he's doing his job, then somebody like Jaso will definitely carry the heats for the squad. 11-5, Thrash activated for Crazy MD. They try to clear out every single nook and cranny, but they never spotted out the trips, and they never knew na nandito pa rin ang Cypher ng defensive side, and now they do. Jay, the entry, the movement, the satchels is just impeccable. Sobrang perfect ng pasok at napakabilis lamang ng plant dito. Nier and Crazy MD trade out blows for blows as a double for Crazy MD. Lights up the kill feed, leaving up to the 2 versus 4.
Just marvelous, but still it's not ending yet. Yux will be trying to fight, but Jaso will be getting out of the pit at the best time possible. Match point secured once again here for the side of No Org, and we can see, not gonna lie, I have to agree with what you said na Jaso is so good in these contact plays. Lalabas siya sa mga areas na hindi mo ina-expect, at kung i-expect mo man, hindi mo i-expect na magwa-wide pick siya, or he'll be doing the slightest of movement possible on his end. And it is going to work like wonders every single time. I mean, might be too much credit, but from what we're witnessing right now, couldn't, parang di mo kikila yung sarili mo na i-acknowledge yung ginagawa niya dito eh.
Slight misstep on Zeta in his cage. gives an access for Meloj. And look at how crispy he is with the movement, but not with the aim. His Clid and Zeta, they're doing everything to dismantle the push. Wala tuloy mapasukan, wala tuloy maplant. Ang no org, si Jason na lang. And we've been talking about this guy for so long that he has to deliver, but a flawless comes out for Scatter. Always from their setup, they are relied upon. And again, we talked about their utility usage all throughout the pre-round. And now this is the only time that they have succeeded from utility alone. This is beautiful from Scatter, but we need more out of them, Mochi.
Yep, considering that there's like 6 more rounds for them na mahabol to in order to pull it off on an overtime. It is a long way to go. On the bright side though, like they've got tons of ultimates available here. They can use the Showstopper, the Seekers, or even the Neural Theft. So just in case na yun man nga ang kanilang gagawin, it just means going to be all in. But now, rest of the people here are gonna be coming from hookah. Not quite sure if they will be rotating for the moment, but there's gonna be some tripwires present on here na maaaring mag-halt sa kanila. But mukhang wala pa silang nakikita dito, hindi pa sila nagkakakitaan. Maaalis ang tripwire, and this just means a better entry possible for Scatter.
Yeah, Meloj always so comfortable sa pag-push on the way to B site. And even though they have all their bases covered, they have to be careful about the Showstopper. Elbow being pushed up. Meloj has the rocket. He puts it out and gets 1K Clid. Might be enough kasi hindi sila makapasok ng site because of his presence alone. The triple face, but Nier and Zeta are able to fight back. One more Showstopper for Nier. He hasn't cleared out tong si Jasa on the corner. Kills himself. Unfortunate para sa pag-push ng Reyna. He's on against all odds. Si Kyle na lang. But Zeta is all left alone. A triple from the Cypher. And it goes back to how they trade their utils, how they trade their ultimates. But in the end, their patience has paid off. Especially since hindi nag-work in triple push from that elbow peek out from no org. Scatter winning out with a 7th round win.
Yeah, they really didn't expect it, no, na medyo magkakaroon ng issue with regards to them pushing towards elbow to CT. And I guess they're quite regretting it turned out, but once again, it's all about the mental reset after here. But at least that just means magkaroon pa tayo ng better advantage here for the side of Scatter. And this is going to be the last possible buy here for the side of no org. So it's really up to them. Paano nga ba nila solusyonan ito knowing na paunti-unti, Scatter is already gaining their momentum.
This is the only round that Yux has bought his operator on the CT side. Kaya dapat maging fruitful yung pagbili niya dito. And buti na lang Tap is also wary about the possibility, no? So thinking if this is a triple peak, thinking if it's somebody who's holding the op on that angle is showing the awareness that this kid has. Providing all that info for the team as well. So pag push on A short, they're thinking this could be the only chance that they have dito to close out the game. So this impatience is just making me wary. Just thinking na baka kapag nag-push tong si Tap, mawawalan sila ng initiator in a blink of an eye. But he's thinking about it, and he even uses in Trailblazer. Counters agad yung operator, and they even use the Thrash. Crazy MD tries to chase him out. The operator has been dealt with, but he doesn't hit the shot. And Yux, he runs back into the U-Haul position. Clid, he uses that running... Oh, but Yux, he's able to use that shorty. Clid in the air. He followed through with more kills on the kill feed. And even though the operator doesn't hit on all marks, it doesn't matter. Kasi nandito pa rin yung utility for the side of Scatter. The ultimate from Clid, as well as the double face from the air, as well as Yux.
What is happening, no? Like, parang kanina lang. Napakatindi ng momentum dito ng no organ now. It's quite the opposite. No, it's been entirely shifted, and now little do we know they're already resorting to like the most that they can get out of the remaining cards that they have in order to serve something for the next round para sa no org. But now, because no org, no money na rin sila ngayon. So they better make this work out, or at least get some frag somehow in order to get some of that credits that they ever so dear needed. Satchel Judge not gonna work entirely though, but their fortifications will be thrown to each other. But the difference is yung isa hindi mamamatay. We're seeing couple of frags here coming in from the side of No Org, and we're yet to see if there will be any more follow-ups.
Oh no. Oh, the flash! Could have been
Spike
enough, but Tap
planted.
Tap, he picked up the up
Got your trail.
from when Yux died in that U-Haul position. Free upgrade. And remember, walang guns.
Last
Yung
player
attacking side
standing.
ng No Org, and they're struggling to even finish it off. But now only with their lower guns, they finished them off. 3 kills for Tap Tap. A thrifty win to solidify their place in the grand finals. Welcome to No Org. They have proven their worth, and they could possibly be the kings of PH right after that performance.
Oh my. Welcome to the grand finals. No Org. After that fiery match against Scatter, and we have witnessed naman din talaga no, that they're more deserving sa kung ano ang meron ngayon at kung paano sila nanalo. I mean, it's just crazy for us to see na parang kanina lang. They're so good into securing accumulative rounds. It's just that talagang nahirapan na makabawi itong side ng Scatter. Maybe, just maybe, kung they can capitalize more on the double duelist lineup na meron sila dito on towards Near and as well as Yux during the first half, sana could have been like a better or like a closer match that can help the momentum here for the side of No Org. But nonetheless, it seems like they proved themselves worthy of the spot, and we have seen that every single one did fair share of work in towards contributing to their victory. Congratulations once again to No Org, and I'm quite excited what
Player
more
standing.
you guys have to offer.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, and the unlikely heroes as well from this playoffs bracket. I think we had all our cards set up on different teams para sa gantong half ng ating semifinals bracket. No? At katulad din sa ating quarterfinals, I think No Org were one of the least, one of the underdogs dito sa ating magiging bracket ngayon. And them showing up big against Scatter, who are no slouches at all, is a huge feat. And well, I think this is the perfect time para malaman kung sino yung nag-step up para dito sa kanilang semifinals performance, as the MPP will provide. At mukhang, I feel like I have a really good idea kung sino kasi it can either be anyone from the roster of No Org. Parang si Tap Tap kasi napakaganda ng mga clutch moments niya, as lalo na doon sa kanyang 3Ks nung nag-end tayo kanina. Pero well and behold, it is just so. This guy with 19 kills, and napakaganda ng performance niya, no? Yung impact niya is felt all across the post plant. Kasi kung napapansin mo, napaka-quiet lang niyang nakakapaglaban sa kanilang mga retake scenarios, diba? And when it came to the attacking half, well, he always finds a way to wiggle himself back into the winning position. So good job for Dassault.
Type of player that catches his prey in an instant just by simple moves and really quick decision making. Well done for Jasol, and ito na or siya magiging player of the game natin. And tindi rin, no, Ramon, kasi kanina we have seen Jasol as being quite a textbook player, pero ngayon he proved us otherwise, na just by having multiple contacts in different situations, you can indeed create a big impact going into and further the match. So well done, and I guess we're gonna see more of them heading for our grand finals tomorrow.
Yep. Our grand finals is looking as primed as ever, as we have our first grand finalist dito on the form of No Org. Pero hindi pa tapos ng laban, mga kaibigan. We have one more BO1 for you guys after the short break. Ang nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. Magbabalik ang Predator Kings of PH.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
with the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics?
One last game before the grand finals, mga kaibigan. Kaya let's make it count. Welcome back, mga kaibigan, sa Kings of PH. Ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. We've been casting the quarterfinals and semifinals bracket all night, and we are down to the last game. It is SR Nakage versus Bestial Esports. And right after they topple possibly the favorites, it's looking like Bestial Esports are on their way to topple one more, but SR Nakage are very hot on their heels. Kanina pa, Mochi, kahit ng quarterfinals pa.
Diba? It is the unstoppable force or the immovable mountain dito sa current matchup natin. Who would be able to secure the last slot for our grand finals? We're quite unsure, but we're about to find out. Abay, meron na nga ito pinapakita ng mga Buddha statue dito. And alam mo, kung kanina we just have white cat, meron na rin tayong bean sprout sa ulo ng isang player. But on the other hand here, medyo seryoso yung mga members natin dito from the side of SR Nakage. Well, let us see kung ano ang ating kailangan abangan.
Medyo inaantok pa nga tong si Abat eh.
Yun nga eh, no?
alam mong locked in na yung player kapag inaantok siya. Apparently, that's been like the law all throughout the Predator scene. And well, you can see their faces, mga kaibigan. Bestial Esports against SR Nakage. Kung mapapansin mo, ang Bestial Esports lahat sila bata. They're the young guns. They're proving to be one of the newer teams that we have on the Kings of PH scene. And in the sea of like old guards, in the sea of like teams that have been playing in VCT. They also have been playing in VCT, but they haven't moved forward sa mga qualifiers alone. So Bestial Esports have this best chance right now to topple one of the greatest esports teams here in the Philippines in the form of SR Nakage. And we are fighting on the map of Icebox. This is SR Nakage's home, and I believe Bestial Esports also have a decent win rate on this map. Mochi, eto sa tingin mo ba, sino yung masarap na pag-usapan or sino yung pinaka-appropriate na head-to-head para sa pareho nating teams?
Well, actually right now, despite of the difference of roles na pinang head-to-head natin kanina, I feel like tama lang ipag head-to-head natin si Tomix tsaka si Chintaro. Kasi both of these, they're pretty prevalent in terms of their using their jets. Different styles though. So, yeah, I feel like having them, it's going to be such of a party, if I may say.
Yeah. Kala mo naka-raise no, sa paggamit ng party. Pero no, they're actually jet players in their own right. So this Icebox map, we're gonna be expecting both jet players to actually pick up the jet, while yung magiging non-factor lang siguro, one of the wild cards is possibly what kind of picks that they have across that. So eto na nga, double duelist for SR Nakage. This is on brand para kay Boogie, usually known to be the second duelist, so picking up the Reyna is no surprise whatsoever from him. Other than that, double initiator lang naman. Nothing too overwhelmingly crazy for both sides of the map. They're playing towards their strengths. Bestial Esports will always rely on playing around their utility, while SR Nakage just want to kill people. Yan lang naman.
Yeah, actually quite straightforward for the side of SR Nakage. And might I add, no, this is not going to be unfamiliar for them because nanggaling na sila dito sa mapang ito kanina, and imposible na hindi nila ito, make the most out of it once again. They got their warm-up earlier and it's already up to them to put it up to the test kung worth it ba yung warm-up na yun o hindi. And on the other hand, talagang pinapakita lang ni Tomix ang kanyang alas. So like literally just showing up in the camera, this is my buff right now, guys.
Diba masyado siyang maliwanag no? I think I think hindi siya I think
is he the enlightened one?
Tama. Possibly. Makakatropa niya habang nasa taas tong si Itong si Funky, I don't know actually. I don't remember kung sino nga siya dito, but you know, I'm pretty sure he is from Special Esports. So nevertheless, if I think si Tomix yung kasama niya dito na may ganto, or si Image ata, I'm not really sure.
The
But
one with the bean sprout. Tommy.
siya nga ba talaga yun yung may bean sprout thing? I don't really know, but you know, nevertheless, you know, it's a very very different style for both teams to walk into. And if SR Nakage are pushing at this, starting on the defensive side, then they'll have no problem from the second half. But if they're gonna play that proactive defense where Boogie is gonna be pushing a lot of the times, and Shintaro is gonna be hitting a lot of the martial shots, possibly with an operator, possibly with anything with a scope, then you'll expect that proactive defense from this team kasi they're not gonna be the strongest when it comes to that post plant. But for Special Esports, this is their best chance to shine, where they can do well on the defense.
Let us see if that will be the case, because from what we have seen earlier, talagang doon talaga sila sa attack nagkakaroon ng edge, and hopefully it's going to be different this time around as Boogie secures Funky out right at that instant. Pero mukhang masusundan pa. Everyone's just trying to back out. Don't good here. Apat man going all out of his day, all over. Kung meron naman siyang mapipitas, follow up through one to Boogie. Despite of the trades, it all boils down to a 2v2, 2 duelists, 1 Sentinel remaining. And for now, White Cat, kamusta? To be able to detect them? I guess not. And he is gonna be taken out. Good round here to start it off for the side of SR Nakage.
And it's almost like they never needed the Viper Wall at all. They ginamit nila agad on B to bait out yung rotation on the B side. So after Ecom, Special Esports instantly responded with rotating onto the mid side, while if they are able to bounce back through, the SR Nakage squad has already taken control on main as well as 410. So a good job of utilizing yung early Viper Wall just to bait them out sa rotation nila. Special Esports not gonna be on the best foot forward. Naka-sheriff lang. And possibly this outlaw is everything for Shintaro. Mixing it up kay Tomix. A second through the wall. Image is done and dusted. And you can say the same as well for Funky as well. 2 for nothing. The Batman's just running and gunning all across that T-spawn. A flawless victory across the board. SR Nakage are comfortable in this Icebox map.
And before we even know it, Boogie, napakaganda ng simula niya dito, and this just means there is a great chance na magtutuloy-tuloy na ito. Hopefully though, because it's going to be a bonus round for them, which is going to be indeed a possibility for Special Esports to try and offer a counter. Lalong-lalo na they've got all the guns, all the possible utilities available on their side this time, and hopefully it will eventually work out.
If it will work out indeed, yun yung magiging win condition nila dito, no? Early usage of the blind and the recon dart kind of counters that, so they have to be very careful about their next move. They even transport the spike all the way from B, knowing na nandito na agad si Image at saka si Tomix. Run away from that threat, and they are now in the vicinity of Machiavelli as well as the Killjoy Util.
Ayun nga lang, I guess nakakaramdam na si Machiavelli. That eventually gonna be blocked out. Denial ng information onto this one and seeing if ever anyone will try to offer an extension, but still Nakage got the advantage despite of the disparity of guns. Machiavelli, subukan niyang tumingin as well as Tomix kung meron silang mapipitas dito and offer and trade in order to even out the numbers, pero parang hindi ata nila yun. Hayaan na mangyari. And now, just one more remaining person here. Tomix will be left alone with the Vandal. Will he be giving this away? I guess he will be. And this is going to be one more point for SR Nakage. They're really, really determined na magkaroon ng magandang head start in this first half.
Yun yung pinakamahirap sa second round conversion. Remember, nag-sheriff yung tatlong players on the CT side, a Marshal and another sheriff. That means in the next round, they're forced to buy the rifles with their light shields on. And what did Shintaro have in his hands? It is the Outlaw. He had 3 kills in that round with the Outlaw alone, which gives a lot of map control for the Jet alone with that one gun. He's up 6-0 para sa start pa lang na SR Nakage. Already noting kung nasan si Tomix, and well alone, they only have the eco rounds yet again. Special Esports on the back foot. Has to play around the tempo of the attacking side. Funky has to play around that Killjoy Molly, but again, his Sheriff does the work for him. One shot to the dome, but Boogie has traded off. Shintaro with the entry yet again, and SR Nakage are finding tooth and nail para makuha yung A site, with White Cat following through with another Sheriff shot
enemy
against
remaining.
all odds. 1v3.
Ooh.
Shintaro also deals the final blow, a triple from the Jet. He's on fire. Whatever gun he uses in his hands.
Grabe, no? Despite of the difficulty dito ni Funky, is meron pa rin siyang napitas. But unfortunately, it's not enough because the rest of the people here from the side of SR Nakage will be able to gun down every single one of them. And not only that, itong dalawang duelists natin here, Shintaro and Boogie, both of them just top fragging with no signs of wounding, appendages or whatsoever. No concussions at sight because their deaths are still 0. Not quite sure kung mababati ko yon, but it's still up to them kung ganun nga ang mangyayari.
Sobrang init ng laban. Parang yung tsaa lang, mga kaibigan. 'Di ba ang lamig ng panahon? Ngayon na medyo gabi pa. Sana nakakapagkape na kayo. Well, maybe not kape kasi medyo late na nga. It's like 8 p.m. on our side. Kind of. Tapos, medyo mainit ng onte since gabi na. So, sana makapag-chill kayo habang nandito tayo sa ating Tech Pause podcast, part of the Kings of PH. So, welcome back. My name is Ramon. Kasama ko si Mochi. All we've been talking about is how the playoffs bracket has been performing kasi ang daming mga surprises na nangyari. I never really expected OSC to actually be knocked out pretty early in the semifinals. What about you? Any surprising things that happened throughout today?
Well, actually, what I'm surprised about is parang mas mabilis yung mga laro natin sa semis. And I guess it's already up to them if they will prove me right or not. But we are about to proceed onto our 5th round. Kasi kanina, sobrang close na mga laban natin during playoffs, no? But now that we're on our last game of the day, it's already up to them if they will end this with a bang. Currently, we have 4 rounds of advantage here by the side of SR Nakage, and we are yet to see if they will keep on the lead or would it be snatched away from them.
Oh, Tomix. He almost actually got the shot from the up, and the Batman punishing tong si Funky. He would have gotten that one tap. Unfortunately, though, they were primed up with the crosshair placement. Early 4v5. Gecko already destroyed up upon because of a Batman. His aim is unquestionable, and his presence is felt doon sa may A side, rotating all the way back to the other side of the map. SR Nakage trying to plant the spike on down. Can't even deny itong si York, but Tomix is online with the op and possibly could be the winning condition ngayon, Mochi.
And what I really love here is that a Batman will be coming from the mid area. Definitely a possibility for him to catch the remaining members here for the side of Bestial Esports off guard. Pero Shintaro lang naman ata ang kailangan nila dito. And that would be the 4th kill. This guy, no one's stopping him. And regardless of the efforts, it seems like it's not gonna be enough.
5 rounds in, this guy has 13 kills, no deaths, no assists. Ang tawag natin dito ay Shintaro Esports. Joke lang, not really. Kasi may assistants din naman si York at saka si Boogie. They've been doing a lot of work para ma-assistan itong si Shintaro para makuha niya yung napakagandang score na ito. Always with the util, primed up, placed, yung green position always on notice dahil sa presence ni Boogie. But now SR Nakage, they're back into dipping their toes on Ace site. Si Boogie na yung mag-lead ng charge. Supportahan si Shintaro as much as possible because this guy is on one right now. Types on contest as Batman already on site. As everybody else from SR Nakage are trying to force an issue, force a fight. York gets one, a second for York. Everybody from SR Nakage is getting one. So the old orbs is funneling everybody doon sa ating attacking side.
And so for this your last remaining member, Machiavelli will stand no chance against the remaining members here for the side of Yanagi. I mean, ano nga naman ba ang laban mo sa 5, hindi ba? But still, 6-0. Straightforward answer, lovely. Pero, you know what? I just really want to point out because I feel like medyo underrated din si York. Kasi, I really acknowledge din kasi despite the KDAs doesn't mean much, I really like how he has been able to supply every single need here before or para magawa nila yung kailangan nilang gawin dito, which is, of course, get info. And he can do that regardless na siya lang initiator, they're not in any double initiator, they managed to pull it off. But while as I was saying that, meron ng mga trade-offs nangyari dito sa B-side natin, really critical here because we're on an advantage here for Bestial Esports for the first time after a while. And we're down to 2 more people here on the side of Nakage.
And off the back of a proactive defense as well. Tamo, tinatap ni York yung spike kasi takot siya na baka mabatuan ng Molly. And he even got the kill on White Cat. So all falling down on this guy, York. We've been talking about him being the underrated player, but now he has to step up. But he gets shut down by Machiavelli very early on. But a very expensive gun round for Bestial Esports resulted in the win that they've been looking for. But at what cost? Kasi tingnan mo nag-start yan sa napaka-active push on mid. Image was well prepared para makuha yung nasa taas ng tube na si Tomix. And even though he got traded off immediately, the damage has already been done. And even though they got mid control, what's best for the defense is if they're able to bounce back over at that B site where the plant was coming down, and it never did. Kasi yet again, B site is where the minigame happens, where somebody has to put not the spike, pero hindi sila makapag-plant at all.
Yeah, and they're quite of a lack na rin here in terms of credits. They really had to use some of their ultimates here in order to win this round. Because if not, it's going to be an issue pagka nag-up sila for eco. Now that they managed to win a round for themselves kanina, hindi pa. But now, Boogie, napag-aggressive ng kanyang position here at the site. But now, elevated, lockdown already activated here for the side of Bestial Esports. We're yet to see kung mga counter nga ba ito. Hunter's Fury, lahat na ng mga lockdown or rather ng mga ultimate natin is nilalapag na. Hunter's Fury ko connect sa isa. Trash though, just in order to stun someone else, but magkakakitaan. But he will be giving image. One of the kiss. Well, every single one is gonna be rummaged down here on the side of SR Nakage. Just as the side of Bestial decides to pull off a retake.
Napaka-expensive ng round. Ang daming ultimates na in-invest para makuha yung retake scenario. The Hunter's Fury, as well as yung Thrash na nilabas agad itong si Funky, which could have actually done something, but in the end, he only gave the space up doon sa may 410, and Boogie was already in place para matrap agad yung Bestial Esports into that side of the map. So 7-1, the attack has been looking as fruitful as ever. And now they're feeling in the best of ways, the best of spirits. This time, Machiavelli has to try to hold for the long toss, hold for the long angle. Kahit nakalagay yung wall up, it doesn't matter because SR Nakage are gonna push out of it and they're gonna push forward. Yanagi with a second frag. SR Nakage are brute forcing the site. Image, he's getting one with that sheriff, but in the end, it is all SR Nakage, and it is a Batman's house entirely. A triple for SR Nakage's killjoy. 8-1 para sa SR Nakage. Well, the streak isn't over for 2 straight rounds.
I mean, before we even start this match, I feel like SR Nakage already has a good idea that medyo shaky yung defense nitong the Bestial Esports. And before we even know it, they're really capitalizing on that one. Well, there's 7 rounds at an advantage, and even a timeout has been pulled off against them in hopes of trying to salvage of what they have left onto this one. I mean, just right now, they're opting for like a force with the rest of them carrying Vandals, 1 Stinger, and just having 3 of them having half shields. But let us see if they can pull something out of this one. Kasi ang dahil nilang in-exhaust na mga utilities kanina, ang dahil nilang in-exhaust na ultimates, in-exhaust din nila ang kanilang economy. But at the current time, it seems like it doesn't work at all. And before we even know it, they are just a few steps away from opting for another eco round.
Yep. Able to disrupt the economy for the next coming round. That is the big win condition for SR Nakage, right? And you can't say the same for the other side of the map kasi Bestial Esports, although they have been trading blow for blow in a lot of these trades, they are not able to answer Yung double push out for Shintaro and Boogie. Kahit nilabas ni Machiavelli yung wall up niya, hindi sila natatakot talaga. Talagang ipupush nila yung wall kasi alam nila na walang tao sa backside. I-retake nila ng i-retake at kahit sa retake, hindi din sila makasagot. 5v5 push out again. Tomix holding down the site, seeing 5 across the ace site itself. The Tacticals, they're locked down in place as well. So a Batman wants to fight, but he fights into Image and Machiavelli. But a Batman's fighting with everything that he has. But again, the lockdown in place against Bestial as they need to give up the site. The ace site in free for the side of SR Nakage.
Palag kong palag, and seems like walang makakapigil sa kanila as 2 more people exist here. Funky securing one with an immediate trade here from Yanagi, and Yanagi even securing Tonics at the moment na lumapag siya from the rafters. And it is once again another round here, unfortunately, and seems like hindi nag-materialize yung kanilang timeout na pinol off here from the side of Bestial, but too early to say because they will try once again. Malay mo, dito pala siya umubra, and malay natin, meron palang comeback na possible dito.
And even in the Intel power play, you can see that they're willing to fight them in the long angles. Unfortunately though, a Batman was just crispy. A Batman was able to herald yung 410 defense sa kanya after nila makuha yung forward space. Then they're able to force that issue, force that push again on that backside position. And speaking of backside, look at how many people are on backside right now. 4. And they don't know about this. They only see 2 people on top, and Machiavelli and Image able to use that for their own. And they even get everyone from SR Nakage. Flawless victory. No casualties whatsoever. This was the form that I've been looking for.
They have finally secured another round after the 3-round streak here from the side of Nakage, and this is something that they would want, of course, but just in case that they would pull up a 3-9, done better for them. While I know the curse is active, we won't know, but it took them a stack onto A before they even get around. So I feel like that may also speak volumes, but they might be baiting it all out. They might make them assume that they will be committing to A, but some of them says otherwise.
There is no way that we're getting all 3 3-9 games from SR Nakage in their run, from qualifiers up to the semis. There is absolutely no way. And if Bestial Esports are able to get that round, then I have no idea what comes after that. Boogie planting the spike. So SR Nakage already forced themselves green, yellow. They even got the Viper Spit. Already perfectly in place para sa spike itself. Funky, he's actually that close. Close to even getting that yellow position. Trying to defuse that spike. Hindi na kailangang itap kasi nandito si Wingman. Kaso nasira lang ni Boogie. Machiavelli also inside. Yanagi and Yor tries to bail him out. But Machiavelli still on top. And still forcing the 3v1. Yort on the 1 versus 3 this time around. Diffusing the spike from si Funky. He tries to rush out of it, kaso Machiavelli's on. And he gets the 3k for the 3-9. The third straight 3-9 para sa SR Nakage.
What's happening? Ano to? This SR Nakage has some sort of like
3-9 ride.
yeah? Like the whole league, puro ganun yung scoreline nila. You know what? Hindi na ako magtataka. Ano?
Ito masasabi ko. At least they're winning, di ba?
Yeah, they're winning. It's just really interesting na it's fixed 9-3 every single game. Like, what's happening? Like, do you guys have some sort of like, I don't know, may unknown buff ba kayo? Is it a secret? Or is it just like,
may curse ba kayo?
Curse? I don't know. We won't know. But all we know is that they're at a great advantage at the current time. And now that the side's been swapped, it's already up to Bestial Esports to show that they are indeed strong in the attack. And they should show that they can live up into what they have been able to do kanina sa kanilang match earlier.
Maybe the 3-9 is a buff. You know? Maybe it's a buff for them. We'll never know because a lot of teams like to see it as a curse. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise para kay Shintaro as he holds up his Sheriff. And his Sheriff hits wonders. Funky down for the count, dropping the spike so they know that B site is the initial call again for Bestial Esports. I don't know if planting B is the right call now that Gecko is down.
True.
Still have a lot of time to try to decide, rotate around, sees Yanagi, Tomix, great adjustment. 1-for-1. And now they have the opportunity to plant down.
A great adjustment indeed. And finally, they secured their objective. But right after that one, a Batman feature that ever you would be able to take someone out. But Tomix, put the trigger. Trade lang pala dito. 2v2 na ang nangyayari. Shintaro na lang. Man, ang pull up ng 3K.
Last player
At
standing.
susunod na rin ang pulls down to a 1v1. Magre-reload pa si kumpare mo. And he is gonna be juked over by Machiavelli. And what an amazing clutch here from this guy, and seems like they're pretty good to the name. I mean, it's just the first round in the second half, but such a good start.
Look, initially, I had my doubts if they were gonna set forward to B despite the Gecko being taken care of. But the adjustment from Tomix and how he was able to bounce back after a few shots from Yort as well kind of changed the landscape of how this attacking half has been working out again for Bestial Esports. So,
Enemy remaining.
medyo surprising yung nagiging resulta ng mga trades natin. Especially with Machiavelli coming strong, coming up, down. And Boogie's pushing a force buy in place yet again from this guy with the stinger. Gonna get dropped because of the Bulldog set up by Image. And he needs assistance. He needs a lot of cover. Kaso nandito din si Shintaro, SR Nakage. Even though they had sticks and stones, they're breaking the bones of Bestial, but Funky.
No fuel.
They're still keeping the guns in check. They're denying the possibility of the push on now. So SR Nakage relying on the two players para makapag-rotate, para makapag-retake. Itong si York tsaka si Batman.
Despite of the downsides, they've really managed to mow it down into a 3v2. And that's even with the vice present here for the side of Bestial. So really good decision-making strategy here for the side of SR Nakage. But now, they're gonna try to pull this off with a big defuse. But yun nga lang, Wave Cat is gonna be there. I mean, there's no way that you can segregate these guys considering na they're on into a triangle position na rin no? So, well played. And this is supposed to be a buy round for the side of SR Nakage. We're about to see if they will try and attempt to still keep the fangs being shown here kay Bestial Esports. Lalong-lalo na kanina, they are really aggressive. So it's already up to them if it is going to be the same drill onto this one, or would they play passively and more on the safe route?
Yeah, so a big win condition for both of these teams, especially for Bestial Esports, since they have a lot of catching up to do, especially in this sort of scenario where they started 3-9 against SR Nakage. Pero, in what world would one team actually have 3 straight 3-9s from the qualifiers up towards, again, from the qualifiers to the quarters, and now we're in the semifinals where they also ended 3-9. And in a lot of those 3-9s, sila yung 9 ha. Sila yung may winning advantage. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I just thought it was interesting that it happened 3 times in one tournament.
Lagi, no?
Lagi.
Grabe. I mean, maybe it just speaks volumes in terms of their experience. I mean, they've been there for quite some time already. I think it's just they've been able to actually grow as a team. So I feel like that's a safe thing to say, but still quite unsure kung bakit nga ba puro 9-3, 9-3, 9-3 fixed as in, di ba? But they're just gonna discuss lang din, ano pa nga ba ang pwedeng gawin dito ni Bestial Esports? Kasi they're on 4-round streak na. So this just means there are more ways for them to actually secure the momentum for themselves. But considering na medyo shaky yung economy nila, this might be a risk for them that they have to counter and try to think of another way na pwede nilang solusyonan. Considering na, yun nga, medyo may disparity in terms of the trade-offs na pwedeng i-pull through dito ni SR Nakage just in case that they would want to go for an aggression.
Yun yung problema meron silang double-edged sword pagdating dito sa rounds natin kasi even though they had like a pretty sick win into that second round, it was off the back of an attempt from SR Nakage with a very aggressive push sa garage, which kind of shows that they can still contend despite the lower guns. Now they affect the economy for the other side, Bestial Esports. to rely on the rifles that they had. Bestial, it's always almost like they expected hindi katong si Yanagi, so they're taking a little bit of time before they can decide, and they even run away from this B stack that somewhat of a death trap set up by SR Nakage, so it's a good read for their side. Pero against a Batman, well, that's a different story kasi ang ganda din ang setup dito eh. One molly just to set up, deny yung pag-plant ng wingman. Even a lot of damage put dito kay Tomic, so that's it for their defense. What about the retake? How's it looking?
Grabe din ton si Tomix, no? Despite of the nano swarms, the walls, or all utilities being thrown at him, they managed to free space for the team. Yanagi though, nakikita natin na siya mapipitas ka agad-agad before even the spike has been put down. But from the sidelines, manggagaling doon si Boogie, hindi natin yun na-expect. And Nakage is really good. Once again, in terms of their retakes, they're gonna opt for the defuse with the last 3 remaining people here. Ang tinde ng prowess nila. Specifically Shintaro just reaching the 20th kill of the game right now.
Imagine, yeah, this guy is popping off yet again, and he alone contributes about the same amount of kills as Funky, Tomix, and White Cat. Imagine that, right? This guy is showing why he is an underrated talent dito sa esports scene natin in the Philippines. He's selfless as well, as shown by the scoreboard, giving the Vandal up to one of his players para magkaroon siya ng Blade Storm. Anyway, into the next coming round, Boogie is fired up. In all these situations, his screen presence has been felt. Now he is the one to assist tong si Yanagi. Kalaban niya si Tomix, and the thing about Bestial Esports is they try to gain that amount of pressure, that amount of information, just by holding the flanks, holding yung angles na to, kasi they're expecting Boogie to actually push on this immediately, and there he goes. Just first steps from the guy himself, possibly to meet anybody from his opposition, but Bestial Esports have been taking this very cool, calm, and collectively. They're taking that A main space, but they're gonna be fighting up against the Killjoy Mollies, and Shintaro's also on top of the screens.
And now though, it is about time for them to do the same thing, to push through and try to defend once they put the spike down or narrow down the numbers as much as possible, because hindi yun hinahayaan ng SR Nakage na mangyari, because before we even know it, this is going to be an immediate one for the side of SR, because sobrang bilis nila lagi na nagaganda yung mga members natin on the side of Bestial, despite of the efforts of them showing up and establishing presence at A. Alam na alam agad ni SR Nakage paano nila ito pipigilan.
Yeah, and it's just pure firepower yet again from Shintaro. Doing a lot of good partnership with the Batman sa pag-hold dun sa may A site, no? But they go back to the B site where they set the death trap, put Boogie in a corner, and he will not get checked 99% of the time. But this is when Shintaro pulls off, and Boogie finally makes his presence known, peeks top of the short angle. And now he wants to get more. His blood is in his veins. And he wants to do more. He wants to push for more. A triple for Boogie. SR Nakage. Fighting tooth and nail to get the B main control. And they got more than that. They got a flawless victory to get match point against Bestial Esports.
Bestial Esports just being disoriented from all of the action happening right now and all of the force being exerted to them by SR Nakage. They're really good into doing these types of plays, and despite them being on the defense, they're the ones pushing them down. And now one more round that seals the deal, and we are gonna see some sort of action considering we have a couple of ultimates available here. Blazer already put pulled out here from Tomix, and hopefully may matamaan at may mapatay siya dito. Boogie though, Empress niya available din, might be reserving it for any potential clutch situation. But for the side here ng Bestial Esports, they'll try to opt for mid control.
Wala nang split push. Talagang all brute force on one side of the map. We're thinking about taking that mid control, but re-signaling Tomix to be with his team on B. Boogie, again, always presence felt across the map. So wala silang Viper, wala na silang Smoker, and now they're brute forcing into a Batman site. 1 kill. Castle York is here to play. The trade-off itong si Batman, even though Funky was able to get one from his Guardian. 4v2, spotted, and Shintaro will lock it down. Welcome to the Grand Finals. SR Nakage qualifying to the last stage of Kings of PH.
Ang cute no? You can see that one player doing the happy dance. Yung isa natutulog na. That's a lot. They're gonna sleep now finally after a whole day of trying to get up into the brackets. Finally, they'll get their well-deserved rest and victory because they'll be our second team who is gonna face up against No Organ our Grand Finals. And wow, grabe. I mean, once again, it's the same deal. Like, despite of the fact that Bestial is pretty good in terms of attacking, SR Nakage proves that they are better in both ends, defense yan or on attack. And definitely, we saw how great these players are.
Last player standing.
Yeah, and it's all from how they're able to brute force when they have the opportunity. Because if you remember, it's always on funneling one side of the map where SR Nakage have their full strength in tow. Like, talagang relying a lot on how they're able to force any sort of uncomfortable situation on Bestial Esports. At kung mapapansin mo, sobrang konti lang yung mga chances sa kung saan sila naman yung nagkakaroon ng proactive pushes. Especially on the attack too. And on defense, they were hardly pushing any side of the map. So it works out well for the side of SR Nakage. So well and done. We got Boogie as well as Shintaro in the Grand Finals. Very well deserved. Lalo na sa ating MVP. At sino nga ba? Sino nga ba yung MVP natin for SR Nakage? Sa tingin mo, Mochi, sino to?
Well, sino pa nga ba? Well, of course, sino pa naman ang nagtuthrow ng mga tremendous at medyo nakakatulala na KDAs? It is Shintaro, hailing at 25.72 in terms of KDA, which just means how self-sufficient this guy is and how he is the one who normally lays down the red carpet para sa kanyang team in order to do and secure the objective. Siya na ang gagawa ng dirty work. Itabi nyo guys, siya na rin ang mag-proceed dito sa pagkukuha ng mga frags na kailangan upang manalo ang kanyang team. Well played for the side of SR Nakage, and we are yet to see kung anong meron sa kanila. Ano kaya ang kanilang iyahain para sa atin towards heading the Grand Finals, considering that marami silang buds na pwedeng pagdiskitahan or panoorin in order to discover something new against their counterparts. But I guess I feel like they're no stranger to each other, so maybe it just boils down on how they can address this.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the bracket as well, all throughout the quarterfinals, it has been one heck of a day for us, mga kaibigan. Lalo na sa SR Nakage, because they had to fight against the top 1 teams, all esports on the Icebox map. And at the same map, Bestial Esports got bested up against SR Nakage on one side of the corner. Pero for No Org, this is a story about them pushing through without an organization representing them para magkaroon sila ng chance maisabi na sila ang pinakamalakas na Philippine team sa Pilipinas. So No Org versus SR Nakage ang Grand Finals natin, ang nag-iisang best of 3 para sa Kings of PH 2024. And what is on the line, Mochi? Siyempre, it is 60,000 pesos para sa first place prize. At para sa kanilang mga panalo, it is a direct slot over to the Philippine qualifiers for Predator League. So mga kaibigan, it has been a one heck of a broadcast day. Pero syempre, hindi namin kayang i-broadcast yung Grand Finals ngayon. So bukas na lang tayo magsama-sama para malaman kung sino ang hari ng Pinas. So nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. We have been your casters all throughout the Kings of PH broadcast. We've seen you next time for the Grand Finals of Predator Kings of PH.
See you guys tomorrow!
Yeah!
One enemy remaining.
Careful now. Where? Revealing area.
Here with my copy. Grenade! Spike down A. No charges left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Long. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Didn't need a gun for that one.
Attackers win. One enemy remaining.
You did your best.
Spike down.
Poison's gone.
30 seconds left. Last player standing. Spike down B. One.
Satchel out. Get out of my way. Oh. Grenade.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts. The Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9-13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.